Thanks for your letter. Thanks for your letter, guys. Thanks for your letter. Oh, well, thanks for making time to read it. Well, I would work. Would not be appropriate in the establishment at all. Sometimes leave his drive elsewhere. Right excellent. I'm bad luck with this work.
Just for it's each season it seems to be different. Sometimes they'll take sometimes they look good.
If you go through, come to near that quarter, from the over, go to dinner on a Friday, hence my regular
Morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. You're very welcome to join us here for day 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Ball by ball commentary being brought to you by BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Wales, Nick Webb, Ed Bevan and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. And I'm pleased to be able to report, and you'll be able to see this if you're watching and listening via the stream, that we are starting on time. We had about an hour and a half's rain this morning between sort of 9:30, that sort of area. But the ground, the rope has been round on numerous occasions. The covers did their job on the square, and the umpires have decided the ground is fit to start on time. One or two players looking at the footholds at the moment, a little suspiciously, but all looks well. The two Glamorgan not-out batsmen, Sam North East and Colin Ingram, crossing the rope now, heading out into the middle to join the Leicestershire players and the two umpires, Paul Baldwin and Nigel Long. And a very reassuring partnership between Messrs North East and Ingram yesterday evening, Nick.
Indeed, from the depths of 9 for 2 with openers Lloyd and Byram both gone cheaply. 584 on the board against them. These two using all their experience, and conditions not always easy. There's a little bit of movement for the bowlers and a little bit of bounce as well, but they managed to negotiate it and get through to the slightly early end at around about 10 to 6, and as a result of that we have an extra 3 overs available if the weather holds today, so 99 overs scheduled in today's play.
Floodlights are on, although it has got lighter and lighter away to the west, where the weather has been largely coming from in this game, and conditions in terms of the light are pretty good at the moment. Chris Wright is going to open the bowling for Leicestershire today from the Bennett end, 1 for 30 from 10 overs so far for Wright. He is in and bowls to North East, who is carefully forward on off stump, just pushing the ball, no big stride out into the offside, and there's no unusual format, so I have an update to do for BBC Radio Leicester every sort of half hour or so, the first of which is probably around about 2 minutes away at the end of the top of the hour news. And we will sort of rotate on a fairly ad hoc half-hourly basis in terms of the commentary team. In goes Wright and bowls. North East is tucking it away off his legs. I think that was a no ball call even, and signal from umpire Baldwin. It was indeed. Almost, well, it was very costly, the no ball that Chris Wright bowled yesterday, in that Louis Kimber brilliantly caught David Lloyd off an edge from it, fortunately for Leicestershire and Wright. Kimber brilliantly caught another edge from Lloyd, an over or so later, but albeit from the bowling of Roman Walker.
Yeah, how unusual is that for a batter to be caught twice by the same guy in the course of an innings?
Almost the same way, diving away to his right. Brings Colin Ingram down on strike right, bowls to him, squared up a fraction on the back foot by a ball that just swings back in towards him. He gets on top of it though, thick outside part of the bat steers it down towards Walker at third man, and Ingram is up and running for the day. He moves on to 47, 115 for 2.
Yes, nice chat with Roman Walker and the media reaction afterwards. Certainly enjoying this occasion. Lloyd said he had to try and play it down a little bit in his mind, didn't he?
In goes right and bowls to northeast, who leaves quite flamboyantly, actually lifts his bat high over the line of the ball, not exaggerated in the manner that Labuschagne, someone like that, leaves, but it was still quite a expansive gesture.
Yeah, for Roman Walker made his debut for Glamorgan back in 2019 in the white ball format, so he's had to wait rather too long, one must suspect, for a red ball debut.
Right is in northeast, is playing that one quite late, just dabbing it down towards third slip, and there's no run. Not at all, I'm pleased to say. We started on time. It's lightning nicely away to the sort of southwest where the weather tends to come from down here in Aylestone, and every prospect of a full day's play, which means 99 overs. We'll pick up 3 overs that we lost last night due to bad light. Leicestershire badly need a couple of early breakthroughs. They got them yesterday when Glamorgan started their reply to Leicestershire's first innings score of 584, 9 for 2. The Welsh county were at one stage, but they're now 115 for 2, a partnership of 106 between Colin Ingram, who is 47 not out, Sam Northeast, who is 51 not out. If Leicestershire can break it early, they'll be reasonably confident of enforcing the follow-on sometime later today, but an awful lot of work to do on what is still a pretty good pitch to get to that point. Glamorgan 115 for 2. Back with you online, and believe it or not, we have a slight delay because the people in the hospitality box behind the bowler's arm moving around. A gentleman is probably one of the few occupied hospitality boxes.
Yes, I was going to say there's probably only a couple of hundred in the ground. What's the odds? One of them's in the wrong place.
Right is into northeast, nice and straight. Northeast is again leaning forward and defending, but again he's gesturing because the gentleman, I did actually see him moving again as Wright was running in. He's standing up after getting a cup of tea or something behind the arm there, and it is an issue. There's plenty of movement going on out there, and it happened as Wright was running in. Then I thought Northeast might just back out of it, but fair play to him, he still went through and played the delivery, but they need to close those glass doors.
Yeah, you don't get an issue with the floodlights reflecting off it, do you?
No, I don't think so. I think it's purely just, I could see the man stood up and moved again, which was remarkable. But anyway, Northeast survives the first over, and a couple of runs, 4 runs from it in the end. 115 for 2. I
suppose we should be thankful that there are people in hospitality suites at a 4-day game. It's not always that's the case. They're usually more boozy affairs for the T20 and so on. So Roman Walker to start, running away from us, and Ingram just gently steering the first ball to point. And no run. Walker claiming the wicket of fellow North Walian David Lloyd, though, as was pointed out to me on Twitter, thank you Keith, they're not the only 2 North Walians, because Phil Salt, England and Lancashire Phil Salt, was born in Bodlewithan, a little bit along the coast from the Wrexham area that Walker and Lloyd hail from. Walker bowls, Ingram drives to cover. There is a cover fielder in the ring, so there is no run. Phil Salt, the first Welsh-born player to represent England at senior level for some 15 years or so. James Harris, having had several goes with England Lions and made it to an England T20 senior squad, but didn't actually play. Walker bowls on the legs of Ingram, who tucks it away, and he's tucks it away fine, off fine leg, and will go through for his half century with that boundary. It's taken 97 balls, so it's a relatively watchful affair for Colin Ingram, but a valuable one nonetheless for his side, as he's acknowledged with applause from the crowd. And just an unobtrusive little glance down to fine leg takes him past the half century mark as well. How many boundaries,
7
Richard?
fours.
My screen is refusing to refresh. Thank you. 97 balls, 7 fours. Walker is into him again, and he shoulders arms to a ball that may have come back a little bit outside off stump. Certainly the slip fielders were doing their best to give that impression that it had shaved the varnish off the off stump, but threw into the gloves of Swindells. 119 for 2.
I don't know whether that's the first boundary on the leg side from Ingram, but certainly a high proportion of those 7 fours have been glorious cover drives.
Indeed. A thing of beauty, the Ingram cover drive, but there's the Ingram defensive to point. And there is no run. It's strange weather. It's manages to be slightly cooler and slightly stickier at the same time. But there we are.
Could be just be a result of you having to clamber up those steps to the top of the pavilion.
Yes, I'm not sure whether I'm more concerned about the clamber up or the clamber down. As Walker is in to bowl, Ingram checks his drive to mid-off. There's no run. It's the end of Roman Walker's first over. The boundary came off at 119 for 2. Yes, just to explain for people who don't know, there are 2 sets of rather steep stairs, and yes, the way up is a problem, particularly if you're carrying equipment, but it's going down where you have to hang on to make sure your footing is true, particularly with the bit of rain we've had around this morning.
Yes, they are quite narrow steps, sort of cast iron with rusty holes in them and things like that.
That's just my knees rusty with holes in them.
I counted them there. There are 40. I was hoping there'd be 39 because it would have, easy to remember. As right goes in, and Northeast is taking his bottom hand off the bat as he fends that slightly lifting delivery away off his waist out into the mid-wicket area. Vian Mulder is out there. No run. So we have just the 2 slips for right bowling to Northeast alongside Harry Swindells. Rishi Patel, the ever enthusiastic, ever convinced that every delivery is almost a wicket, and Colin Ackerman at second. Right is in and leaves at the last minute. Stepped forward there, Northeast, but the way he lifted his bat over the line of the ball almost gave the impression he was going to play at it, but late decision to let it go, probably the wise one. Right is getting it through at a reasonable lick. He has a third man, he has a long leg, he has a backward point, Louis Kimber. He has a cover and a mid-on and mid-off. Goes in and bowls straight on off stump to Northeast, who is solidly forward. Head right over the ball as he blocks it out into the offside.
So a man of your fitness levels, Richard, you'd probably jog up and down them half a dozen times without breaking breath.
Steps are very good for you. Not much fun, but they are very good for you in the long term.
Any races planned in the near future?
I have a half marathon at Draycott Water a week on next weekend, not this coming weekend, the weekend after. In goes right and bowls a grunt of effort outside off stump, swings away, allowed to do so from slightly short of a length by Northeast. How about yourself? Any
No races
Cricket
planned.
matches.
a cricket match on Sunday rather. Sunday friendly game. Newbridge, looking forward to that. So hope the rain stays away.
And Parkinson, who didn't bowl himself yesterday, much to the surprise of some Leicestershire supporters. Forward goes North East, steering that one out into the offside. A fuller delivery this time from right, but Kimber sort of rolls rather than dives to his right to make the stop.
It's noticeable how late North East is playing the ball, isn't it? Which is usually a sign of class.
Yeah, a good sign, isn't it? Playing himself back in carefully. 50 not out overnight. Just added 1 to that so far. Right. Hair flopping, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Another good leave by North East. Stepped forward, lift the bat over the line of the ball. Outswinger goes through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. And that is the end of Wright's over. 12th he has bowled in this Glamorgan. First innings 1 for 34 for the veteran seamer.
Yes, I leave the running to my elder daughter, who did the London Marathon, her first marathon last October.
Good on her.
Enjoyed it. Decent time, under 4 hours.
Yes, and yeah, absolutely. First attempt.
Walker is in to bowl to Ingram, who unfurls that pearl of a cover drive and sends it crashing away the boundary boards with nary a fielder moving. 123 for 2. Ingram to 55. Do not feed the Ingram cover drive.
It's interesting because I was talking to Eddie Bevan this morning. He said I'd always bowl there at him. He said because he can't resist it. The problem is he connects with an awfully high percentage of cover drives in those circumstances.
As next delivery from Walker, up on the block hole and turned away on the leg side for a single. 124 for 2. Well, it's a question of the length, isn't it? Just not bowling full enough for that sweet follow through of the bat, and maybe just not giving him quite enough room to free his arms. But that occasion from Walker was offering itself up to Ingram. 124 for 2. North East onto strike. Walker from the pavilion end in bowls, and pushing it away on the offside is North East. It's interesting that Walker said that he's not that bothered about the numbers in terms of pace at the moment. He told you that he's just looking to get everything right and then develop the pace over the next year or two, maybe. Mature approach rather than trying to beat the speed gun. Just get all the parts in working order. Walker bowls, and there's a bit of away swing there as North East shoulders arms, and it's taken by Swindell's diving in front of Patel at first slip. So a bit of movement. And these overcast conditions, seems strange to be saying that after the first couple of days of the week we had, Monday and Tuesday. As Walker is in, bowls, hits North East on the pads. There's an appeal from the bowler, but not really backed up. The ball's run down to fine leg, or towards fine leg, and umpire, along with a minimalist tap of the knee towards the scorers, indicates that it's leg by. 125 for 2.
Wasn't it an entirely unreasonable shout, given how much that previous delivery had swung away? Just didn't do enough. It's bad news when you turn in your appeal and the umpire's already walking away and not even looking. Okay.
Walker to Ingram, who's defending that one on the leg side. No run. 125 for 2. Ingram 56. North East 51. We've had 34 overs bowled in the innings. There can be a further 95 today if conditions permit. and Glamorgan need a mere 312 to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. Is that right? Somewhere around there. Where are we? 435 is the follow-on figure. Yeah, 312.
Just waiting for the weather forecast to come up on my phone. But it's suggesting basically grey all day, but no further rain actually, and maybe a little overnight. As Chris Wright goes in and bowls to northeast, who is again careful, just waiting on the back foot for that one. Moves away slightly, dabs it away towards backward point rather than tries to cut it away. So a comfortable stop for Kimber.
Yeah, the Met Office forecast is suggesting there's no more than a 10% chance of rain at any given time for the rest of the match. So hopefully no interruptions.
A few batsmen may be licking their lips. As Wright is in, a flashing drive by northeast. It was in the air for a couple of feet. He wasn't at the pitch of it, but he managed to put it through the gap between Kimber and Everson. Kimber at backward point, Everson in the covers, and picks up 4 as it crashes into the advertising hoardings in front of the Uptonsteel stand over there to the left of the meet as we look at it. Put his hands through that one. Right is in and bowls. Might just have beaten the bat there. It could have been that northeast left his bat raised, but it was fairly close. It was a decent delivery from Wright that moved away. Northeast half a step forward. Let's have a look-see on the replay. No, I think he kept his bat inside the line of that one. He was tempted. There was a little twitch, but
yes,
I think
just
he
tucked
was,
it back towards his body at the last moment.
Well played, Sam Northeast. As Wright is in, bowls to him again. It's that little sort of dab outside off stump, late-ish again, but completely on top of the ball, dabbing it down towards backward point, where Kimber feels, and there's no run. And as is not infrequently the case with Wright, he then, with a couple of balls to go, sends his mid-wicket back to deep square. Can't remember ever seeing a batsman fall into that sort of, then hoik it down deep square's throat, but I suppose it gives him something else to think about. Wright is in and bowls, and a big flash and a miss this time from northeast. Bounce and a little bit of outswing, and he was looking to cut it away off the back foot, and he was a little bit late on it, and fortunate not to edge it through to Harry Swindles for the first time today. Northeast is, I think, genuinely beaten there.
Yes, there was a bit of width, so it was reasonable to play at it, but there's no scoring opportunity, just didn't execute it very well.
Right in, bowls and beats the outside edge. I think genuinely this time he went forward. Northeast, perhaps slightly unsettled by having missed the previous delivery, and I think he definitely did play at that one. We'll have again a careful look at the replay. We're at long leg for the bowling from the Bennett end. Yes, he did. He had a little play at that one. So 5th and 6th balls. Wright can take encouragement from. Beat the bat on both occasions. 129 for 2 though. Northeast still there. 55 not out off 89. Ingram 56 not out of 103. The partnership now 120.
So Glamorgan need more from these two. As Walker is in to bowl to Ingram through lowish outside off stump, taken by Swindells. No shot played. It's the final day of every other match in the County Championship. There is a rain delay at Derby and Taunton this morning. So Derbyshire will probably be rather grateful of a rain delay because they're battling to avoid defeat. They were exactly 300 behind Nottinghamshire on first innings. 318 all out. They're 79 without loss in their second. As Walker bowls and Ingram goes for the drive and misses. And this is a shaky period for these two Glamorgan batsmen. Ingram down, prodding suspiciously at the pitch. Maybe the overhead conditions just allowing the bowlers a little extra help.
Leicestershire, incidentally, with that score of 584, actually fell 4 short of their record score against Glamorgan in first-class cricket.
Here is Walker to bowl, and inside edge and pad together as Ingram tries to force straight. Ball just rolls back towards Walker.
Yeah, 588 they made at Sophia Gardens not so very long ago, 2001.
I would have been disappointed had it been a record and I hadn't had a text from Dr. Hignell. He's usually fairly hot on these things.
But it was a record for Leicestershire against Glamorgan here.
Fair enough. Walker in to the sound of the ice cream chimes, and Ingram leaves. The other match that is going on in Division 2 is at Lords, where Middlesex finally finished with 485 all out. They didn't claim maximum batting points, but they did get pretty close to Sussex's first innings total, within 38. As Walker bowls and Ingram turns it away towards the vacant square leg position. Mike jogs round from mid-wicket and the batsman amble through for a single that is a leg by, says umpire Long. Sounded chunkier than that. There's one on the Glamorgan total, 130 for 2. And then Sussex in their second innings are 14 without loss, leading by 52 runs against Middlesex. Glamorgan hoping that Middlesex don't pull off a remarkable victory there today at Lords, because Middlesex started 1 point ahead of Glamorgan. I believe they're level on bonus points, if I've got my maths right from this game, as North East plays into the offside, firmly punching to point, and there's no run. So that game looks likely to be a draw, unless there's a Sussex collapse. Glamorgan, well, at best really they can get a draw out of this one and a decent haul of batting points. Don't think at this stage they can have any realistic ambitions of forcing a victory, given they're so far behind at the moment.
Oh, I think it's
strange thing.
Having seen what I saw last week, and
yeah,
you never know, you could be ahead by 100, 150 at lunch tomorrow, and wicket is starting to crumble a little bit. You've got the security of another innings, you're not going to lose, and you could put Leicester under a little bit of pressure, so it could stranger things have happened. Parkinson's starting to warm up, perhaps, as Wright goes in and bowls to Ingram on his off stump. Ingram stays back and pushes it carefully, watchfully out to Mulder in the covers, and there's no run. It's the first time can't be the first. No, in the first over he bowled a couple at Ingram, didn't he? Seems to have bowled the last 2 or 3 overs at North East. Who's probably not too unhappy to be watching for a little while from the Bennett end as Wright steams in, and again Ingram stays back as that one swings back in towards his middle stump and blocks it out towards Mulder again, who tosses it to Parkinson. It's a blue appearing over to the west, which is
what would they be? I haven't seen them for a couple of days.
Very high white cloud, looks set reasonably fair. Floodlights, when they came on, when the umpires ordered them on at 10:30, it was quite dark, but you can't help feeling they are now a little superfluous. However, they will be with us, I suppose, all day, at vast expense. Right in. Ingram, half a step forward, was thinking in terms of crashing it away through the covers perhaps, but the thought did not precede the deed. He just lifted his bat and let the ball go through.
Be a result in Division 1 at Northampton this morning. Lancashire 213 for 6, needing a further 65 to win, but they have lost their centurion Josh Bohannon today.
Exciting game. Right is in. Bowles, again a good line, off stump line. Again, no great foot movement from Ingram. He waiting for the ball like northeast against right, playing it as late as he can, just steering it towards Kimber at backward point.
Looks like there could be quite a few positive results in Division 1 at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire 201 for 5 in their second innings, still 55 runs behind Hampshire.
Right is in. Bowles swings in. Solidly behind it on the back foot again is Ingram, pushing it out to Parkinson. It's good, accurate testing stuff from Chris Wright. It is still swinging, but swing can, as long as it isn't seaming, which it isn't, be slightly easier to play, especially if it sort of starts early, so to speak. It isn't very late swing. Right. Leans forward and gets into his run, and Bowles on off stump to Ingram, who again minimal foot movement as he pushes it out into the offside, and Kimber fields. End of the over. Maiden in the end, 14 overs. I think it's 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 38 for right now, 130 for 2. Northeast and Ingram intent on a long stay. I'm sure that they're playing themselves carefully and not taking too many chances, only putting away the really bad ball thus far.
Looks like being a victory for Surrey at the Oval. They are 93 for 2 in their second innings, needing only a further 68 runs to defeat Essex. This Walker is having a long chat with his skipper, Callum Parkinson, who's stationed at mid-off. And having concluded that, he will bowl to Sam Northeast. Walker loops in, bowls, Northeast drives, bowler gets a hand to it, and Parkinson tumbles to his right to complete the fielding. May also be a result at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 60 for 3 in their second innings against Kent. They need 325 overall to win, so Kent probably slight favourites there. As that's nicely driven by Northeast through the offside. This will run down the hill, I think, for 4, or will it just slow up? Oh, it's a tumbling stop by Parkinson, who just manages to keep the ball inside the ropes as he goes flying over them and saves 1 run in the process. 133 for 2 as Northeast moves on to 58 not out.
I think I mentioned yesterday that Parkinson was much improved in terms of his athleticism, and there's no way that 2 years ago he would have chased that down, but that was a really decent sprint, committed sprint, and he looked like a proper runner there.
Walker into Ingram, who drives, not convincingly, to right at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I thought that was running down the hill. I suspect that yesterday it might have been 4 despite Parkinson's efforts, but with a little bit of moisture on the outfield, it's probably a tad slower than it was yesterday. Albeit still reasonably quick. Parched outfield before the morning rain. Walker bowls. Ingram blocks it on the leg side to mid-wicket. No run.
That's greened up a bit, hasn't it, with that?
Yes.
90 minutes or so of rain.
Well, yes.
A little.
Although parts of the outfield have just gone a different shade of brown.
Yes, slightly darker brown, but yes, maybe I'm wishing rather than actually seeing.
Well, there is greenery around. It's not a patchwork, but there are different colours decidedly out there, depending on how much watering has been done previously, I guess. As the field will change, and an extra man transferred to the leg side now for the left-hander, Colin Ingram as Lewis Hill comes across to a shortish mid-wicket on the drive. And Walker bowls, and Ingram drives it where Hill isn't, through the offside for 4. 60 to Ingram, 137 for 2. And, well, you have the feeling that Ingram was able to free himself up there because they'd just taken the fielder out of the offside and there were more gaps there. So if you move fielders, you have to bowl to them. 137 for 2. On this grey but coolish morning, pleasant enough for watching. Walker bowls, Ingram drives back to the bowler, fields one-handed in his follow-through. 137 for 2. Ingram 60. Northeast is 57. Only 298 needed to avoid the possibility of following on.
At Nick Webb 2017, at Nick Webb 2017, at Ed Bevan Cricket, at Foxes Cricket 22. Those are our 3 Twitter feeds, should you wish to get in touch that way. Always pleased to hear from you where you're watching and or listening. Or listening and or watching. I should really put it that way around, shouldn't I?
Neil Thornycroft says, if Glamorgan are, say, 350 to 400 T, should they try to accelerate to get a lead over Leicestershire, given the Foxes' relative fragility? Long way, I know.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I'll talk about that at T, Neil.
Chris Wright is in and bowls to Northeast, who is carefully, deliberately leaning forward and again just dabbing it out into the offside. There'll be an update fairly shortly for BBC Radio Leicester, if they remember. And then we'll have a change around in the commentary box and we'll hear from Eddie for the first time today. Right. He's working away. He took 49 wickets last season, but he struggled a little bit for the similar sort of penetration as he runs in and bowls to Northeast, who leaves the outswinger. Outside off stump, of course, and it goes through to Swindles.
Emir Evans says, day ahead in the office here, but hoping to see Glamorgan navigate their way through the day. Interesting signing, bringing in Patel for the last month. This is Ajaz Patel, the New Zealand left arm spinner. Can't see us turning the hosepipe on at Sophia Gardens now. Indeed, they'll be hoping for a few dry wickets, I guess.
Right. Is in and bowls back foot defensive force, beautifully played by Northeast. He knows he doesn't have to hit the ball too hard here, as long as you get it into the gap, especially on that short side of the ground. He got up on his toes and no great follow through, just made sure he middled it and pushed it firmly wide of Louis Kimber at that slightly backward point position, and 4 runs, the inevitable result. 141 for 2. Northeast joins Ingram in the 60s. In goes Wright and bowls, leans forward Sam Northeast and plays with an angled bat, carefully in control, down through the gully, along the ground all the way to Lewis Hill, who is the 3rd man.
BBC Radio Leicester have either forgotten you or they're playing a very long record at the moment, or get a very talkative interviewee.
They're, quote, waiting for the sports reporter, so... Don't know.
Obviously not capable of saying, here's Richard Ray with the cricket themselves.
Careful. Sun threatening to come out as Wright is in and bowling, and Ingram on the back foot defends the in-swinger out into the covers off his off stump to Vian Mulder. Ben Mike doing some stretching with the hamstrings at mid on at the moment, so it may be he's going to be the next seamer off the rank. Parkinson still yet to turn his own arm over, and we are almost 40 overs into the innings. Right, in bowls on off stump, just outside this time in Ingram, half a stride forward, plays as Northeast did with an angled bat, keeps the ball down, pushing it through gully down towards third man and taking one end of the over. Wright's 5th of the morning. It's been perfectly respectable stuff from Wright. He did beat Northeast on a couple of occasions, a couple of overs ago, but otherwise, although the ball is swinging, hasn't really shown too many signs of being able to put the batsman under too much pressure at the moment, Leicestershire, although Northeast and Ingram are playing very, very well, 63 and 61 respectively.
Yes, no particular dramas from these two this morning. They have played and missed. And it will be Everson taking over from Walker at this pavilion end. I'll allow Edward to slot in since your exit has been delayed, so I'll be back to replace you after 12.
Who knows when they'll come to me, but they are promising. So Everson, who yesterday bowled 5 overs, perfectly respectable overs again, 2 at maidens, none for 8. So looking for his first wicket, first class wicket for Leicestershire, on loan from Nottinghamshire, but hearing that he might be available to sign on a full-time basis. Short mid-wicket still in for Ingram as Everson is in fullish delivery, beautifully driven, very, very straight by Ingram for 4. Almost a half volley. Well, it was a half volley, frankly, and he sort of strives a little bit as he looks to get to the crease, Everson, and in so doing, there is a bit of a slope here, and in so doing, he didn't quite get the delivery right. Morning, Edward.
Good morning, sir. And what a pleasant surprise this is, because when I pulled the curtains back at around 7:30, it was a dreadful looking morning, raining, clouds, dark, I thought.
Here comes the cricket, just perfect
I better
timing.
cut off.
Everson is in, bowls down the leg side, taken by Swindles. Here comes the update. They're struggling a little bit. They need another breakthrough. Glamorgan resumed this morning on 111 for 2, having at one stage yesterday being 9 for 2. That in reply to Leicestershire's first innings mammoth 584. Well, no breakthrough in the first half hour for the Foxes. Colin Ingram and Sam Northeast batting really well, really sensibly, waiting for the bad ball, putting it away when it comes, otherwise keeping out the good stuff as Ingram pushes that one out into the offside. He has 65 now, Northeast has 63. They've put on 138 so far for the third wicket. They need 435 just to avoid the follow-on, so a lot of work for Glamorgan still to do, but showing every signs of being capable of doing it on 147 for 2. Back with you online. In goes Everson, bowled slightly short, turned off his legs by Ingram, but only as far as Ben Mike at square leg.
Yes, so we got into the car and arrived here, and lo and behold, everybody was practicing and start on time. Weather forecast, I shall not look at again today, because it said it was going to be raining and then clearing up and more rain. Well, to the contrary. So
getting lighter and lighter, isn't it? It seems to be
great.
Perfectly pleasant now.
And pleasantly warm.
Everson turns, runs in and bowls again a little bit short, again onto the legs of Ingram, who is comfortable turning it away down towards wide, long leg, long chase around down there for Mulder, who finds himself in front of the hospitality marquee, and a comfortable 2 taken by Colin Ingram, who has, without any alarm, moved very solidly onto 67 this morning. He's unfurled a couple of his glorious textbook cover drives. Otherwise he's played extremely sensibly. Going on to 67 now as Everson is in, and Bowles looking for the Yorker, but it's a full toss that is cracked away, but it's going to be stopped on the cover boundary this time by Lewis Hill, who sprinted around from deep point, put in the slide, which will be a bit easier to do given that the outfield might just be a little bit greasy, and made the stop. Saved a couple of runs. Ingram, though, did pick up 2. Moves on to 69, a slightly loose first over from Jerry Everson this morning, consequence of which Glamorgan have reached 151 for 2.
Yes, I agree. It's been sensible batting. Ingram has had the odd flash outside the off stump, but as Richard's described, played some glorious shots through the covers and a straight driver off Everson for 4. I think, and I'm glad to see him, he's still bowling. I think Wright has bowled particularly well this morning. He's going under 3s. The other side of the runs have been leaked, but Wright is possibly, if he doesn't get success here, might be taken off after this over. He's coming in, bowls to Ingram, who gets a good length ball, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. So run rate is going pretty well. It remains just under 4, 3.7, and the pitch not receptive to anything, but I heard you mention it that Parkinson hasn't bowled. An exploratory over, perhaps, just one if you like. Is it doing anything? Shall we have a look? But it's Chris Wright from the Bennett end is in and bowls, and that's turned by the explanation behind the stumps that it was on the straight line, and Ingram gets a single. 150 comes up for the loss of those 2 early wickets.
Yes, Rishi Patel at first slip is incorrigible in being convinced that every delivery is almost going to be a wicket.
Aren't they all?
He is particularly so.
I don't mean Leicester.
You will find.
Every county.
Yes, I suppose.
It's encouragement, I suppose. 6 men now on the offside as in comes Wright and bowls to northeast, who plays it rather late, and it goes to the deep gully position. And Glamorgan will want to get as many runs as they can because it's a long way to go. Is that Parkinson at mid-off?
He is at mid-on at the moment.
Mid-off was winding.
Yes, Ben has been hopefully stretching for a while. This could be Wright's last, as you said.
He's in and bowls to the right-handed northwest, who again has all the time in the world to just go back and guide it. If you have a quick, fast wicket, you wouldn't play that shot, would you? You'd just go back and guide because it would zip through or seam. And I think Wright has bowled a testing spell here this morning.
He's made the batsman play for the most part, hasn't he? And
yes. There he is again, comes in, bowls to Ingram, Ingram goes back, plays it off the back foot. Doesn't pierce that, yes he does, just, it was fended away, and they go through for a single. And one more ball for Wright. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Ingram, who is on 69, northeast on 64. But Ingram has faced quite a number of more balls, 128 he's faced, and northeast's 99. Last ball of this over then. And he comes and bowls to Ingram, who flicks it off his hip down to mid-wicket. They take the single. Score moves on to 153 for 2, and that is the end of the over.
I suspect, given the slaps on the back that he's getting, that might be that for now for Chris Wright. 6 overs this morning. As we've been saying, he's kept it fairly tight. 6 overs for, I think, 14. I think it was 10 overs for 33 overnight, something like that. A couple of nearly moments, but no edges found. Everson. Look for a little bit more consistency here. Now he's got his first over under his belt. Callum Parkinson tells Vian Mulder at long leg to go a little bit wider. Everson will be bowling, of course, to Colin Ingram, who tucked him away off his body nicely 2 or 3 times in Everson's first over. Roman Walker's in fairly close at short mid-wicket as Everson is in, and again Ingram is tucking him away down towards Mulder, who lets it go through his legs for 4. Oh, that's a remarkably poor piece of fielding by someone who is usually a very good fielder indeed. He is a very good catcher as well, and Mulder, whether it bobbled, just didn't get anything behind it. Parkinson looks in disbelief at Vian Mulder. He moved across to his left, just bent down casually. Ball went somehow through his hands and trickled over the rope behind him. That is a really disappointing piece of fielding on behalf of Vian Mulder and Leicestershire. 157 for 2, a bonus 4 for Ingram. In goes Everson, bowls to him on off stump this time, and Ingram is forward defending out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, I suppose the word unforgivable comes to mind. Sorry about that, didn't quite hear me. The word unforgivable might come to mind there.
You could see the body language of the entire Leicestershire team then. Oh, you know, and it affects exactly. It affects everybody. In goes Everson, bowls slightly shorter of length on this occasion. And Ingram stays on his back foot to do the off-stump delivery that doesn't really swing and blocks it out into the offside. Rishi Patel, who's out there now. There is just the one slip. Ackerman, who's standing quite wide. He's still sort of standing at second slip. So it better not go between he and Swindles. Although Everson is staying over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, so he's pushing it across him. In goes Everson, bowls a little bit short. That does swing back in, bounces a bit, and defeats Ingram's attempt to sort of fend it away off his body. Thumps into the thigh pad, and could have been painful, but it wasn't. It found the pad, dropped down on the leg side, and he's rubbing it now, having determinedly shown no pain previously. It is stinging a little bit as Everson is in. Bowls again short to him, similar delivery, and again he's on the back foot looking to get in position to play it away, but it swings back in, thick inside edge and pad, sees the ball more or less drop down at his feet.
I think Leicester should know that perhaps it's not going much point pitching the ball up to Ingram, because you want to stop him driving through the offside, and the last 2 balls have been pitched a little bit shorter, and they have risen just a little bit.
Everson is in, similar sort of line, slightly short of a length. Didn't get it up quite as much or swing, and on the back foot Ingram much more comfortable, just turning his wrists on it and pushing it out to Walker at that short-ish mid-wicket. End of the over. The ball is handed to Wright, who looks like he's been wound up and he's going to keep going.
Yes.
Over number 7 for the morning then, or is it going to be Mulder? Wright throws the ball to Parkinson. Mulder.
Do you think he'd be admonished? You're not having this. Yes, he is.
Yes, it is going to be and Mulder. Yeah. And the sun. The players are now casting shadows not from the floodlights but from the sun. Surely they should switch the floodlights off then in these circumstances.
Interesting story that you probably know about Colin Ingram, because he was the 3rd overseas player, Glamorgan, knowing of course that Margaret Labuschagne would be going off to play Test cricket. And he came in, he got 178 and then 87, another 100, and he had really enjoyed himself by playing second team cricket, coming in and helping out. Let's see Mulder bowl his first ball to Sam Northeast, who opens the face, glides it down to third man, and they cross leisurely for a single. But of course this is his final game in the championship. He's off to join the Caribbean, whatever they call themselves, the Caribbean Cup, yet another 20 over bash out in the West Indies, and Glamorgan will have to go on. They haven't signed anybody but the New Zealand spin bowler, which haven't been received all that well on social media yesterday. Such words as "don't you sign like for like," because of course Michael Leeser is also leaving Glamorgan. Round the wicket is the next ball, and it's nicely played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be fielded, and well fielded, just inside the boundary, and they cross for a single. 159 now for the loss of those 2 wickets. So Glamorgan are probably going to sign another one for the last 5 weeks, because they are well placed in the championship and striving for promotion. They have to play Sussex, Worcestershire, Middlesex, and somebody else I can't remember. In comes Mulder, bowls. Oh, and a wild shot there by North East. Lack of concentration. He took a real and North East like swish at that, and rather fortunate that he just didn't nick it behind.
I mean, the partnership's just gone to 150, so it's taking on really serious proportions now. It'd be a shame to give it away.
Mulder, medium fast, comes in, bowls again, and it's outside the off stump. It goes through to Swindell. 75 to Ingram, 65 to Sam North East. Glamorgan were reeling at 9 for 2 in the 3rd or 4th over, and up against it. I saw Ingram this morning. He said it was quite hard work yesterday because it was swinging. As Mulder in past umpire Baldwin on his way, and bowls short, pulled away, and that probably will run for 4. There's a chase, and it is going over the boundary ropes. Now up in front of the hospitality tent, and the way that the fielder ran after that gave you the impression that there's no way am I going to catch that. So score advances to 163 for 2, and North East has gone on to 69.
I think he was slightly surprised by the bounce, but he had so much time. Oh, it's a bouncer, and then he got in position and pulled it away so far in front of square.
That just shows the nature, doesn't it, again, as we saw yesterday.
It does.
Here's Mulder again, looking for revenge after that 4, and a better ball, which is pushed away on the offside a bit off, and that is the end of another very productive over for Glamorgan. Their run rate goes up to 3.8. 163 for 2, Igno on 75, and North East on 69. If you get C, Matthew, Richard, all the time, you can work it out, the pace of the pitch, everything. And I thought, well, let's have a look. Let's see if it does spin, because he's a good bowler, is Parkinson. Of course, Ackerman gives it a turn, as you were telling me the other day. Gives it a rip, so
he does, yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to understand why the spinners aren't having a go.
Probably because they've probably got 2 days in the field or thereabouts, or possibly, I don't know.
Joey Everson is to continue from the pavilion end. He is bowling to Colin Ingram, who is carefully leaning forward into that ball as it swings back in towards middle and leg and blocking it out down the pitch on the on side. Record partnership for Glamorgan's 3rd wicket against Leicestershire. Well, the coach will be interested in this one. Steve James, SP James and MP Maynard put on 242 here at Grace Road. In goes Everson and bowls on the back foot, playing it out towards point. Bouncing around from backward point is Louis Kimben. For a second there's a confusion between Ingram and North East. Ingram fancied it, North East said no, and the confusion was very quickly resolved by Ingram going back into his ground. And that was in 1995, that 242. Bit of a way to go to get to that, but in goes Everson, bowls, again dropped out into the offside, again a bit of hesitation, but this time North East goes, and goes quickly, and Ingram, having waited to see before committing himself, knows he's running to the safe end, the non-striker's end, and goes through with the run. Good running.
I would have been here for that, because I'd never missed a game up here at Leicester. Steve James, what a run scorer once he got past 50. And in particular liking for Nottinghamshire. He got, I think, 5 centuries and 2 double hundreds against them.
And that was against a pretty decent Nottinghamshire attack, I would imagine. Would he have been playing around the Hadley time?
Oh, no.
No. Okay, Everson is in and a little bit squared up there, North East, looking to walk into the shot and clip it away on the leg side. It swung a little bit, and he ended up
It's a bit of a lazy
outside
shot,
edging, yeah, and it popped in the air for a good few feet out into the offside.
As if he's walking in a bit overconfident, but he regroups now.
Everson is in to him on drives this time, but he checks the shot rather, he's careful. Pushes it firmly rather than tries to crack it past. Mid-on, Chris Wright is the fielder.
Very pleasant morning, yeah, and I just hope those clouds don't move and stay with this lovely sunshine and don't have any showers.
Yeah, none suggested in the forecast at the moment,
Good.
which are improving all the time, as Everson is in line and length on off stump. North East stretches forward and blocks it back down the pitch. Everson fields in his follow through, and on runs the Glamorgan 12th man with a drink for the two batters. No sign of the Leicestershire 12th as ditto. 164 for 2.
We had a game recently, I think it probably wasn't the last game against Nottinghamshire, that some chap ran on as a change of gloves, and then the opposition 12th man ran on with a crate of water, and he was immediately told to get off the field, as if to say, yeah, no need for you, there's no cause for you to have a drink, get on with it, which I think we should take to test matches, Richard, because they are a disgrace, the overrate there, and I think people are getting not quite the value for the money, the big money that they pay for tickets.
It's big money these days as well, isn't it? What is it? Sort of 40
Over 100 quid for, you take a boy or 2 boys, whatever you've got, or cricket lovers, give them a treat. By the time you get food and travel, you're talking about £300 or £400. Round the wicket then for Mulder, the start of his second over today, and the first ball is gently pushed a bit on. 164 for 2. And, this partnership flourishing now. 109 to 164, so the partnership 165. Valuable runs for Glamorgan. Mulder bowls, nice clip on the onside, which beats the man feeling short at square leg, but it is cleared up on the boundary, and they take a single.
It does feel very samey, doesn't it, from Leicestershire seamers at the moment? They're all roughly of a pace.
Often that does, and a bowler comes to mind is Steve Mullaney of Notts, who puts it there. He bowled 5 overs yesterday for 8 runs, and you can imagine, just fiddles about and awkward length.
Little outswings.
Next ball is pushed away on that onside. It's well populated, and square leg and mid-on run in for it, and they just get the single. And he's bowling round the wicket at the moment and going over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. 166 for 2, both players in their 70s. Don't mean that by age, of course, but run score, Ingram 77, North East is on 70. as Mulder decides to go back round the wicket to Ingram and bowls to him now. And he edged that. I was looking to and gets 4 runs, but he
went incredibly close to Colin Ackerman. Now,
and he didn't move.
nothing happened. Now, why didn't he move?
He's not happy as yet.
Did it just go underneath his hands?
There was no
I
effort.
think, let's have a look. It was a catch, and it
That's what
just
I
seemed to
thought.
go straight through his hands. Oh,
He is not happy.
whether it just dipped or...
No.
I'm just trying to work out why he barely moved.
Anyway, he gets 4 runs, does Ingram, fortuitous boundary.
Oh, it was a fairly... as slip catches go, pretty straightforward, I'm afraid. Oh, my goodness.
In comes Mulder, bowls again, and that's a good delivery, pushed up to mid-on. So these are the chances on the pitch like this that you have to take. Glamorgan didn't show the way. They dropped a number of catches and misfields, and on their admission they did not feel particularly well. Anyway, Ingram has moved on to 81 and 170 for 2. Mulder, who let it fall through his legs, and now sees a probable chance not taken as he comes in again and bowls, and this is driven nicely through the offside, straight to mid-off, end of an over, where perhaps, unless our eyes deceive us, Richard, there should have been another wicket.
Well, I don't think so. Having watched the replay a couple of times,
It went
almost
right past
impossible
him.
to understand. He barely moved, and it just seemed to dip underneath his hands, or I don't know.
Well,
but
it did go very fast down to the boundary. He didn't parry it or anything.
no, he just didn't get anything on it. Extraordinary, and it's been so hard to create chances that.
Yeah.
And he stayed down with his hands on his knees in disbelief for a long time. End of the over. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. And the Foxes struggling for a breakthrough, I'm afraid. Glamorgan resumed this morning on 111 for 2, having at one stage yesterday being 9 for 2. This in reply to Leicestershire's first innings score 584. Well, they've moved on to 170 for 2. Sam North East has 71 now. Colin Ingram has 81. These two, therefore, have put on 162 so far for the third wicket. But it should have ended in the previous over, the partnership, that is, when Colin Ingram edged the bowling of Vian Mulder more or less straight to Colin Ackerman at slip, and somehow Ackerman, who is a pretty good catcher, managed to miss the ball, and it ran through his hands and went down to the boundary for 4. It's been very hard to create any chances at all, so frustration for the Foxes at that one. 171 for 2, Glamorgan, in their first innings. I just wonder whether Ingram has been slightly unsettled by that incident, because he's just had a play and a miss at one from Everson as well.
But I think I've told you that he does favour that outside off stump, like most left-handers. It gets him lots of runs and gets him out a few times.
Goes Everson, and he's cut away to the point boundary. There is a sweeper on the offside boundary. Lewis Hill out there. So it is just a single for Colin Ingram, 82 to him. It's not been a game in which fielders have distinguished themselves necessarily, with one or two honourable exceptions. Louis Kimber taken a couple of blinders, hasn't he, in the slips? But outfield, whether they're not seeing them, I don't know. Everson is in, line and length on off stump. Northeast leans forward and blocks it out to Chris Wright at mid-off.
Yes, there hasn't been a lot of misfields as such, except the one from Mulder. It's the catches that have gone down. Mid-on has put one down. Corton Bowl went down from Ingram. A little bit of a farce when two players looked at themselves and the ball is in the air.
Yes, that one. In goes Everson, bowls Fuller, on driven for, not for 4. Good work by Parkinson, sprinting and sliding across to his left to get in the block. It was a lovely shot from Northeast, and It certainly would have rattled the advertising hoardings within moments had Parkinson not managed to get across from that position. Just a single then to Sam Northeast, who moves on to 72, 173 for 2. 1 ball left in the over. And then we'll get to Nick Webb back alongside Eddie as Everson bowls onto middle and off and blocked out into the offside by Colin Ingram. End of the over, 173 for 2.
Just a thought, we've been talking about the spinner coming on. Do you think possibly that Parkinson wants the pace bowlers just to create something there outside that? Either you can either come round or over the wicket and just aim for that, getting some wear and tear.
It's the only possible explanation, but I'm sure Nick Webb will have a theory. He'll join you now.
Mulder to continue from that far end. He's bowling to Northeast and bowls to him, and Northeast pushes it away square on the offside, and there's no run. And, I'll put that question to Nick once he gets settled here now. 173 for 2. Mulder from the Bennett end. I'm just saying, we can't understand why Parkinson or Ackerman hasn't bowled. My thought is that he wants the seamers to rough up just outside our off or leg stump for him and Ackerman to have something to bowl at. Next shot, drive, backward of square, and it'll be 4 runs.
Yes, that's a possibility. The thought that I would have was maybe there's a bit of swing in the air and they were looking to give all the seamers a chance to
Could be.
Get a bit of movement in the air, and maybe saving himself until, as is the case at the moment, the sun's coming out a bit more. It's less likely to swing.
These two have this morning added 66 runs, which is pretty good going, and still just 55 minutes left before lunch. Mulder bowls, and Northeast edges that, angles it down to third man for a single. He's moved up to 77. The score now coming along nicely as Glamorgan look for their first bonus point. They're 22 runs away at 178 for 2.
Yes, Mulder won't maybe be best pleased with his fellow South African Colin Ackerman for that edge from Ingram's going straight through him.
I don't know
basically.
whether you saw the playback, Nick, but we reckon it were through his hands.
Yeah, I was in line with it at the time.
Yes, Mulder round the wicket to bowl to Ingram. Ingram drives beautifully through the offside. It's a long chase for fielders as they chase this ball up to the extra cover boundary. It's retrieved just inside, and Ingram gets 2 more runs to take him to 84. 180 for 2.
Yes, did actually go between Ackerman's legs and around about shin high, and he should have got something on it.
Yeah, because it was racing down to the third man boundary and he didn't get anything, as you say.
Went reasonably rapidly, but you'd have thought he'd have got a fingertip on it anyway. Mulder's in to bowl. Ingram flicks at it down the leg side. Shouts of catch, but it was off the pad through to Swindells as Edward refreshes his throat. You ready now?
It's not only me, Nick. I was talking to our scorer, Andrew Hingle, this morning. We've all been just suffering a little from throat, hay fever and what have you, but we bravely carry on.
Sitting on our ears, talking about cricket for 7 hours a day.
Mulder around the wicket, bowls again, and this time it's played back to the bowler by Ingram. Mulder stares at him as if to say, yeah, you didn't fancy that, did you? End of the over, 180 for 2, Ingram 84, and Northeast 77. And the lead, the partnership is 171. Just had the record partnership for this wicket. It was by Steve James and Matthew Maynard, of course, is on the ground today. 1995 up here at Grace Road.
And what does that stand at? And you're saying this is a new record?
200 and something.
All right.
I haven't got the exact figures, but Richard was looking at them.
Yes.
While to go yet.
In case your viewers of the stream are wondering about the hat, it's to try and reduce the dazzle slightly from the floodlights. As Everson is into bowl and Northeast turns it on the leg side, through the leg side, to the leg side boundary for 4 runs. Minimal movement from umpire Long, minimum movement from the fielders, because that was timed very nicely indeed.
Yeah, if you're thinking you're hearing noise, it's a group of visitors who have been shown around the ground and they're having their picture taken and all very excited. Just away to our right, they've got a wonderful view there and enjoying the cricket. Possibly not if they're Leicestershire supporters.
184 for 2. Everson bowls and it's driven by Northeast, misfielded at cover. And they'll come back for a couple of runs with a bounce that Roman Walker might have done a bit better with that one. Tall young man, didn't quite get down to it, and maybe a bounce that he didn't expect. It's gone through for 2. 186 for 2 Glamorgan as Northeast moves on to 83. These two more or less neck and neck through the innings, having come in at a fairly similar juncture. Next delivery from Everson is allowed to go through outside off stump, and there's no run. Glamorgan losing 2 wickets very early on at 5 and 9 yesterday, before the fight back from these two batting through the shortened final session, which means that we're due to have an extra 3 overs today.
99.
Everson is in, bowls, and Northeast defends back down the pitch. Yes, sadly not talking about the ice cream, but the number of overs to be bowled today.
Half the visitors have gone, but the other half are going to have their photograph taken now, away to our right.
Yes, try and capture something exciting going on in the background. A particularly stylish shot or something. As Everson is in to bowl to Northeast, just the one slip now. Ooh, that's on leg stump and clipped away, half fielded at mid wicket, and the fielding is completed at mid on, but they're through for a comfortable single. 187 for 2 Glamorgan, and they're now fewer than 400 runs behind, with Leicestershire piling up 484 in 148 overs. It was 584, sorry. That is defended by Ingram on the back foot on the offside. So Leicestershire 584 all out. Glamorgan need 435 to avoid the possibility of having to follow on. It's not always enforced, but I think if Leicestershire were to be in that position, they'd have to enforce it in this match because they'd run out of time otherwise.
Exactly. But the way Glamorgan, or the rate Glamorgan are going at the moment, suggests that if they carry on like this, and just break off, because Nick and I have had our photographs taken by one of the young visitors here.
They're enthusiastic. They'll learn.
Yes.
187 for 2.
Yeah, and that's just that if they score as quickly as they have been doing and keep wickets intact, they could get the maximum bat here, but you just never know. This field is quickly scattering now. It's just the one slip.
Yeah, you really would have expected the spinners by now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, perhaps something we don't know. Mulder then to continue. He's bowling his 9th over. He's over the wicket to Northeast, who plays it away onto the offside with all the time in the world. Remind you of the bonus points. Leicestershire have picked up 5, all for batting, and Glamorgan 2 for bowling, but they are approaching their first batting point, and then they come rather quickly, don't they? Every 50 runs. 200 to get you first, and every 50 for the rest. Mulder accelerates as he comes up to the wicket and bowls, and that's just deceived. That might have been a slower ball. He's looking to drive, was Northeast, but get his batter. His pad rather tangled up together, and there is no run.
Yes, the game at Lords seems to be meandering towards a draw. Sussex were 38 ahead of Middlesex on first innings. They're 38 for 1 in their second innings, with just going at 2 runs and over. So that looks to be a drawn game, with Glamorgan's rivals Middlesex held.
And comes Mulder again. The ball's to North East, who pushes it up to mid-on this time, and there's no run.
Surrey on the verge of victory in Division 1 over Essex, needing just 16 more runs to win, with 7 wickets in hand.
They are such a good side, and such a good young squad.
Squad, yeah, is the word, isn't it?
Yeah, we really
Hundreds
have
of
to
them.
appreciate that. And all from, I know it's a huge catchment area, isn't it? Middlesex and Surrey, they're all London to choose from. There's Mulder in. Bowls medium pace, and it's nurdled away, just out to cover for a single. Winning the race now is North East 85 to Ingram's 84, who will have the bowling 187 for 2. Correction, 188 for 2.
That game at Northampton is unrolling quite slowly, and Lancashire need still 46 runs to win, with 4 wickets in hand against Northants, but they're taking their time to get there.
No mistakes. In comes Mulder to the left-handed Ingram this time, and plays defensively up to point. There's no run.
Unlike the end of Glamorgan's recent match at Worcestershire, where it was 35 to win, Nisa comes in, bish bash bosh, and they've won in about 10 minutes by 3 wickets. He wasn't hanging around.
That was such a good game of cricket, that. Glamorgan trailing 132 on first innings up at Worcester. And excellent bowling. And they had to score 332, I think it was, to win, and they got there. Last ball of the over from Mulder, and bowls defended there by Colin Ingram. He's on 84, Ingram, 85 to North East, 188 for 2. 77 runs scored, and 45 minutes still left before luncheon, if you call it that.
No, Edward. Yes, so plenty of time to go. Good morning to Duncan, Welsh supporter in Tunbridge in Kent, who is impressed with the new signing of Ajaz Patel for Glamorgan for the championship matches in September. There has been a fair bit of opinion that Glamorgan might have been better going for a like for Nisa and Ingram, but we will see about the state of the pitches come September. And here we go. Callum Parkinson talking about the state of pitches for spinners. The Leicestershire captain is bringing himself on in the 50th over, which is quite tardy, one might have expected.
Now then.
Can he break this partnership? Starting off to North East, who's stretching forward and defending. Parkinson bowling his left arm spin. Has not quite had the championship season he would have wanted. His wickets have been relatively expensive at 48, but he'll be looking to improve that certainly towards the back end of the season as North East defends another ball to point, and there's no run.
No attackers there apart from slip, no short leg, no leg slip, no bad pad, it's all defence.
Short extra cover is more or less on the drive as North East drives another one back to the bowler. There's a yell from short mid-wicket for no apparent reason. The two in on the drive are fairly close either side of the wicket. Should North East...
But not catching, are they?
Well, ish.
Ish, yeah.
Ish.
Missed times.
The man on Kimber on the offside is more or less crouching for the catch rather than walking in. Parkinson bowls. North East back on his stumps, playing it to the aforementioned Kimber, who took a a superb grab, well, two superb grabs to get rid of David Lloyd. The first one was a no ball, the second one was an equally fine diving effort to provide Roman Walker with his maiden first-class wicket. Parkinson bowls, and a square drive from northeast eludes Mike at a cover point, but there is a sweeper on the cover side, so it's just a single. 86 to northeast, 189 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. Also available via the Leicestershire and Glamorgan websites and YouTube channels. Fox's TV, welcome along wherever you're listening and watching. Parkinson over the wicket, bowls, and northeast tucks it. Ingram tucks it off his legs down towards backward square. They hurry through for a single, and a relatively uneventful opening over of spin in the Leicestershire attack. Conceded just the two singles. 190 for 2.
Yes, Nick, and no evidence, was there, as you say, of any spin whatsoever there. And I think it'll be an interesting tussle, because if there's no long off and no long on, I didn't have a look at his outfield. So Ingram possibly think of just trying to hit him over the top, which he does so well, and has done for many years in T20 cricket. But the field placing will be interesting. Mulder continues from the far end and bowls to Ingram. Ingram forces it out on the offside, no run. 190 for 2. We'll look for the first batting point. They've been pretty good at the batting points this season. A couple of blips, especially against Worcester the other day. But
Middlesex at home wasn't great.
I know. Toby Rowland-Jones, who yesterday made 81 of 78 balls, coming in number 809. Here's the next ball. That's again defended up to mid-off.
Yes, Middlesex did have something of a tail-end flourish, but
Held we got 40 odd as well.
not in time to pick up the fifth batting point. So Glamorgan would hope to at least match Middlesex on batting points. Matched them on 2 bowling points, but they have a way to go. 10 runs for the first.
Mulder, bowling pretty straight here, comes in and bowls to Ingram. Ingram plays it gently. He's not trying anything flamboyant as he did against Mulder, which moved. He might not have moved, and he perhaps stretched a bit for it, but he was lucky to get 4 runs and stay there. Goodness knows what the slip fielder Ackerman was thinking, or not thinking, or not concentrating, possibly.
No, it was not a great miss.
Mulder bowling pretty well at the moment, keeping the runs down, and having said that, forcing shot by Ingram down to third man, which brings him a single. Both batsmen on 86. 191 for 2.
Sounds like 1-2 of the bikers are out this morning. Their neighbouring headquarters, somewhere on that road to our left.
Have you ever ridden a motorbike, Nick?
I have not. You?
Yes, I have, and very enjoyable it was. It wasn't on a proper road. It was up in the mountains where nobody went. Then comes Mulder over the wicket now to northeast, and he leaves outside the off stump. 3.8 is the Glamorgan run rate. If you divide 584 by 140, then I could tell you what the Nick is at it on his calculator. That'll be about the same, I would have thought, wouldn't it?
Well, they were going at 4s most of the innings, weren't they?
Northeast waits. One slip goes down, and in comes Mulder to bowl. That's played on the onside. Cry of anguish from behind the stumps. It was well controlled, which completes the over. And Glamorgan move on to 192 for 2. This in reply to Leicestershire's first innings total of 584. There were some amongst the home spectators and social media were saying why don't they declare when they were just past 500. Well, I think the line of thought was that this pitch was going to turn appreciably on the third or fourth day for the spinners, and they wanted to put pressure in that way. They'd say I was going to have a look at Parkinson's field, and mid-off is pretty deep, and mid-on is deeper than the ordinary mid-on, so yes, they're watching the lofted shot.
So trying to keep Northeast quiet is Parkinson in to bowl, and he plays that one to mid-on, fielded by Wright, and there's no run. Northeast has generally a fairly serene temperament, though. You wouldn't have thought he would have been forced into playing shots that he doesn't want to. Oh, speaking of which, he does dance down the wicket and drive to Everson at mid-off, but it was all along the ground. Everson made a scrambling stop, and it's just a single, but Parkinson may be encouraged by that, to see Northeast dancing down a little.
And Everson, I think it is, mid-on has gone back 10 yards here.
As Colin Ingram goes to the sweep, and it's fielded at backward square. No run.
Varying his line and using both sides of the crease. He's bowling over the wicket, to just drifting down that leg side, and he sends his backwards square leg back some 20 yards.
Parkinson in again, tosses it up. Ingram drives to mid-on, and they'll wander through for a comfortable single. So a bit of cat and mouse. Parkinson will be encouraged to see both batters playing aggressive shots. Northeast dancing down, and Ingram going for the pull sweep. That's driven by Northeast through the offside for a single. Sweeper out away to our left on the very edge of the square towards the old scoreboard. Single taken, 195 for 4. Northeast on to 89 not out. He did reach his first Glamorgan century in the last match against Nottinghamshire, as Ingram tries to turn it down leg side, misses. Swindells blocks it. Difficult take, and there's no run. 195 for 2. Ingram is 87. Northeast is 89, but it's just been a little bit of difference with the spinner bowling that Leicestershire haven't had with their five-man seam attack, which has been a little bit samey for 40-odd overs.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you notice there that not one ball that Ingram received in that over was bowled at the off stump, because he swept and then he took one away for 2, then puts the other to mid-wicket, and that's stifling Ingram, because he loves that ball on or off side, off stump. As Mulder starts another over, bowls to Northeast, who hammers that away, but straight at the fielder on that extra cover boundary. And the score moves to 196 for 2, and Northeast has moved on. I think it's 96.
90.
Yeah, they're a bit into 90 rather. I think they're a little bit. There it goes.
Yeah, just behind on the main scoreboard. The manual one was quicker on that occasion. Ka-chunk. Satisfying feeling doing those numbers.
I'll just complete this over now. It's Milder bowled, nicely turned off his legs by Ingram, and we're just 3 runs away from the first batting point now. Vying with each other for who's going to get to the 100 first. Well, there's still half an hour. I'll probably be quite happy to let the other get it, if they're still there, of course. Just the one chance this morning that went straight through Colin Ackerman's hands at slip, and really nothing much has beat the bat. Mulder again, in and bowls, and this goes through to the wicket-keeper. Harry Swindell's who's star. He's about, what, 12, 13 yards back.
Yeah, Mulder bowling down the slope at medium pace. I wonder if Ackerman is going to get a twirl and have a bit of double spin.
Possibly the last over before.
The over rate is -2, I believe,
is it?
if I'm reading it correctly.
I'm surprised because they've been pretty good with their overs, Leicestershire, as Mulder turns in past the umpire and bowls, northeast drives through the offside, and that is going to hit the extra cover boundary rope now. And Glamorgan now have got that first batting point, and are quite strongly placed. 201 for 2, northeast is on 94, and approaching his second championship 100. He's been out a few times in the 80s and 90s, so I'll wait for Nick to change with Richard. I shall vacate then after that over, and we have some musical chairs going on here. Richard's back, and we were just wondering, you read out, Richard, what that record partnership was for Glamorgan, if you may, as we await the 12:30 report. But is Mulder in again and bowls to northeast, who plays defensively to an in-swinger. 2 more runs because there's a no ball bowled that far end by Mulder.
Yeah, they're beginning to close in on it. 242 for the third wicket. Steve James and Matthew Maynard at Grace Road in 1995.
2 balls to go of this over, and Mulder comes in, bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. Just saying about Parkinson was varying everything, especially to Colin Ingram, he was bowling outside or on leg stump as opposed to off stump.
I went out and was right behind the bowler's arm. Absolutely zip for him. Nothing, no turn whatsoever, I'm afraid.
203 for 2 as we await the last ball of this over. In comes Mulder, bowls, and this is played away on the offside down towards that third man boundary. They take a signal. Northeast moves on to 95, and he will keep the bowling. Ingram's on 88, and here is Richard.
Yeah, updates time shortly for BBC Radio Leicester. Partnership approaching 200, and it's been very, very impressive. This morning in particular, I think there were a couple of occasions when Northeast was genuinely beaten by Chris Wright. Otherwise, there was the chance, there was the one chance, Ingram on 77 edging Mulder more or less straight to Ackerman at slip, and he just essentially missed it. It sort of seemed to almost dip under his hands or whatever, he just misread the line. Parkinson then in from the pavilion and round the wicket to Sam Northeast, who is pushing forward at that one, steering it wide of Louis Kimber, who claps his hands at the short cover, but Ben Mike, who's covering behind him, so to speak, almost directly behind him, curious, does the clearing up, and there's no run. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Northeast is driving. This time Mike can't get there, running in from the boundary. Mulder can, and so it is just 1. In fact, it's 2. They did. No, they didn't. They were sent back. Ingram then. He was interested in a second. Northeast, who's been the more cautious runner of the 2 throughout, said no point taking the risk, and he's perfectly correct. Ben Mike doing some high kicks that would grace. In goes Parkinson and bowls, and Mike is running towards it, but it's Kimber who gets there first as Colin Ingram turns it into the leg side and takes one. Yeah, those high kicks would grace a chorus line. The Folie Bergère. what it must be to have hamstrings as that flexible. In goes Parkinson and cuts, and that one again from North East was very close to Ackerman at slip, but that is the 100 for Sam North East, who raises his bat to the pavilion. Well played, Sam North East. It's come off 142 deliveries, and he gets a pat on the back, understandably, from Colin Ingram, but goodness me, that was close to Ackerman.
Yes, that was a slightly risky way to get to the three figures, wasn't it? As we considered the risks, and all of a sudden North East has dashed ahead of his teammate. That his 16th boundary to bring up the 100.
In fact, again, he should have taken it, Ackerman. Two hands, and it was very close to his chest to his right. He turned and he didn't put his hands out. They were very close to his chest, close together, trying to take it. And he was just late on it, and it was past him. So, North East, a little bit of a life in going to 100. Waits with bat raise as Parkinson is in to him. He's solidly forward to that one. Salter from this end just occasionally got a little bit of lift, and maybe that just lifted a little bit more than North East thought it was going to. But well played, Sam North East. So 142 balls for his 100. In goes Parkinson and bowls to him. He's cutting again, but right on top of this one, and cutting it away down to the wide third man boundary. Mulder runs around from the deep point boundary, picks up and gets a good throw away, keeps it to 2. North East 102, then 212 for 2. Parkinson and Ackerman has just stayed at slip at the end of the over. Can't believe it, that twice in the session. The only 2 chances that Leicestershire have created, and he's barely got a hand on either.
So Sam North East, having got 1 century in the second innings of the Notts match last week, has followed it up with another back-to-back hundreds after 3 dismissals in the 80s earlier in the season in the Championship, and got ever so close to 100 in the T20, where he needed a 4 off the last ball of the innings against Essex, but could only manage a single. So high of 97 not out in his 500 plus runs in T20. 212 for 2. North East is 102. Will he have the concentration to dig in, get through to lunch, and a long way to go for Glamorgan still, as Ben Mike replaces Vian Mulder at the Bennett end.
16 fours in North East century.
Mike tossing a couple of practice deliveries towards mid-off. He'll bowl to Colin Ingram. And Louis Kimber is now the solitary slip, but he is in a 2.5 slip position between second and third. Mike is in, bowls. Ingram nudges his way on the leg side for a single. 213 for 2. Ingram to 90 not out. So Ingram with a slower strike rate, but it doesn't matter. They can play in their own time, really. It's just a question of accumulating and batting as long into the day as they possibly can as a partnership, and for Glamorgan as a team, to ward off any danger in this match. North East then waits for a little bit of field changing to go on. He steps away from the wicket and says, well, I'm not preparing until I can see where all the fielders are. Rowan Walker has moved across from the leg side to a deepish gully position, or backward point, as Mike is in. Bowls, and North East slashes at that one and misses through low to Swindells, who took it well, moving to his right. And now Walker is swapping and going out to the cover point boundary, and just a change in personnel there. But there are 3 square or more or less or behind, plus the slip, as Mike bowls to North East, 2 drives off a thick edge down to Hill at third man. They go through for a single. Well, for North East, though, they had a slip, a third man, a backward point in a deep catching stroke single saving position, and a cover point on the boundary. So obviously looking to make him work in that area. North East waves towards the dressing room, possibly for a drink to get them through till lunchtime. 214 for 2. Mike bowls to Ingram, who defends on the offside, and there is no run. So Glamorgan beginning this morning at 111 for 2. They've added 103 runs in relatively serene fashion, apart from those 2 misses at slip. When Ingram was on 77 and the boundary that took North East to his century. Mike bowls, Ingram drives back to the bowler, fields well in his follow through, tosses it to Patel, who transfers it up to mid-on for the polishing process to try and desperately keep some life on in this, what must be a pretty tired ball. By now, they've tended to go soft more quickly this season as a whole, the feeling is. Last ball of Mike's over, down the hill towards us to Ingram, who works off his legs for 4 runs to the meet. As it rattles quickly into the boundary boards, Ingram moves up to 94 not out, and Glamorgan are 218 for 2, having enjoyed the morning's proceedings so far.
And they're getting another drink. They had one on the hour, they're having one now, another 40 minutes later. It is still quite... The sun keeps sort of threatening to come out, and as the clouds sort of periodically lighten, the temperature sort of climbs, the humidity climbs, and then a dark cloud comes back. But as I say, there's a few spots of blue around now, and it's pretty pleasant.
Now, Colin Ingram is providing an interesting question for Glamorgan's management as to how they approach signings for next year, because Labuschagne's keen to return, Neesery's signed up, and Ingram wants to play on in red ball as well as white ball cricket now, having made such a success of his comeback. So they might end up with the 3 players to start the season, and of course they can't play them all at the same time.
Well, he's making his argument with the best possible way. Weight of runs as Parkinson goes in and bowls to North East, who rocks back and plays it carefully but firmly out through the gap in the covers to Mulder, who's the sweeper on the offside boundary.
Happily, North East is signed up for another 2 years.
Ingram refastens his gloves, gets in position, takes his guard. Parkinson over the wicket to him, drops a little bit short. He goes back, turns it around the corner, but only as far as Roman Walker, who's sort of on the 45 back there. Is that Ackerman at slip still for Parkinson? He is, as Parkinson is in again. He goes back and works it around the corner, takes a few steps down the pitch, but again Walker is quickly on to it. North East sends him back. So many catches have gone down in this game, it's been very strange. Parkinson is in, Fuller outside off stump. Ingram drives, but not one of his crashing drives through the offside. Steers it firmly out towards Hill on the boundary, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan have only got themselves to blame for being up against 584 because they didn't bowl very well and they didn't catch well.
Parkinson back round to the right-handed North East, who leans forward to that one, plays with an angled bat down to Walker. That short, well, backward point really position almost.
There's at least 5 went down, I think, in that Leicestershire innings.
Parkinson is in. Back goes Northeast and cuts the delivery past Walker. Running around towards the backward point boundary is Mulder. Gets to him fairly quickly, so just the single for Northeast, who moves on to 105. 221 for 2. The partnership 212, and that third wicket record now not so very far away. Another sort of 30 runs.
I'm sure the protagonists would be delighted if it were beaten. Matthew Maynard downstairs, just a floor down from us in the Glamorgan dressing room, unless he's on one of his walks around the ground. Haven't noticed him out and about this morning. And Steve James, who is probably focusing on the One Day International at the moment with his newspaper journalist's hat on, as Mike is into bowl to Northeast, who steers it into a gap on the offside, and this time they will scramble through for a single as Patel goes back to retrieve it. Hopefully they should be able to turn the floodlights off at the lunch interval, because they've been pretty superfluous.
And the sun is now pretty much fully out, isn't it? Well, not quite fully out, but
it's a lot brighter than it was. It was murky, and when we arrived at the ground, the lights did need to be on this morning.
they may need to come back on. I don't know. I don't quite know what it takes 20 minutes or so before you're allowed to switch them back on, having switched them off, I think.
Mike is into bowl. Ingram blocks to mid on, no run. I presume they're allowed to switch them off at the interval. Although who knows with the depths of the playing conditions bylaws, it is a waste of money, and in these eco-friendly days, it's a waste of energy. 222 for 2. Mike bowls on the back foot. Ingram hurried slightly by that one. Plays defensively on the offside. To Ackerman, no run. Morgan's own eco-campaigner Joe Cook, I'm sure, would have something to say about it. As Mike comes in, right arm round, bowls. Ingram smashes that one through the covers for 4. It hits the rope now and runs away to the very edge of the ground and beyond. Beautifully timed by Ingram, and duly dispatched as he moves up to 99 not out. He's faced 173 balls, so he's been a touch slower than Northeast, but he really has played some beautiful shots. That was his 14th boundary. As Glamorgan moved to 226 for 2. Back in Mike's hands at the Bennett end. Mike into Colin Ingram on 99 not out. Bowls a short delivery that Ingram ducks underneath. This is only Ingram's 5th championship game of the season. He had to sit out, or the management chose to sit out when they had chose that he sat out when Marnus Labuschagne was available for those 5 championship games. But you have to say that although Labuschagne got some fine runs at Derby, Ingram has been more influential. That's uppercut towards third man, and a diving save on the boundary. Did Everson hit the ropes there? They've gone through for a single anyway, and Ingram does have his century in unusual fashion. It was a risky shot. He went for the uppercut. There was a third man there, but it was fine of him. Everson just managed to prevent it, going for 4. Colin Ingram goes through to 100 off 175 balls, and including 14 fours. And he is the second centurion of the Glamorgan innings. Well, that was a
Both
bit of
batsmen
a
went
rush
to their
of blood,
100 yes,
really.
indeed. Both batsmen went to their 100 in with interesting shots, shall we say. It could have been risky, but it did bounce 3 or 4 feet away from Everson, who did well to get his hands to it. As Parkinson is over the wicket to Colin Ingram, who's working it out towards square leg. Walker has to run away to his right to field, and Ingram takes 1. They've rarely been more than a few runs apart in their scores so far. Came together obviously very early in proceedings. Parkinson round the wicket to northeast, full, and jams the bat down on it as he steps forward. Northeast, big puff of dust, showing how dry the wicket is, but nothing at all there for Callum Parkinson. In terms of turn, that is, he is in and bowls, and northeast waiting, works that one off middle and leg out as far as Rishi Patel, who's at mid wicket.
The lunch waller has arrived. Thank you, Edward.
No change.
Parkinson in, bowls, tosses it up forward, goes northeast, blocking it out to Louis Kimber, who's still at that short cover position. Might get 3 more overs in, especially if one of them is bowled by Ackerman. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Back goes northeast, cutting, but no real force to the shot, and Walker's actually running in as he stops that one. At that backward point position. It's slightly wider than that now. It is pretty much the 45. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Northeast is walking forward into the firm push there, and then quickly retreating as he sees it going more or less straight to Chris Wright. At mid-on, end of decent over from Callum Parkinson. 5 overs now, none for 17 his figures. He'll feel he should have picked up the wicket of Northeast. A couple of overs ago in going to his 100. Ball that he looked to cut away. It bounced probably a little bit more than he expected, and he steered it almost straight to Ackerman at slip, 2 hands to his, just to the right of his chest, and again, as previously, he barely got anything on it at all. Northeast has 106, Ingram 101.
Extraordinary renaissance for Colin Ingram's red ball career, as Mike is in to bowl to him. Clips it off his legs. They'll run the first one fast, but I think that's fine of the fielder, and it's leg buys rather than off the bat anyway. But it's 4 more to the Glamorgan cause. So Ingram didn't play any red ball cricket for 3 years. He played 1 game last summer, and now is playing his 5th game of this year, and in those 5 games he's made centuries in 3 of them and an innings of 87 in 1 of the others, so he's provided a significant knock in 4 out of 5 matches, having virtually not played the format for 4 years. Mike bowls. Ingram slashes off a bottom edge. I think we'll get a single. Swindell's got a glove on it, but it wasn't a chance as it went through. So Ingram is willing to play these expansive shots as Glamorgan move on to 233 for 2. Swindell's did well to get a paw on it and stop it racing away down the slope for 4 towards us. 233 for 2. Ingram to 102. Can Leicestershire grab a wicket from somewhere before lunch? Northeast drives to mid-on, no run. Swindell's gesturing, suggesting maybe a slight alteration in the field. Nothing obvious is happening in response to that. So Leicestershire's bowlers will need to dig deep in the same way as Glamorgan had to. Tough out in the field. At least the temperatures aren't too bad. Ackerman seems to be loosening up. Mike is in, leg glanced by Northeast for 4 runs, down to fine leg, just straying down leg side. Mike, who's been rather expensive, 0 for 40, and he's coming towards the end of his 8th over. Northeast moves up to 110, which is now his highest score for the Welsh county, having represented Kent and Hampshire with distinction. Brief spell in Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire last year when he bounced around rather, but Glamorgan supporters will be really pleased that he chose to come to rest in Cardiff. Mike is in to not bowl. He's done that a few times, just pulled out at the last moment, lost his stride somewhere. 237 for 2. Leicestershire have lost their way somewhere in the last couple of sessions. As in comes Mike to bowl to Northeast, who drives into the offsides and will just get the single because there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, away to our right on that shorter side of the ground. 111 to Northeast. Nelson 238 for 2. 12.55 on the board, so if Parkinson rattles through his over, there may be just time for Ackerman to have a little twirl in the final one. 12.56 now.
Over 8 minus 4.
Oh, heck. I didn't think they changed it during sessions. As Mike is in to bowl, short delivery that Ingram sways back out of the way of. There isn't that much venom in the pitch to aid that sort of delivery. 238 for 2. Northeast has 111. Ingram has 102. And Parkinson will deliver the last over from this end, at least before lunch. Fox is badly in need of a wicket just to cheer them up going into the interval, but Parkinson's at least posed different questions for the Glamorgan batters.
He has. And he goes around the wicket to Sam Northeast, who is getting forward and stroking it rather than driving it out into the offside. A foolish delivery to Louis Kimber, who's in that short extra cover position with Mike lurking 10 yards or so behind him. In goes Parkinson and bowls. This time it's a defensive shot. The result is the same. The ball runs out to Kimber. Parkinson has a sort of towel hanging out of the front of his trousers rather than run out of the back, as is usually the way of things. He is in and bowls outside off stump. And may just have turned a fraction. Northeast let it go through. There's a little war from Parkinson. No great reaction from behind the stump, suggesting if it did turn, it didn't turn massively. Parkinson is in. Northeast is forward to the pitch of it, pushing it out to Kimber again. 69 overs remain to be bowled after this one today, so we're only playing, how many? 3 extra, weren't we? 99 as Parkinson is in. Back goes Northeast, steers it, but only as far as Walker on the 45.
I'll rejoin you after lunch, Richard. I have duties next door.
1 ball to go in his 6th over. Parkinson is in, tosses it up. Northeast drives and he gets it through. Mike dives to his right, can't get there. Got half a hand there. Everson in pursuit picks it up around about 10 yards inside the ropes at deep extra cover, and 2 are taken, and that moves Northeast on to 113. 240 for 2, and we will have 1 more over, and it will, as predicted, be bowled by Colin Ackerman. a little chant of Leicestershire, la la la, just to try and encourage the players who have gone through the entire session without managing, thus far at any rate, to take a wicket. Just the 2 chances created, both to Ackerman at slip, neither taken. Can he make up in a way with the ball? He bowls it to Ben Mike as a loosener, and Mike misses it, so it bounces through to Mulder on the, what will it be, to the left-hander on the cover boundary. He's sweeping on the off side. Ackerman is going to go around the wicket, so if he can turn it away from Colin Ingram, who is waiting as Ackerman is in. He's forward, pushes it out to Mike at extra cover, and there is no run. Ackerman is in, bowls back. This time goes Ingram and turns it off his leg stump out towards deep square. Hill comes jogging in to field, and Ingram jogs a single. Ackerman is going to go over the wicket to northeast. Bowls. Northeast turns his wrists on that one as he leans forward and pushes it away off around about middle and leg to Mike at mid wicket. Ackerman bowls. Northeast is forward, turning his wrists on it, pushing it straight up the wicket on the onside this time, and Patel leans across from a short straight mid-wicket to field. We've had 31 overs in the session when this is done, as Ackerman is in, drops a little bit short, back goes northeast and plays it out through the offside, off the stumps, but no turn, so single comfortably taken. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. 2 balls to go in the session. Ackerman in round the wicket and bowls. Back goes Ingram and defends down into the pitch. And that is it, in fact. That is it. There weren't 2 balls to go. Unless they've missed one, the umpires, the scoreboard was 1 behind. So, lunch on day 3. 242 for 2. Glamorgan, having started on 111 for 2. So, 131 runs in the session. Both Glamorgan batsmen have raised their centuries. Ingram finishes 103 not out. Northeast 114 not out. You'll hear me do the update, and then we'll all have a break. The applause you can hear is for the 2 not-out Glamorgan batsmen who've batted through the entire morning session without being parted. Colin Ingram and Sam Northeast have both gone to their hundreds. Ingram 103, Northeast 114, 131 runs in the session. Just 2 chances created by Leicestershire, and unfortunately they both went to Colin Ackerman at slip. He couldn't take either. Ingram on 77, Northeast on 96. It's going to be a difficult afternoon for the Foxes. Floodlights are still on here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. They'll be hoping for a little bit more response from the pitch than they got this morning, but they're going to have to bowl a bit better to get it, with Glamorgan 242 for 2. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on the third day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. What a morning it was for Glamorgan. Didn't lose a single wicket. Colin Ingram and Sam Northeast extending their third wicket partnership to 233. Leicestershire laboured in vain throughout the morning, all of which means that Glamorgan, well, they're drawing in on a record third wicket partnership against the Foxes, but they're also, well, getting themselves into a position. They still have a lot of work to do. They've got to get to 435 to be sure of avoiding the follow-on, but they can still have, in my opinion, ambitions of getting ahead of Leicestershire's first innings score of 584, and who knows, maybe putting them under a little bit of pressure. Tomorrow, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Wales, Nick Webb, Ed Bevan and myself, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game, and it looks as though Leicestershire skipper Callum Parkinson is going to resume bowling. Left arm spin from the pavilion end. 61 overs of the innings have been bowled, so as Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram finally appear below us. I wondered when they were going to join us.
There is a very worrying piece of news for Glamorgan supporters, though, in that Sussex have collapsed in their second innings.
They're 6 down, aren't they, or something, for not very many.
5 for 70 I've got.
5.
5 down. 108 runs ahead of Middlesex. Tom Helmer's taken 3 in quick succession, including the vital one of Cheteshwar Pujara. Tom Clark made 56. Well, that's an unbalanced scorecard, isn't it? One guy's got 56 and they're 70 for 5. Looks like a club cricket scorecard.
Which shows you how quickly games can change. And,
indeed.
You never quite know what will happen here either.
And the reason we're talking about Middlesex is that they started the round 1 point ahead of Glamorgan.
Sam Northeast doing some nice stretches, and then he checks his guard with umpire Long, standing at the pavilion end. Umpire Paul Baldwin standing at the Bennett end at the moment. Nothing seems to have changed much since pre-lunch in terms of the set field. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Back goes Northeast and whips it away towards deep mid-wicket. Long way for Lewis Hill. Loses his cap in the chase, but he manages to pick it up left-handed around about 25 yards away from his starting position along the ropes in front of the meet. And Northeast picks up a couple, moves on to 116. Parkinson jogs in and bowls, tosses that one up, driven by Northeast, attempts to drive it, doesn't really middle it, goes well wide of Louis Kimber at that short extra, but Ben Mike that is, can run around behind him to his left and make the stop, and there is no run. Again, a big puff of dust as bat hit ground. Parkinson is in, Northeast is steering it well wide of Mike on this occasion, the full delivery out towards Vian Mulder. I was mentioned earlier, or suggested earlier, that the outfield had sort of greened up a little bit with the rain, and it has to a certain extent from this morning, but Mulder is still pretty much in a desert over there between the manual scoreboard and the square. Parkinson over the wicket to Ingram, who is turning a delivery off his legs down towards fine leg, and that will run away, I'm pretty sure, for 4. Oh no, Walker is going to get there. Good work by him. Just pulls it up a yard, perhaps inside the ropes. Hopefully he didn't have too much for his lunch. They are very good these days on nutrition, of course, and not overdoing things.
Well, he's a tall lad. He's filled out a lot since I interviewed him briefly when he was age 16, and he's certainly...
Was he a mere stripling then, as Parkinson goes in over the wicket and bowls and Ingram defends?
Well, understandably, he was a few inches shorter and a bit lankier, but he's filled out nicely for fast bowlers' technique, and gained, obviously, in height as well. He was in the England under-19 setup at 16, that's why I interviewed him.
Parkinson is in a reverse sweep from Colin Ingram. Beautifully played as well. Timed to perfection, and it goes down to the backward point boundary for 4. No chance at all for Lewis Hill. Well, perhaps, he says in jocular fashion, perhaps Glamorgan have seen the scores at lunchtime, Sussex against Middlesex, think, we're going to have to get ahead here. We're going to have to get well ahead and see if we can actually win this game. Anyway, second batting bonus point has been brought up, 251 for 2.
Yeah, as well as accumulating the points, it's that figure of 435 they need to target first, and if they get there, then they might be able to afford a little reset, but it'll take one heck of an innings to get past 584.
What price a captain's conversation tonight? Very long odds, I would suggest.
Don't happen that much these days, do they?
No, they don't.
As Colin Ackerman will make it a spin twin attack from the Bennett end, and North East just flicks his first delivery away through the leg side for a single out to sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, or just coming in from the mid-wicket boundary, really. Vian Mulder.
Glamorgan's need for the win may be greater in one respect than Leicestershire's, in terms of promotion, obviously. Therefore, Leicestershire might be able to drive a harder bargain.
Ackerman round the wicket. Ingram defends down to backward point. Everson fields no run.
But Glamorgan might fancy chasing pretty much sort of anything, or if it's flat tomorrow, 360 off 60 or something silly.
Just depends on whether it's turning by then. Ackerman bowls and Ingram back on his stumps, defending to cover. Walker fields no run.
We're a long way from that sort of position, but a couple of declarations might just be able to manufacture something.
Yeah, well, we'll know maybe midway through the final session whether... Oh, there's a appeal for LPW as Ingram stretches forward. Ball rolls out on the offside, not answered in the affirmative by umpire Baldwin. We'll know, I suppose, if Glamorgan keep going, then they may get past the follow-on figure sometime in the evening session.
Sliding down leg.
Ingram defends on the leg side. Next delivery, and there's no run. 252 for 2. So 2 batting points to add to the 2 bowling points. And Glamorgan hoping for some Sussex resistance through the afternoon at Lord's. Ackerman bowls, Ingram drives to deep mid-on, and that is a comfortable single. I'm not entirely sure whether mid-off needs to be that far back, because Ingram hasn't really looked interested in hitting over the top. Oh yes, there we are. Thank you very much indeed, Richard. That is now the record for the third wicket for Glamorgan against Leicestershire, supplanting the 242 by Steve James and Matthew Maynard in 1995.
Well batted, Colin Ingram and Sam North East, and every opportunity to extend this partnership even further as Parkinson goes in from over the wicket. Ingram goes back and turns his bat on the defensive push out into the on side. Yeah, just didn't turn that one from Ackerman in the previous over when he appealed for leg before. It didn't straighten at all. Sliding on down leg side. Parkinson is in, little paddle sweep, and that's going to bounce away for 4 by Ingram. Played the shot really nicely. Leicestershire still have a sort of tolerably attacking field in that they have Kimber at shortish mid-wicket and Walker's on the just about a catching position for a top edge sweep on the 45. But I think it may not be too long before they start to think about giving themselves a little bit of extra cover. They have sweepers out, square of the wicket on either side, but it just isn't turning at all for the spinners. Parkinson jogs in and bowl. Oh, that bounced a bit. Ingram played it well enough, actually. He's starting to come forward, waited and just turned his bat on it, but there was it did hit quite high up on the bat.
There's been a reasonable amount of bounce in this pitch, hasn't it? Even if there hasn't been that much turn.
In goes Parkinson and bowls. Forward goes Ingram, getting to the pitch of it, blocking it out into the offside. And there's no run.
And although they've resulted in boundaries, Parkinson will not be displeased to see Ingram sweeping and reverse sweeping in the previous over.
Parkinson in, drifting onto the legs of Ingram. He goes back and turns it behind square on the leg side, but Walker runs into field, prevents any single.
No further wickets since lunch lost by Sussex.
Parkinson is in, that one drifting down the leg side, taken by Swindles, who shows the ball to the stumps, but Ingram was going nowhere. End of the over, 257 for 2. The partnership then 248 for the third wicket.
No play so far in the one-day international between England and South Africa men at Old Trafford. England's women beat the same nation in T20 at Chelmsford last night, fairly comfortably. Very comfortably, in fact. Wasn't that much of a contest. But we've had 3 results already in the First Division of the County Championship today. Lancashire got home at Northampton by 4 wickets, as Ackerman bowls to North East, who works it into a gap on the leg side for a single. Lancashire reaching 278 for 6 in their second innings, with a partnership from Will Williams and Washington Sundar getting them home. The latter, their new bowling recruit. Surrey got home comfortably against Essex, 162 for 4, win by 6 wickets. Down the pitch comes Ingram and drives up to mid-on. There's a misfield. It won't go for 4, but it will allow them to come back for 2 runs. And again, Leicestershire will be pleased to see Ingram willing to take on a little bit of adventure there. 260 for 2.
Chris Wright, the miscreant fielder on that occasion, seemed to get everything behind it, and somehow it got through everything. Slowed it down.
Fast bowlers fielding. Ackerman round the wicket, bowls a bit faster to Ingram, who defends. On the offside there is no run. Kent completed victory at Edgbaston, with Warwickshire bowled out in their second innings for just 147. Kent win by 177. Back on his stumps goes Ingram. Had to hurry a little bit with that defensive shot. 4 wickets for Matt Milnes for Kent, their most successful bowler there. 260 for 2. Ackerman off spin round the wicket. Ingram punches into the offside. Amble through for the single. Derbyshire look fairly safe in terms of batting out for a draw against Nottinghamshire. They're 102 for naught in their second innings, still miles behind, but 10 wickets in hand, 2 sessions. North East drives up to deepish mid-on, single taken. 262 for 2. North East to 120, and the partnership has passed 250 in the course of that over. 253 it's worth now. As North East is down, I think, tying Ingram's boots for him by the look of it.
Footballers sometimes do that, don't they, in sort of mock tribute, or they do a polishing thing or something when a goal is scored.
Yes.
But
I think that was the real tying of the laces.
I suspect, yes.
Help us out, will you, Sam? If your gloves are off and mine aren't.
North East twiddles the bat in his hand before taking guard. Parkinson around the wicket, brings him forward carefully on off stump. Defensively out into the offside. Kimber moves across to his right to field. Kimber, as ever, in a sweat. He must maybe just has poor circulation or something, Louis Kimber. Bats and fields in a sweater on the warmest of days. In goes Parkinson, looking to drive a little bit more forcefully on this occasion. Northeast. Kimber moves to his left, doesn't get there, but it goes more or less, bounces more or less straight to Mike at extra cover. Parkinson jogs in and bowls, toss it up nicely, driven in the air for a good few feet. Good work by Kimber, diving to his left, stopping it on the first bounce. So perhaps a little bit of hope, and there's a real chorus of enthusiastic of approval from the Leicestershire team, maybe sniffing up a little moment. Parkinson is in. Back goes Northeast, cuts and cuts pleasantly out towards deep backward point. Mulder runs around from his sweeping position on the offside and fields, and Northeast settles for 1. Now they are sending slip back to sort of about halfway back to the boundaries, almost fly slip. Parkinson goes in and bowls to Ingram, bounces again a little bit onto the top of the pad as he stretches forward for that one, as it goes down towards leg stump and bounces on its way towards Walker. On the 45 on the leg side, Parkinson is in. Flatter delivery that bounces up, and off the glove, and whether Swindles thought suddenly he could get a glove underneath it, he popped out from behind the stumps, inserted himself between Ingram and the stumps, but by then the ball had bounced already. Whether it actually took the glove, who knows, but he was quite slow reacting. The cameraman sort of was looking for the ball somewhere down at long leg, briefly realised he hadn't got hold of it. And Ingram, who's been batting in a sweater, sheds the sweater.
Yeah, I think Swindles was firstly dashing forward to try and get the catch, and then realised he had to try and leave it in case the ball span back onto the wickets, but neither happened. Graham Smith points out that on Twitter that Middlesex have a seam attack that's always likely to take wickets. Well, I think Glamorgan have found that to their cost already this season. Steve West, maybe once 435 is reached, declare short, so we may have some sort of target to attain tomorrow for an unlikely win. Well, we've been speculating, but we'll see whether they declare short or press on and try and get a lead. If it gets to that, they're still a long way short of saving that follow-on. Ackerman bowls, Northeast drives to short mid-wicket. There is no run. There does seem to be just a little heightened sense of expectation among the Leicestershire fielders, with Parkinson on in particular. The left armour looking to make things happen in conjunction with Ackerman, as driven pleasantly on the onside by Northeast, but it's half stopped by Walker, and there's no run. There's a concentration of fielders now in front of the bat on the leg side for Northeast. There's a deepish mid-on, there's a shortish wide mid-on, and a mid-wicket, and the forward square leg on the boundary. So Northeast cracks one into the offside, but picks out the cover fielder. You'd have thought Northeast would have the temperament to ride out a few quiet overs if necessary, as Ackerman bowls. Clipped square of Walker this time, and they'll go through for the single. Nice piece of fielding, and Swindles takes off the bails just in case, slightly messily. Although I shouldn't really criticise, because I usually demolish the lot just to be on the safe side. If I'm in that position, I haven't got the skill to whip off a single bail, just smash them all down. 264 for 2.
I'll do my update at the top of the hour, and then we'll get Eddie back alongside you.
Ackerman around the wicket to Ingram, drives into the offside. Single taken. To applause from downstairs. Not quite sure why that Burst of applause from the dressing room underneath for a perfectly ordinary single. 265 for 2. As back on his stumps goes northeast, runs it down towards gully, and Kimber has to trot backwards from slip to retrieve. Another single. 266 for 2. And Glamorgan are just jogging along, really, quite happily at the moment.
Leicestershire have at least begun to improve their poor over rate. -4 is now -3. And if these two keep bowling until the new ball, which is now 13 overs away, assuming they take it, then it should improve, obviously, still further. Certainly Parkinson will keep going for the time being. 9 overs, none for 33 for Leicestershire's captain. The volumes definitely have increased. Perhaps it was a reaction to that from the Glamorgan dressing room. Round the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls. Northeast stretches forward, plays the ball back up the pitch to him.
Tom Helm has claimed a 4th wicket for Middlesex. Sussex 86 for 6, leading by 1-2-4.
Getting interesting as Parkinson is in again, just leaning forward northeast, playing the ball back up the pitch towards Parkinson. Kimber covers behind him just in case. Variations on Parky, Parko, Parker, Parks. In he goes and bowls, and back goes northeast, working it into the gap at point. Walker runs up, can't get there, and Mulder has to come in from his sweeping position on the offside to field one taken.
Needs to be a bit of variety there, like recreation or public or...
He's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram and bowls. Ingram goes back to slightly flat delivery and turns it off his legs out behind square on the onside. Walker fields and one is taken. Update coming up shortly. And I'm afraid they have still to take a wicket all day. 268 for 2. Glamorgan, they began the day, well, they were in a good position at 111 for 2, but Colin Ingram and Sam North East are batting without any real problems at all. A couple of minor chances in the morning session, both of which were missed by Ackerman at slip off Ingram on 77, North East on 96. Well, since then they have continued to thrive. Ingram hitting looks like a 6, yep, a 6 there. He moves on to 125, joins North East on exactly the same score. 275 for 2, then they need 435 to avoid the follow on. It doesn't look like that's going to be too much of a problem.
That's a rare burst of out-and-out aggression from Colin Ingram, coming down the pitch and launching one well over the top, albeit fielders pushed halfway back, but not far enough for Leicestershire to prevent Colin Ingram smashing that one straight with a big jab, even though mid-on was a fair way back towards the boundary. Everson couldn't get near it. 275 for 2. Glamorgan 435 is the follow-on score, so a further 160 needed by the visitors. As that's flatter from Ackerman down the leg side, and appeal for a stumping from Swindells. No response from umpire. Long at point. Long is presumably at point because he doesn't want to keep swapping back and forth between this long stand between right and left-handers. But useful variation from Ackerman, whether on purpose or not, to fire one quickly down the leg side. That's what he ended up doing. As tosses this one up, Northeast drives into the leg side, but it really is thickly populated there. Ben Mike, one of the 3 fielders in that sector of the ground, does the fielding, looking to prevent North East from scoring there. And he drives again straight to shortish mid-wicket. Well, there are 3 players who might be described as mid-wickets. There's a squarish one out towards the boundary. There's a single saving and a catching. Short mid-wicket stroke wide silly mid-on. Ackman bowls. North East manages to work it square of the single saving one, so that Walker is not single saving on that position on that occasion. 126 to North East, 276 for 2. A friendly greeting from a van driver passing the ground, and Everson is now transferred onto the leg side for the top edged sweep from Ingram. In a short fine leg position as Ingram turns that one gently on the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run, so Kimber's in there at slip. Cover and mid-wicket are pretty close in on the drive, but not quite in crouching catching position as Ingram cuts, but straight to backward point. No run. So Leicestershire doing a good job in drying up the runs, but they need more than that. It was 242 for 2 at lunch. Glamorgan have added a further 34 in around just under half an hour, so maybe it's not as good a job in drying things up as I thought. But Parkinson, Edward Bevan, is at least posing different questions and getting the batsman taking some sort of risks.
Yes, he knows that there's no turn there at all, so he's varying his flight and direction and his length, because he knows that if he's not bang on, the ball will disappear, as we saw then from Ingram in the last overs. He bowls down the leg side, clipped away, and it's certainly 2 as it goes down towards the fine leg boundary. Pick up there near that boundary rope, and North East gathers 2 more runs and takes his score now to 128. North East has been in excellent form this year, as in around the wicket comes Parkinson, chipped away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ingram got 100 against Worcestershire a couple of matches ago. Billy Root has had a 99 not out in the same match. North East's top score is for Glamorgan as the next ball is cut away past point. There's a runs here again, certainly 2. It might it's picked up inside the boundary, and they're quite happy because what you don't realise, even if it doesn't go to the boundary, if they're picking up 2 or 3 singles and a 4 or whatever, you're going at 6 and over. 280 now. They've gone on very quickly without thinking, really. Here's the next ball. It's driven away wide of Everson. They'll have to hurry here, but a dreadful throw from
Mike.
Ben Mike there. He picked it up and he had to put his skates on, Colin Ingram, and I don't know. If that had been a top throw, I think he might have struggled.
Yeah, it needed to be over the bails there, and it was several metres wide. Trying to throw off balance, I suppose, to hurry.
Long on and long off have gone back onto the boundary edge here as in comes the next ball, which clipped away. Another single. Score mounts towards the 300, Glamorgan's 3rd batting point. And not only that, but they're denying Leicestershire bowling points at the moment. 282 then for the loss of 3 wickets. And in comes the next ball, and that's driven. Placement is good from North East. He's finding the gaps. That's the end of another over. Parkinson has bowled 11 overs and gone for 49, I think it is, yes.
Scott Steele dashes onto the field, one of Leicestershire's substitutes. Is he coming onto field or just add something, or just pass the message on?
It's a message from the coach, isn't he? He's saying to change his field. Put your so-and-so. Parkinson, mind your own business, I'm in charge out here.
Steele is going to do
that's the impression, isn't it?
Yes, well, that's strange. 283 for 2. as Glamorgan supporters fervently hope that Sussex will summon some resistance from somewhere. It's the teenagers Ibrahim and Lenham at the wicket at the moment. Faster ball from Ingram, driven by North East. Back to the bowler, no run.
Ibrahim is a good defensive player. Stubborn as a player to get out, but doesn't score many runs or quickly. But if he can hang around till tea and some assistance, they might have some hope of saving the game.
Floated up by Ackerman, driven by North East, fielded by Mike at short mid-wicket.
You think that some meets, mid-off and mid-on are up. They might just have a thought in his head, I'll try and hit it over their heads. But he probably doesn't want to take the chance.
Ackerman bowls. North East is driving on the leg side, fielded by one of the mid-wickets. Well, they're keeping North East quiet, with Ackerman packing the leg side there.
Yes, it's just trying to keep the runs down.
New ball, 9.3 overs away. North East does come down the wicket as forecast by Edward, who's watched a bit of cricket in his time, and hits him over long on for 4. Didn't go all the way, but cleared the fielder pretty easily. 136 to North East, 287 for 2.
And it's a safe shot because you're in such good nick, and sorry about that. Such a good nick. That yes, if I hit it well, and immediately there is a change in the field. Mid-on has gone back some 20-25 yards to protect that shot.
Yeah,
bolted,
or stable door, etc., etc. As in comes Ackerman, bowls to North East, works it into a gap into the leg side for a single. 288 for 2. I'm glad to see it's not just at village level that captains react to aggressive shots. So he's hit it to long on, we'll put a fielder there.
90% of the time that happens. He won't attempt it again because there's a man there.
No, but
Ingram though might go on the onside. When he does connect, it goes a long way. And he's got to pay for one ball now, the ball going away from him.
Ackerman in to Ingram, who pushes forward defensively, does not trouble long on, long off, or any other fielder apart from the bowler. 288 for 2, Glamorgan, in reply to Leicestershire's 584 all out. The stand is worth 279 for the third wicket. It's a record for Glamorgan against Leicestershire, but there are still 147 runs needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on.
Well, that should be quite easily achieved, and the reason is that with 8 wickets in hand and these two going so well that you should achieve that. And from then on, you're either going to see Leicestershire going to the field all day tomorrow, or Glamorgan might just dangle a carrot, and we'll discuss this as Parkinson starts another over, and it's driven up to a deepish mid-off, and there's no run. Go for it non-stop tonight, and after you've passed the follow-on and get within, you've picked up your batting points, and we're not going to lose the game, they'll say to themselves. So you're playing against the bottom club, it's Parkinson bowls, and there's no run. And okay, we draw the game, we got our bonus points, but we're trying to create something. And everybody says this is going to turn big in the fourth innings. Well, there's no evidence of that yet, but still, it'll make the game interesting because Leicestershire are bottom. They've got nothing to lose. As Parkinson bowls down the pitch, comes North East and drives to the man at long off and gets a single. So I don't know what thoughts of that. If you're an ambitious captain.
Well, do Glamorgan apply that pressure by declaring just behind, or by really having a go if they get that position and trying to get 100 ahead? It's miles away.
A lovely looking sweep there to backward square, and they're going to take a single. Should we say, if Leicester beat Glamorgan, okay, it'll be a blow to Glamorgan's promotion chances, but if it's a draw, it's a draw. They remain a long way back, down the bottom. Anyway, that's supposition, of course, as in comes the next delivery, and that's square driven away onto the offside. And North East's previous highest score, Nick, was in the couple of games ago, 120 odd, or
105 in the last
105.
innings against Notts. So it's back-to-back hundreds for him. Mulder scored 390 odd between dismissals. North East is approaching 250 between dismissals.
Parkinson bowls to the left-handed Ingram, who nurdles that down towards third leg, and third man, and he'll get 4 runs. So that's another profitable over 295 for 2. They've added today, 184.
Indeed.
And going very quickly now, run rate 4.1.
The folk of the Penydarren Country 11 have been in touch with news of their activities. They have another international fixture this weekend. In other words, they're playing over the border in England against Aston Ingham in Gloucestershire. Not familiar with that one. Then next week they're heading to the Dumbleton Cricket Festival on Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, they're a great bunch. Yeah.
Yeah?
I played a few games, not for Penydarren, but other touring sides. Back in the time, we used to go down to places like Plymouth and Wiltshire. I'll just wait now and let you carry on.
Ackerman into his 7th over to North East, who flicks one to mid-wicket, no run.
You start at 11. You come in for lunch at 1 o'clock. You restart whatever time you think the port has been finished. And a leisurely tea, beautiful big tea. Play some cricket in between.
Ackerman bowls, North East down the wicket, drives back to the bowler, no run.
And at the end of the day, you socialise greatly with the opposition and stagger back to your hotel. But it was great fun. Just the touring side, nothing else. They didn't have any leagues or anything.
Floated up by Ackerman, turned into a gap in the leg side by North East for a single.
Yeah. There's a side in Wales called the South Wales Hunts, made up of mostly of the gentry. I played a couple of games against them, and they were basically the same. It's great fun.
296 for 2. Glamorgan short, just short of a 3rd batting point here at Grace Road on BBC Sport Online, as one got a bit of bounce, and Ingram played it well down into the ground to backward point, no run. Serious professional stuff here. Lunch and tea will be more modest than in the games that Edward's describing, as Ingram on the back foot defends on the offside, no run. Ackerman keeping things tight, just the single off the over so far, 0 for 17.
Probably the same as maybe you were telling me that when you were at Bath University, you used to arrange tours. In
comes the next delivery, which defended by Ingram on the offside. There's no run. Yes, my spell as fixture, my year as fixture secretary.
Ale was drunk.
We had an end of season tour to Cornwall, Newquay based, which wasn't entirely sober, I must admit. Although I still maintain that my afternoon on and off the field was. I was one of the lighter drinkers, but I was undone by a Cornish pasty that obviously wasn't.
Oh yes, I've heard those excuses before.
Anyway, yes, won't repeat that after lunch, because and to say I saw most of my lunch again.
Right, it's 296 for 4.
2.
Two, sorry to disturb you, Welsh listeners, as this first ball is clipped away off Parkinson for a single, and all of a sudden Parkinson's gone for 56 in his 12, which is over 4 and over, absolutely no turn whatsoever. And we talk of the new ball coming in about 6.5 overs, as Parkinson's going over the wicket to Ingram, who comes down the pitch, but Parkinson saw him coming, pulled it down. The new double, if it's not projected properly, as we all know, can go very quickly to the boundary. So they might just keep on bowling for a bit, these two. Parkinson over the wicket, bowls back foot comes Ingram and punches it up, and the wicketkeeper throws his arms in the air.
Oh!
As if it's missed the stumps. But
if he hadn't hit that one, he would have been out.
Exactly. 147 for North East. He's eyeing 150. I suppose we better start looking at his CB. I think he's got a double 100 somewhere. That's a lovely looking shot out to deep extra cover. It will be cut off some 15 yards in, and they'll be happy with a single. 299 for 2. And that's 136 behind.
Well, I won't jinx Sam North East by talking about his CB. It's a way off.
There he comes. He's turned away by Ingram for 1. Well, you can tell me quietly, I'll write it down. And that is the 300. And that now is another bonus point. So 3 batting points. And the bonus points are equal at the moment. With Leicestershire, of course, haven't taken a bowling point as yet. And he comes again and bowls. And this time it's off the back foot in the same area. And again, it'll be a single. And another over goes by. Just looking how many. I did say 56 at the end of the last. There's 5 runs off that over. You barely noticed, don't you?
Ticking along very nicely indeed. Parkinson is going for more than 4 and over. And the scoring rate has been, well, it was 3.95 eventually in the Leicestershire innings, but it was 4 for most of it. Glamorgan 4.1, 301 for 2. So, yeah, high summer in Britain, batting paradises. Well, this is one of them at the moment. Ackerman will try and disturb that point of view as he bowls to North East, who is giving himself room and just dabbing it away down towards the backward point for a single. 302 for 2.
I'm just wondering if, because there's no turn, Ingram might turn his attentions to Cow Corner. There is one man, that's all, patrolling the leg side boundary.
Ackerman, quite tidy so far. Bowls, and Ingram turns it away on the leg side.
He's not giving it any air though, is he?
No, he's firing it through. It's mainly a containing job at the moment from Ackerman's off spin. As he's in to bowl to Ingram, who punches it off the back foot straight to cover. No run. The score hasn't changed in Lords in about 10-15 minutes. Sussex 94 for 6 against Middlesex, leading by 132. They're looking to block it.
Hopefully.
Ackerman bowls. Ingram drives into the offside for a single. 303 for 2. Leicestershire's have improved their over rate. That's at least one minor consolation for the home side with this best part of an hour of double spin we've had. Ackerman to North East. Plays it straight to short mid-wicket. Fielded by Mike. No run. Well, this duel has gone into something of a stalemate at the moment. Ackerman against North East. He's quite happy to survive most of the time as he just tries to flick it square of the fielders, but can't escape that ring on the leg side walk of the fielder. 303 for 2. Ackerman 8 overs, 0 for 21. All fairly sedate stuff as Ackerman really needs to make up for, I think we have to say, a couple of misses in the morning. One through his legs at slip and the other just flew past him at chest height.
Yeah. The aggregate so far in this match is 887 runs for the loss of 12 wickets. So we have been told on authority that this pitch will rag, as they say in the trade, turn greatly towards the third and final day. So
reaching towards halfway on the third day now.
Mulder's going to have a ball this end. He's bowled his 11 overs from the far end, 0 for 54. And he'll be bowling to Colin Ingram.
Yeah, just a bit of medium pace. And thought Parkinson would keep going until the new ball, but there we are. 2 or 3 overs from Mulder.
Just the one slip as Mulder runs away from us. That was the first ball. That's driven firmly by Ingram.
Stopped at mid-off.
Yes. Nick finishes that sentence because I've got a big block in front of me, whereas it's the end of the window where you can't really see unless you stretch your neck both sides.
Around the corner. Teamwork commentary.
It's warming up out there now. Not the play, but the weather. There's a very wide slip at the moment as in comes Mulder. Square drive by
Shot.
Pearce, third man and cover. Beautiful wristy shot there by Ingram. Flies away to the cover boundary. And that is yet another boundary for the left-handed Colin Ingram, playing his last championship game of the season, sadly for Glamorgan. 138 for him, 144 for North East. This is a absolutely massive stand.
Right, beginning to warm up with a few exercises for the new ball.
This Mulder round the wicket, bowls and off the back foot, and he nearly plays on. He absolutely had no idea. He looked to play away on the offside, gets his thick inside edge, missed the stumps, and stopped dead about 2 yards.
He was looking round in case he could knock it away, but
didn't know where it was.
Apologies for the noise. I'm not quite sure what that one is down beneath us.
Drill.
What, the toilets in Cardiff? They've turned up the volume of the building work there.
Mulder in and bowls, played off the back foot. It's well fielded there at cover. 307 for 2. The score remains.
Wonder if it's that workshop over the road.
A bit nearer to that.
Yeah. It's a very strong microphone, this BBC Radio Leicester one.
Yeah.
Picks up words from out on the field.
And now we have no close fielders, as Glamorgan did towards the end of the Leicestershire innings. Everybody dotted around. Plenty of singles. Played just behind square on either side, and men dotted on the boundary. As in comes Mulder, bowls tucked away by Ingram, but straight to Ben Mike, feeling short mid-wicket.
You have to say, though, when you look at the Leicestershire total of 584, if Glamorgan had taken their catches, it should have been a lot less, because there was there were at least 5 catches that were perfectly decent chances were missed of varying degrees of difficulty, but several of them, if not all, ought to have been taken.
Yeah, so they knew it because they admitted they'd fielded badly. Around the wicket comes Mulder and drives up to mid-off to complete the over. 307 for 2, 138 to Ingram, 144 to North East. This following Mulder's 156 in the first innings, 91 to Bank. It's runs galore here at Grace Road.
It is. If only we had another 3 days to play with in this match, as Richard Ray will return to the microphone, return to the attack, whatever, as James Wheel bears towels, drinks, etc., etc. onto the fields. He's forgotten something because he's run off to get something else, maybe a pair of gloves. Richard Ray will come back into things, and it's my turn for a rest apparently. Thank you, Edward.
Glorious out there now. It really is lovely. The sun is not blazing away, but it's very pleasant indeed. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. And I'm afraid the Foxes have still yet to pick up a wicket today. 307 for 2. Glamorgan having begun the day on 111 for 2. Colin Ingram and Sam Northeast, not surprisingly given those scores, have broken the Glamorgan 3rd wicket record against Leicestershire over the many years these two counties have been playing each other. Ingram has moved on to 138, Northeast on to 144. They need 435 to avoid the follow-on. That doesn't look like it's going to be an issue. The question is for Glamorgan, who are pressing for promotion this season, can they get in a position when they can put Leicestershire under a little bit of pressure tomorrow afternoon? To do that, they're going to have to get 140, 160 ahead, something like that. Or there could be a little bit of a discussion between the captains and a couple of declarations, but almost certainly the former. 307 for 2, Glamorgan.
Just listening to your report there, Richard, we've been discussing that with Nick, and I'm going to go slowly through it now when you complete the over.
Ackerman steps in and bowls to Northeast, who just works it away off Midland leg out through the vacant square leg area. Everson, who is the sweeper on the leg side when the right-hander's at the crease, runs in and fields, and Northeast picks up 1, moves on to 145.
First of all, Leicester at the bottom, they would, well, I suppose the word is desperate for a win, and Glamorgan want to try and get a result because they're in 3rd position. It wouldn't really matter. Draw it, either side would get points, yes, but they want to try and get a victory.
Ackerman round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, stretches forward, thick inside part of the bat down the pitch on the onside.
But sadly, Richard, those days seem to have gone when they have a discussion.
You don't see it often anymore, do you? I don't know why, really.
No, especially when a side, both these sides badly want to win.
Ackerman bowls, Ingram goes back and blocks it firmly out towards Mike at short extra, but there are still over 50 overs left today, so let's say it's 50 overs.
Let's say 6 o'clock.
Let's say it's still 4 and over, so 200. They can think in terms of being not too far off parity by the end of today if they continue to score sort of 4.5 and over, something like that. Ackerman is... Oh, that one bounced and turned and...
First one.
Did that one turn and really straighten? We'll have a look at the replay, but that one genuinely beat Colin Ingram on the back foot. Is that the first sign?
Yes.
Let's have a look and see on the replay. It wasn't taken cleanly by... Oh, Swindles, and the camera's not on it. That is so frustrating. The camera was on the bowler. It was not behind him. That is the key rule of camera work. Be behind the bowler when he bowls. When something like that happens, well, there you go. But we think that one bounced and turned, and if so, it was a first run. Ackerman gives it a rip.
We've heard throughout the game that this is going to turn towards the end, 3rd and 4th day. That was the first. Evidence of it was turned there. But we'll wait and see further on. Mulder's to start in the over, and bowls to Northeast, who tries to find the gap between cover and extra but doesn't, and there's no run.
I should point out that it is free entry after tea here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and that is true of every county championship game played here. Free entry after tea, so after work, why not come on down and see a bit of high quality first class cricket. It will not cost you a penny.
Here's the next ball from Mulder. Bowls, played late into the gully region. There's no run. He's been very, very patient as Northeast. And did launch Ackerman over his head for 4, but he's played great responsibility. They are well in there now, and they were useful, or interesting rather, to see how the new ball works for both sides.
Within a run of a 300-run partnership.
Mulder runs away from us and bowls to Northeast, who plays that down to a wide 3rd man, and is it going to beat the fielder? A sprawling dive just inside, and there probably would have been 2 there, but 2 runs, and that is 130 And the partnership now is worth over 300 runs. Both batsmen congratulate each other.
Rightly so. I'd better start looking up record partnerships for Glamorgan, full stop. Oh, here we go. Nick's got the lot. So this is now... Well, yes, not so far to go. 313 is the record, and that is between...
In comes the next ball, played away the offside.
I think it's Emrys Davis, is it, Edward?
Yes.
W.E. Jones,
Willie Jones, yeah.
Yeah, 313.
48 or something like that, wasn't it?
Yes, 48.
Yeah.
Well, that is a record worth beating, I would suggest. It's stood for a long time.
Well, now it is what? 301.
So another 13 runs will do it. 12 to equal it.
Well, the cutaway down, third man, 4 runs. He's far too square. Former England and Glamorgan coach said, I don't mind beating you, and as we say that, it's 150 for North East. He moves to 151. Fletcher used to say, I don't mind you beat him on the inside, but I don't want you beaten on the outside. So there was no chance whatsoever for Ingram there. For Ingram, for the fielder down on the boundary. Mulder mops his brow, 13th over, not for 64. Just 2 overs left out of this 1 ball, and we will perhaps switch it about this now at the moment. Mulder bowls. Let's play it up to mid-off. Would you, having seen that rip from Ackerman, take the new ball, Captain?
Given how many overs the Seamers have bowled, I'm not entirely sure that I necessarily would. We think it ripped, don't we? We didn't get a
No.
from where we
Hit the footmarks, possibly.
You never quite know. I would have loved to have seen a proper view of that one, but unfortunately we didn't get one. So we will see if Ackerman can turn 1 or 2 more. Sometimes he really does give it a decent rip, and
Yeah. He either did that or he might have hit just...
it could have done. He's got the foot. Yeah, as you say, he was bowling to the left-hander. But even so, it's a
It's
hopeful
encouragement.
sign of sorts. Kimber at slip, no change to the field for Ackerman, who's going to continue to Ingram, steps in and bowls. Ingram is forward carefully, suspiciously even, on middle stump, back up the pitch on the offside it goes.
And as we often say, if you don't bowl properly, with the new ball it can travel. So it's a bit of a...
Ackerman is in, Ingram is forward, doesn't get to the pitch of it, but that one doesn't bounce or turn particularly, and he just plays it off the pitch out to Mike at a shortish extra. Mid-on and mid-off are both back, but not fully back, about 2/3 of the way back, as Ackerman bowls very straight to Ingram again, who is suspicious now after that
I was just going to say,
previous delivery. He's waiting for another one.
he won't try that again, because if he goes down the pitch and it does turn, then there's a chance of a stumping.
Steps past umpire Baldwin and bowls, gives it a bit of air, slightly fuller delivery, but Ingram getting to the pitch of it just blocks it out to Ben Mike, who lets it run directly to him without moving, just moves his feet slightly apart in a V shape and lets the ball run into the V. Anything to amuse himself. In goes Ackerman and bowls. That one is onto middle and leg, and Ingram, and it's a bit short. Ingram can go back and therefore work it safely around the corner. Mulder, capless, picks it up, and that is 1 run. Ingram onto 139, and we are set very fair now. The dark clouds have drifted away to the east. 1 or 2 around still, but essentially it's going to be a glorious afternoon. So why not come down and watch a bit of first-class cricket for free? In goes Ackerman and bowls northeast. Clips it into the leg side, but doesn't time it. Hits it hard down into the ground. And you can even go up to the meet, and if you get here in time, hopefully, the Friends of Grace Road will still be purveying their splendid cakes on that first floor of the meet. What could be nicer?
Yes, don't start now, I'll be over there and see what's about, but it's very, very tempting. 315 for two, just the two overs left, and Mulder will continue. So if they take the new ball, Mulder won't take it. They will obviously use Wright at one end and the new boy, Roman Walker, at the other.
Just seeing
neither have bowled for some time, have they?
I'm just looking at them, seeing if anybody's sort of warming up, because you would think that they would have started to roll their arms a little bit. Over 8's down to -1, thankfully.
Because of the spinners. Mulder starts in the over, and Colin Ingram pushes forward, and the man at cover, the man at saving one, 15 yards to his left, race, and the ball is retrieved. Colin Ingram has played with great responsibility. We know how attacking he is in 2020 cricket, but apart from 1-6 perfectly safe shot, he's played every ball on its merit.
Now, Cricket Archive and the book that...
There's Mulder in, bowls, and he's gone caught behind. At last, the partnership is broken. Good diving catch by Swindells, and they get their first bowling point, and Colin Ingram departs for 139. It was an excellent innings, and put Glamorgan in a strong position, but persistence played its part there. Mulder was plugging away, got one outside the off stump. Whether it moved or not, I don't know. He played inside it, but after a partnership which started at 9 is now 315. Both Ingram and his partner deserve great credit. 3-1-5-3.
We'll let you hear the applause for Colin Ingram, thoroughly deserved. Unfortunately, they didn't quite break the partnership that Nick was telling us about, partnership 306 for the third wicket. That said, what I was about to say was that Cricket Archive doesn't necessarily agree with the Playfair annual that Nick was reading that top partnerships from. So we will have to check on that. But it was certainly a record for the third wicket of Glamorgan against Leicestershire.
Yeah, I checked that with Andrew Hignell as well. So
over the many years they have been playing, the two counties. I smiled when the wicket tape, not at the fact that the wicket had fallen, but at the fact that Mulder's celebrations, the way he punched the air, having had, he was unlucky earlier. He could have had Ingram on 77, should perhaps have had Ingram on 77. Well, he did finally get him on 139. Persistence paid off for Vian Mulder, 1 for 64 for the South African. And question now for Parkinson: does he think about the new ball, or does he think about not taking it? He's talking with Mulder now and with Wright.
Or does he say, well, Mulder's bowling very accurately, you have the new ball.
You have the new ball, but we shall see.
It's a tricky one, this.
He's learning his trade, Parkinson, as a captain, that is.
I would, if it was up to me, but it certainly isn't, I would say to Mulder, you're bowling well, take the new ball, because we've got a very inexperienced raw opening bowler in Roman Walker. I think you're bowling well, keep it going. You're used to, he's very strong. You can see his strong shoulder, and he's used to these hot conditions out in South Africa. And I would, but there we are.
He did take the new ball last week against Sussex.
He's bowling to the new batsman, Kieran Carlson, and bowls to him now, and Carlson lets that go through to the wicketkeeper.
Wright is swinging his arms at
right.
off. But that doesn't necessarily mean Mulder won't continue. Obviously, as you say, it might be Wright and Mulder, as it was last week. And he's quicker than Walker, I would
And more
suggest Mulder.
experience.
Yeah, I think Walker swings it more, but it
Oh, is it a swinging day? I don't know. It's
exactly.
cloud
Yeah.
or
It's got a lot warmer
yeah.
this afternoon.
In comes Mulder and balls to Carlson. Carlson plays forward, and that's gone down to third man. He's short of runs, is Kieran Carlson this season. He's got a couple of 60s or 70s, but nowhere near his best. So
Averaging 25.
yeah.
437 runs in 18
That's,
innings, with a best of 91.
So he needs some runs, and he couldn't find a better pitch to try and get some runs.
350s, but also 3 ducks.
Yeah.
So it's
He plays shots, but then he gets a little bit too excited and gets out attacking shots. Instead, gun barrel straight from Mulder, played back the pitch, 3-1-6. For 3, yes, and if you've just joined us, you've just missed a wicket. The last wicket was 4 last night. But you've just missed, if you've just come in or switched on, the wicket of Colin Ingram, who was nicking the ball outside the off stump. Swindell to keep a good catch. He dived to his left for 139. His partner, North East, is 151 not out. And it will be North East to face, and 2 slips have been brought in. That's interesting. 2 runs on 151. Yes, Mulder bowls short, pulled away, attempted to pull away, and it goes down the leg side.
no ball.
Another no ball. He did put a bit into that, didn't he?
Mm.
The new ball malaise at Leicester continues, I'm afraid.
So how many is that now? I will have a look on the scorecard.
3-1-8. Yeah, it's Mulder. Bowls. Forward comes North East, and they take a single out to mid-wicket. 152 to him. End of the over, 318. Or should that be a 319? We'll wait a moment. 319 it is. For 3, we've had 79 overs. And,
80 now. But
that was the 80th,
Yeah.
was it? And I always look at the 80th over. Where's the keeper going? I think he's just going to go a few steps. Yes.
yeah, Wright is handing his cap
Yeah.
to
So
umpire
Wright.
Baldwin.
And, it'll be the pace of Wright now to replace, I thought, quite accurate bowling off spin from Colin Ackerman.
Helmets and the old ball are being thrown to Scott Steele, Leicestershire's 12th man. He takes both off the field.
Is he a former Durham player?
He is, correct.
I thought it was, yes.
Just playing white ball cricket for Leicestershire at the moment. 7 no balls in the innings that made it, which compared to last week, when it got up into the 20s, I suppose is an improvement of sorts, but they do at least know this ground.
It's
Not
Claude,
that there's
the
any
bowling
excuses.
coach here, Claude Anderson, the bowling coach.
No, it was Tom Smith, but it is now, obviously because Tom has gone back up to Yorkshire, it's now Alfonso Thomas, formerly of Somerset.
Record-breaking T20 bowler.
Chris Wright then, with new cherry in hand, is going to be bowling to Sam North East with a slip and a gully. Bowls to North East, who looks to chop it away into the off side, doesn't time it, and it's stopped in the covers. It's usually Everson who's in the covers to the right hander, and I think it is on this occasion 2. What a partnership that was.
If that wicket hadn't been taken, I suspect Mulder would have come off. Because he's had a very lengthy spell, hasn't he, since... well, he hasn't bowled since lunch, but...
I'll have a look at his spell. In goes Wright and bowls. North East leaves outside off stump. No obvious swing with the new ball as yet.
16 runs needed to avoid the follow-on as it comes right and bowls. That's well fielded there. And second slip. Stole your thunder then.
It's all right. No, been all right. One of those little absorbing little sort of possible changes in a game. That's one of the glories of 4-day cricket, of championship cricket. Little changes within the game here and there. Battles won and lost.
Yes, absolutely.
Right is in bowls very full, looking to drive his northeast, digging it out a little bit so it travels at a fairly comfortable pace to Parkinson at mid-off.
Yeah, you're right, 136 for 1 Leicester. Before we settled in our seats, it was 136 for 3. Then came big partnerships towards the end, and as you say, that's the beauty of it. There's a very big gap on the onside, isn't there?
There is. I suppose he's looking to sort of swing it away from the right-handed north-east, and that is slightly short of a length on off-stump. No obvious movement as yet. Often the way with the new ball, doesn't start to swing for 3 or 4 overs at least, and north-east blocks it on the back foot. Down towards Kimber in the gully. Beautiful afternoon again now. I'm going to shed my gilet, which tells you just how warm it is becoming. It won't go any further than the shedding of the gilet, I promise. In goes right and bowls to northeast, who's driving very pleasantly, but a good diving stop, falling away to his right by Joey Everson. Saves 4. End of Wright's first over with the new ball. A maiden, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 47 for Chris Wright. Now, who will it be? Will it still be Mulder?
Number 49.
Oh, I can see Mr. Walker, who's going to get the new ball.
Taking his cap off and will bowl.
Yeah, another big vote of confidence.
I don't know.
In him.
We shall see.
You reckon Mulder should have at least had another over
What
then?
do you think?
I can see your logic entirely. With his tail up, having taken a wicket.
New batsman.
But he's off after 14 overs in the innings, 1 for 68 for the South African. At least he's given Roman Walker a new batter at whom to bowl.
Yes, Walker bowled 9 overs and took 1 for has taken 1 for 39. And he will be bowling with 2 slips as he bowls from the pavilion end. I will do in just a moment. And he'll be bowling at the right-handed. Carlson was just got off the mark with a single. As in comes Walker, bowls wide of the off stump. Carlson has nothing to do with it. The run rate has gone down, well, ever so slowly, 3.9.
Should have said that was a bonus point for Leicestershire, of course, that wicket falling as well. They sneaked a bowling bonus point.
In comes the next ball, good length ball, pushed down to cover by Carlson. 319 for 3 the bonus points, 6 to Leicestershire and 5 to Glamorgan. Still 30 overs left, of course, and to gather some more. As far as Glamorgan concerned, they want another 2 points, and Leicestershire would like to get another 2 bowling points. Walker runs away from us and bowls again outside the off stump, which is left. The sun just goes behind the clouds for a moment, but I didn't think we'd have such a nice a day as this morning, but we've been very pleasantly surprised, because down West Way, before you have another little dig at the rain in the west, there has been not much play at all at Taunton.
No.
Down the leg side, I thought he might have just nicked that. I don't know if you heard anything.
I think it came off the pad. I think it definitely moved.
Good take by Swindells.
He's improving all the time as a wicketkeeper, Harry Swindells. And the runs he got in the in the first innings, well, the only innings. 52 will help him. He struggled a little bit with the bat this season.
In comes the next ball again. He's probably a little bit too wide at the moment. But, want to try just a little bit straighter. He'll get the swing with the new ball, the movement. For some reason, point has been pushed back to the boundary. Come on, boys, there's a little window, shouts someone out on the field. What that means is if he could nick another 1 or 2, they're well back in the game. In comes the next ball, last defended, just a bit back of a length, and that's a good start, a comeback start, because it is a maiden over, and the score remains at 319 for 352 to North-East, and just a single to Carlson.
Sitting there with his pads on for such a long time, Kieran Carlson then comes in to find himself up against a brand new ball. Such is life.
Yeah. Next one in is Billy Root, who got 99 not out as he forced that win against Worcestershire a couple of weeks ago. And followed by Chris Cook, so a little bit low for Chris Cook at 7.
It's a good batting lineup, isn't it? Men in form.
This is the man of the moment as far as Glamorgan is concerned.
Right.
So
Down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls to North-East onto his legs. He calmly turns it away through the open acres on the leg side out towards Vian Mulder, who is the leg side sweeper, and takes his 1. Mulder, having come into field, keeps walking in because it's the new batter, Kieran Carlson, who will be facing from that end for the first time. Takes guard from umpire Baldwin. Mulder goes to a conventional mid-wicket. 2 slips, Ackerman and Kimber. And Patel is coming in as well, so it'll be 3 slips. Patel at first, Ackerman second, Kimber at third. So back to a fairly sort of conventional attacking field for Wright with a new ball against a new batsman. So it should be. Long leg is still out, of course, as he comes in and bowls to Carlson, who's hurried a little bit on the back foot. Implication being it might not have got up quite as much as he thought it was going to from short of a length. He's not a tall man, Kieran Carlson. It was a sort of slightly exaggerated back foot defensive shot in terms of the way his head came down at the end, and as though it didn't quite rise as he thought it might. 320 for 3. Wright is in and bowls. Carlson steps forward, not a big stride, and lifts his bat in a parabola over the line of the ball. Coming up towards the top of the hour, which means updates time. Some work going on in some of the interesting little businesses that occupy the garages on Milligan Road opposite the ground. Get anything in some of those places.
bit of drilling.
The origin of whatever you get from them might not be necessarily orthodox, but many things available. In goes Wright and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Now that one bounced and swung a little bit.
Good ball.
Carlson was turned square. So
Vital time now for Leicestershire with a new ball. Chance to get a few wickets, because it couldn't be a better time to get new batsmen in.
Let's have a look at that one. Ooh, yes, that one went nicely.
That went a long, long way. He's putting it out towards the leg side.
Encouragement for Wright. He looks at the ball in his hand. His fingers up the seam. Runs in and bowls to Carlson, who clips him nicely off his legs. He just overcompensated there, Wright. And Carlson has turned it out to the mid-wicket boundary, and it trickles over the ropes in front of the manual scoreboard for 4. So it is a fine margin for the bowler, And Wright, excited by that previous delivery, just overdid it on that occasion, overpitched, and it didn't swing as much. And Carlson tucked it away neatly for 4, his first boundary.
It went a long way, didn't it, off his bat? He just quick turn, flick of the wrists.
Swindles again uses the word window. Carlson looking to close it as Wright is in to him and bowls. He steps forward and leaves and sprawls away to his right. Harry Swindles taking the ball low, two-handed, almost in front of Rishi Patel at first slip. End of Wright's over. One very interesting from his point of view delivery in it. 18 overs, 1 for 52 for him, now scraping at the crease. How many overs until tea? 14. And
yes,
it is 3 o'clock.
Time for me to come back as Richard prepares for his report and Nick comes back into the commentary box.
The spinners have improved matters considerably in terms of over 8s, but it is still -1, so 14 would... Leicestershire usually when the seamers are bowling, never any more than 14 in an hour, so it looks like we will be about 20 minutes or so late as Walker continues from the pavilion end in and bowls to northeast. That's a decent shout for leg before no, says umpire Long, and it the appeal sort of tails off rather plaintively, doesn't it? It started so enthusiastically, and then you could almost hear each and every player. It was going, didn't do enough, Roman, I'm afraid. It was probably leg sidey-ish. Nigel Long, a very good umpire. No, had that swung even a little, but he didn't really. Height wasn't the issue, just didn't swing back enough. Walker is in and bowls again onto the legs of northeast to his back, tucking it away towards deep mid-wicket and taking 1.
I believe that's his first run since the new ball was taken.
Northeast's?
Yeah.
Hasn't, yeah. Carlson has been
There's 319 for 3 and Carlson had 5.
Quick Archive disagrees with your Playfair about that big partnership, so
right.
I don't know. So, you know, it just doesn't mention that 313. That was that a first class championship fixture or anything?
Essex.
Oh, against I beg your pardon.
Against
I've just been looking
Essex.
against just against Leicestershire.
No, this is all time.
Because I beg your pardon. In goes Walker and bowls, and Carlson is playing with his bat a long way in front of his pad, and then having to hop back into his crease there. But it was the highest ever
Against
partnership
Leicestershire.
Against Leicestershire.
What, for any county?
No.
Oh,
no, for Glamorgan.
For Glamorgan, yes. Yeah, that comfortably eclipsed the 242 of James and Maynard in 95.
Yeah. That was for the 3rd wicket, but that was also the
wicket.
highest, I believe. Here comes an update. I'm pleased to be able to report the Foxes have taken their first wicket of the day after a mammoth partnership of 306 for the 3rd wicket between Colin Ingram and Sam Northeast. Ingram it was who perished, caught behind by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles, diving away to his left as he edged a delivery from the South Africa all-rounder Vian Mulder. 315 for 3 at that stage. Leicestershire have now taken the new ball, which they're entitled to do after 80 overs of the innings. Sam Northeast is still there. He's 154 not out. Kieran Carlson has come in to join him. He is 6 not out. And Glamorgan have moved on to 326 now for 3.
Carlson's best this season, 91 against Leicestershire. He's only averaging 25.7 coming into this match, so he's in some need of runs, although he got a 46 in the last game. Thought we were about to see 2 Glamorgan all-time records broken in the space of a month, because they set a new 2nd wicket stand against Sussex just a few matches ago.
Walker is in. Northeast is back and looking to force it into the offside. Picks out Scott Steele, who's on as 12th man at the moment. Ben Mike had gone off. Looks like he went off just to get a sleeveless sweater. But although Mike is coming back on now, I suspect Everson. Look, is he limping slightly? Walking towards, or is it Walker who's limping towards us slightly? Just watching him. Is he going to go off here? He's only bowled 2 overs with the new ball. And he's walking off. Well, we shall see if there's an issue.
Doesn't look entirely happy with life, does he?
No.
As Wright will continue to propel the new cherry from the Bennett end. The wicket having been claimed, ironically, with the last over of the new ball, the 80th over of the innings.
The previous highest partnership for Glamorgan against Leicestershire was 274 by Messrs Dyson and Davies, just up the road at Ayleston Road.
Wright is in to bowl down leg side. There's a belated appeal, but that for once didn't include the wicketkeeper.
Just check that, yeah. 274, Dyson, Davies, Ayleston Road, 1937.
Yeah, the same Emrys Davis, whose third wicket stand still continues. So that's all-time Glamorgan against Leicestershire.
All-time Glamorgan against Leicestershire record.
Oh, yeah.
The first time have been a partnership of 300 plus.
As Wright bowls, Carlson is forward blocking it into the offside, and there's no run.
So Dr. Hignall will be getting very excited, I assume.
Oh, I foresee a stat attack on the Glamorgan website by the morning. Sam Northeast has some way to go still for talk of a CB. As Wright is in to bowl to Carlson, who nudges it into the mid-wicket area. There is no mid-wicket, and therefore they're able to go through for an easy single. Just sitting outside and getting a straight-on view down the wicket. It's temperature shoots up by several degrees when the sun pokes through. It's getting quite warm on occasion.
It is. It's lovely, actually, isn't it? It's saying it's free entry as well after tea, so...
Get down here if you're in the area. And they've turned off the drilling, which is a bonus as well. Wright is in to bowl to Northeast, who drives into the offside, but there's a sweeper on the cover boundary away to our right, and therefore it's just a single.
It's one of those interesting little businesses, is a sort of garage and body workshop and things like that, so presumably something like that going on there. Anything you need, you probably get on Milligan Road. Where it will come from, who knows?
Don't ask. 2 slips in a gully, or first, second and fourth? No, 2 slips in a gully, just about. 328 for 3. 107 to avoid the possibility of the follow-on, as Carlson defends Wright back down the pitch. No run. Wickets 1 apiece to Walker, Wright and Mulder. Walker is reappearing down beneath us, so perhaps it was just a change of boots, but he only bowled, was it 2 overs with the new ball?
It was.
So we will see. As Wright in bowls, Carlson leaves through to Swindells. Walker re-enters the fray.
Still think he's limping a bit. Carrying his left foot or something. But he's taking his cap off, so it can't be too bad. Whatever it is, maybe blister or something like that. Maybe he's just had that dressed.
Could be, but whatever it is, he is going to continue bowling, despite having been off the field for the last over. It obviously wasn't an absence long enough to trouble the umpires. Walker then wearing 49 to bowl to Sam Northeast on 155, slightly becalmed since the new ball has been taken, as Glamorgan just reset a little, as
Walker.
that's down leg side. Oh, sorry.
Wasn't sure whether
you're over.
Okay.
My fault.
The leg side it went and taken by Swindles.
It's a dot ball, whoever described it.
Parkinson pondering at mid-off. Wright has wandered across to make a suggestion. I think just the field is not really swinging as it did this morning. Walker turns, runs in past umpire Long and bowls to Carlson, who's quite late down on that one on off stump, and hence the chorus of frustration from behind the wicket. Indeed, Walker's own hand started to go into the air. He got plenty of bat on it. He's middled it, but he was a little bit late coming down on it, and that is all the encouragement close fielders need.
Yes, it was. They were almost into one brings two then.
Stuck on the crease, Romano. There's an interesting one. In goes Walker and bowls, and Carlson is leaning forward into that one and pushing it out to mid-off. It's fun to listen to them sometimes, the chorus, and what they come up with. It's a long day out there, especially if you're not taking wickets. And
most of it is complete nonsense, isn't it, in all cricket teams?
Little sort of pet nicknames and things like that. Little digs at the opposition batter. Walker is in and bowls. Carlson waits for that one on middle and leg and turns it firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket.
Yes, it's when you have the characters in your side who sledge their fellow fielders as well as the batsmen.
Romano. That's variations on the first name. It's usually sometimes the second. Well, actually often the second. Just asks his mid on right to go a little wider. Runs away from us and bowls to Carlson. Good length on off stump. Carlson is forward, playing it firmly, but only as far as Parkinson at mid off. Sounds like another vehicle is being dismembered up Milligan Road, and it's 3-3-1 for 3 across the road on the wide open acres.
Oh, your rear end widgets have gone, sir. I'll set you back a bit. 3:31 for 3. And a quiet period of the game with the new ball, which has taken 319. So we've just had 12 runs in 6 overs since that juncture. And Wright will look for another breakthrough, having got rid of Colin Ingram for 139. Stand of 306 was just 7 short of the Glamorgan all-time record for the 3rd wicket. So Wright bowls down leg side, northeast, doesn't get anything on it through to Swindells. It's a record Glamorgan stand of any wicket against Leicestershire. 158 next to Northeast's name, but can he just kick on a little bit, ride through this quiet period? Well, quiet in terms of run scoring, not quiet from the garage over the road. Right, hair flopping. Veteran is in the bowl, and Northeast plays it into the offside. Beats the infielder Everson, but it'll be picked up by the sweeper on the cover boundary, and it's a single. I think I heard the more melodious tones of the ice cream van briefly somewhere in the distance, but sadly not close enough for us to get in there. 3:32 for 3. Reply to Leicestershire's 584. 103 for the follow-on to be averted as the sun pierces the clouds once more and illuminates Grace Road. And Wright, with 2 slips in the gully, bowls the new bat Carlson, who's back defending on his stumps. He's not finding life easy, Kieran Carlson, is he? 1 boundary. He's faced 26 balls now for his 7. Not not maybe in the most fluent of nick at the moment, and just keen to get through this new ball period, get a bit of the shine off the ball, and deflate Leicestershire hopes of the bang bang. Right in. Balls to Carlson. Grunt of effort. Carlson drives back the bowler, who half fields in his follow through. No run. Picked up by Parkinson, coming in from mid on.
Almost sunglasses weather.
Yes, it's strange old variations in temperature and conditions. It was spotting lightly with rain when I arrived at the ground about 10 o'clock this morning. Right, bowls. Carlson slashes to backward point, but straight to Lewis Hill, and there's no run. Over 8 -1. So Leicestershire will be having to keep an eye on that. It's a long all day with 99 overs. I wonder if actually we'll take tea earlier than 32 remaining because we had the extra ones in the day. Possibly. Right, in to bowl, and Carlson flicks it into a gap on the leg side, and they take a single to bring Treble Nelson onto the scoreboard. Thank you to Stephen Hedges on Twitter for pointing me in the direction of an article on the 1948 partnership, which I'll have to catch up on later. Josh Curtis admits to having jinxed Glamorgan by inquiring about that record. Emir Evans says, good to hear Edward talking of positive declarations and accelerations. You've got to risk losing to win. And Panteg would like a shout out. They are staging the 3-day National Counties match between Wales and Wiltshire, which starts on Sunday. And Wiltshire includes Jake Lintott, who's been picked up to play in the 100 again.
Roman Walker in from the pavilion end, bowls to Carlson, getting used to his slightly idiosyncratic style, sort of not at all man, as I say. Then he crouches down even lower at the crease, gets everything behind the ball, works that one off middle leg, but only as far as Mike at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Chris Drew points out the advantage that Glamorgan have is that they can react to whatever is the result of the Middlesex match.
Walker is in. Carlson again is playing slightly across the line, pushing it out to mid-on this time, slightly shorter of a length. Well, it gives them something to think about tonight. Yes, I mean, they'll have that result in hand.
Thankfully, Sussex's 8th wicket pair of...
Have they dug in?
Well, Carvelis has bashed a few. The 133 for 7, 171 now is the Sussex lead. Obviously running out of time in that game.
Yes, absolutely. It's looking like a draw now, isn't it? As Walker is in, bowls on off stump this time. Not getting to the pitch of it, but doesn't really swing. Certainly doesn't bounce too much. And Carlson on the front foot can semi-drive it, play it forcefully, but didn't put his full weight into it by any means. Out to mid-off where Parkinson fields.
Described by Neil Thornycroft on Twitter as our favourite Greek doing the business for Sussex. Mr. Carvelas, the Greek international.
Walker is in and bowling. Fuller this time on, driven by Carlson. So it's slightly risky against the ball that's outswinger to a right-hander, but got plenty of it. Played it to mid-on.
Young Archie Lenham's dug in as well. It's been an hour and a quarter for 14.
He missed the game last week, which he probably wasn't too unhappy about.
Was he doing exams?
No, having tested positive for COVID, I'm afraid. But
good
yes,
match to miss.
Probably was. Walker is in and bowls. That one is turned nicely off his legs by Carlson out to the man on the backward square boundary, and as Nick said, Ben Mike does very well running away to his right. He is a very athletic fielder, a very clean pair of hands, and gets his throw away, and it is just the one to Carlson. Moves on to 9, beginning to look a touch more comfortable at the crease. Kieran Carlson now 3-3-4 for 3. Northeast just hasn't changed really. He's just batted very steadily throughout the entirety of his innings. Walker is in to him outside off stump, waits for it, tries to guide it down to wide third man, cuts it down into the ground, but it bounces up nicely for Louis Kimber in the gully to stop, which he does. End of the over. We could have 1 or 2 less than we're only getting 3 extra today, aren't we? So
yes.
1 or 2 less. Tea will be taken at 3:40.
As if they were listening to
there
us.
We go.
Perhaps
so
they are listening
whatever
to us.
happens,
we'll be off in 19 minutes time.
Yeah, indeed. So it'll be a long-ish final session, potentially.
Yes, if they bowl another 5 overs, 36 in the final session. There we are. Not too onerous. They only added the 3 on, even though we think we lost 12 yesterday, because presumably that was the time up till 6 o'clock in one of the arcane sections of the bylaws. You only reclaim time lost before 6, apparently, or something like that. Right. Into Carlson, who drives to mid-off, no run. Practices his shot. Looks as though he's got black socks on, Kieran Carlson, or perhaps it's just the black backs to his boots.
Rishi Patel's boots are like that. I thought he was wearing black socks, but there's sort of black heels,
Yes.
very dark heels. So presumably they're the same brand.
Yes, the game having gone through a phase of coloured boots with white. Right. Bowls and bowls him! Carlson, I think, got an inside edge, but his stump is leaning back, and Chris Wright's got his second wicket. Glamorgan 334 for 4, still 101 short of that follow-on figure, and Kieran Carlson's relative struggles continue.
Let's have a look at the replay on this one, as if he did get a thick inside edge. Once again, we weren't quite behind the bowler's arm for the key moment. It is not tricky. We think it was an inside edge. It looked like it, didn't he? He was looking to drive it away through the offside, and he lost his leg stump.
Carlson bowled right 9 is the immutable truth in the scorebook. Anyway, just 19 added for the 4th wicket. Wicket falling in the 89th over after a quiet period. Billy Root comes in, averaging 41 in the 4 matches that he's played this season, with a highest score of 99 not out at Worcester, where he was sawn off by the volley of boundaries from Michael Neser at the other end to win the game. But there was obviously no thought of Neser holding back to allow Root to 3 figures. He got a 50 in the second innings against Nottinghamshire last week as well, so he should be in reasonable touch, but is sometimes a little bit of a jittery starter, Billy Root.
Did Neser hit the winning runs? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In which case, yes.
Bish bash bosh.
I suppose the result was the important thing.
He didn't seem terribly worried about it afterwards, Billy Root, to be fair. Left-hander. So Leicestershire, once more, as they have for most of the innings, have a left-right combination to work with. Sam Northeast takes in a drink and a towel down between balls as Root comes to face.
Did you see the delivery, you were outside at the time, from Ackerman to Ingram, that just before the new ball, that actually did appear to bounce and turn?
I didn't quite
That
get
was
that
the
angle.
only one.
Yes. Right in to Root to edges, and he's caught it slip first ball. 3:34 for 5, and all of a sudden the game is turned on its head, and Leicestershire are back in with a shout of enforcing the follow-on. Simple chest-high catch to first slip. Ackerman clung on to it this time.
What a game cricket is. Stand of 306. Sitting in the pavilion watching all that time, Carlson. And then Billy Root. And then, well, they say, don't they, bang, bang. We'll get bang, bang here. And 315 for 2 has become 334 for 5.
Well, that follow-on is still in question, and we can forget all talk of Glamorgan pushing on and declaring. They have to get that follow-on avoided first. Strange, isn't it, that we've got 334 for 5 on the board, and in that has been a stand of 306.
Yes. Yeah.
So we've got 4 men who've been out for single figures. Lloyd, Byram, Carlson and Root.
Happily, from Glamorgan's point of view, Ingram and North East, not even double figures, triple figures.
Yes, there was I think it was the Sussex innings the other week where for quite a while there was either treble or single figures on the scorecard. Would you like to describe this ball just in case it's a hat-trick, Richard?
Trying to remember the last hat-trick I saw. Atif Sheikh took one at Bristol against Gloucestershire. That was, feels like many moons ago now. It was. Seen one too recently, that's for sure. And I must admit, a few overs ago, the likelihood of one being in this match seemed remote indeed. So long conversations going on between Parkinson and Wright. Is that Hendricks out there? Who's acting 12th man at the moment? Or is that Ben Mike? I think it's Ben. Yeah, it's Ben. He's back to us. Tall man. Similar build. He's going to be bowling to Chris Cook. And he's got 4 slips. 4 slips. Everson has gone in at 4th as Wright is in. Bowls to Cook, who leaves just that, and it was a no ball anyway. So had that been a hat trick, well, he's already taken 1 wicket off a no ball, or had a man caught off a no ball in this match. Chris Wright. That is the 8th no ball Leicestershire have bowled. Even the experienced Wright letting his enthusiasm get her away from him, I think, on that occasion.
So the 4 slips remain. It wasn't just for the hat-trick ball. 99 to avoid the follow-on. The countdown continues. Wright is in to bowl to Cook, who plays it on the leg side. And there's no run. Fielded at mid-wicket by Vian Mulder, who started the wobble by having Ingram caught behind for 139, since that Glamorgan have lost Carlson for 9 and Root first ball. Interesting times as the sun comes through once more, but we are nearly 2/3 of the way through day 3 and still only 15 wickets down, despite this little clatter as Cook defends on the leg side, with a few Leicestershire supporters giving Wright some vocal encouragement. 4 slips. It's not something we've seen too often in this match, with bat dominating ball to the extent that it has. But we'll need to get going again, otherwise that follow-on might be a possibility. As Wright is in, bowls, Cook plays that one to point, no run, and the over, 3:36 for 5.
applause for Chris Wright. Glamorgan still 248 behind. Here's the update. Well, lots of things have changed, having taken just the one wicket in the day when I spoke to you last. Leicestershire have picked up 3 more quickly. Colin Ingram was caught behind by Harry Swindles off the bowling of Vian Mulder for 139 after putting on a record 306 for the 3rd wicket, the highest ever Glamorgan partnership against Leicestershire. And then they've lost 2 in 2 balls. First, Kieran Carlson was bowled driving at Chris Wright, got an inside edge and lost his leg stump. And the very next ball, Billy Root got a delivery from Wright that bounced a little bit more than he expected, took the outside edge and was caught by Colin Ackerman at slip. So 315 for 2 has become 336 for 5. 435 is Glamorgan's target in terms of avoiding the follow-on, so they still have 99 to get to do that. That still should be achieved. The pitch is still pretty flat, but the game has moved on and the Foxes will now be reasonably confident of getting a decent first innings lead. Glamorgan 336 for 5. Vian Mulder has come on to replace Roman Walker, Romano, Viano now. And that first delivery was calmly defended on the front foot by North East. Mulder is in. North East goes back, looks to force on the offside, gets a thick inside edge, goes between him and the stumps down to long leg for a single. I mean, it wasn't so very close to the stumps, but unquestionably a false shot and an inside edge from the hitherto almost immaculate North East. He had play and miss it a couple this morning, and then the only other time he looked like he could have gotten out was when he went to his 100, when he forced Parkinson just in the air past Ackerman at slip. Otherwise, pretty good. In goes Mulder and bowls to Cook, who is solidly leaning forward to that straight delivery, line and length out into mid-off, where Parkinson picks up.
Chris Cook averaging 34.9 this season, 3 half-centuries or more to his credit.
Mulder tosses the ball from hand to hand. Might as well go through till tea, I think, now. In goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump, slightly short of a length, and he's got that one away off the back foot. I think Everson slowed it down, diving away to his left. He seemed to go down in rather slow motion there, as though he should have stopped, knew he should have stopped it, and only managed to get half a hand to it. Kimber, running back from the slips, completed the fielding, and Cook is off the mark with a 3.
Yeah, just getting to the tea interval. Glamorgan's next aim.
Mulder is in. Fuller this time, driving, is North East, but in control, not trying to thrash it away through the offside, making sure he'd worked it into the gap. Gap at point, basically. And out there, sweeping on the offside is Everson. Single taken by North East onto 161. He'd be a little bit weary now, I would imagine. 245 deliveries he has faced.
Hot work out there.
3 slips behind Cook as Mulder goes in and bowls to him on off stump again. Cook is very carefully leaning forward again for defensive, very solid looking on off stump out into the offside end of the over. Should be 2 more before tea. 39 overs remain in the day.
Yes, Glamorgan's ambitions very much short-term ones of surviving the next 5 minutes now.
So Sussex are 180 to the good with probably not many more than 30 odd, 35, 36 overs left.
Is slipping away from Middlesex, who looked favourites to win at one point when Tom Helm took 4 wickets in quick succession. Now, Parkinson, hoping to benefit from the extra hardness of the new ball, having not introduced himself until the 50th over with the first new ball. He is now on with the 11th over of the second new ball. Interesting.
Hard ball, new bat.
Yep.
Tee close. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Northeast faces up and steers into the offside, and there's a good stop at cover and there's no run. 341.45. Northeast 161. Next delivery, props forward, defends 2 short extra. Kimber no run. So Kimber is more or less on the drive on the offside in a catching position. Akamet Slip is the only other player crouching. As Parkinson is in, and Northeast watches that carefully on the back foot and blocks it on the offside. It's quite a rapid run up to the wicket for a spinner, isn't it, Callum Parkinson?
Something of the Underwood trot there, isn't there?
It's from a little further back than most, yes. Trots in and bowls, and Northeast stretches forward and defends again to Kimber. And there's no run. Northeast just looking to work through a very quiet period for him. See the shine off the ball and maybe accelerate again later as he defends again. Back down the wicket to the bowler. No run. 15:37 on the scoreboard. BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales. As Parkinson bowls and Northeast just guides it away gently to backward point. No run, maiden over. 341.45, 1 to go before tea. Stick your kettle on, and commentary will resume around the 4 o'clock mark here on this third afternoon, and we will have, by the look of it, 37 overs to bowl in the final session after 4.
Yeah, Mulder. Chris Cook's making sure it is the last before tea. He just checks his guard.
Is that still what it was a moment ago?
In goes Mulder, and bowls edged. Oh, dropped by Swindles, I think it was. A second catch that has been dropped off Mulder today. In fact, it's gone straight through Swindles, and well, really, that should have been another wicket for Leicestershire. It was it was straightforward, round about knee high, straight to him, and somehow it has gone through him. Oh my goodness, how many of these chances on both sides are going to go down in this match?
Not been a great advert for fielding, has it, this game as a whole? Glamorgan sticking down at least 5 palpable chances, and Leicestershire with a few glaring misses of their own today.
Oh, goodness me. Got to take those. It would have been another bowling bonus point. It would have sort of it would have opened up the tail a little bit, and prospects of enforcing a follow-on that much increased. Mulder is in to Cook, who is solidly forward on off stump, playing it back to him, and Mulder probably can't quite believe that it's happened to him again today.
It's funny how the tone of our conversation has changed this afternoon from can Glamorgan press on and maybe get into the lead to can Glamorgan scramble past the follow-on.
It would have been four wickets in the space of 30 runs. Mulder is in and bowls. Cook is driving but controlled, keeping it on the ground all the way. Out it goes to Roman Walker. I do want to keep calling him Romano. I reckon. It just sounds great, that. That was a shocker of a miss, I'm afraid. As Fango Fox puts it, a disgrace. Well, I guess nobody drops him on purpose, but in goes Mulder and bowls in a leave that really isn't very far away, and it's taken falling to his left by Swindles behind the stumps. It was far enough away, 3 inches or so, I would imagine. Cook walks away towards short leg. 3:40 is now up on both clocks, the digital on the electronic scoreboard, the splendidly huge clock atop the... It's a coupler clock, apparently, they're called a coupler clocks. And it is unique. It isn't the only manual scoreboard, but it is unique in terms of it has a clock on it. In goes Mulder and bowls. Cook defends. On the off stump, Mulder wants to kick the ball away. He throws it meaningfully away, like he really is still steaming mad to Romano Walker. But he does have another delivery to bowl.
I'm pleased to hear it isn't almost unique. It's one of my pet hates.
Yes. You cannot have gradations of uniqueness.
Yes. It's like being pregnant. Yes or no.
In goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump, and it's left by Cook. And it bounces through to Swindles, and Mulder turns and slowly walks towards the umpire to take his cap, and that is tea. Turned out to be quite an eventful final half hour or so. First hour, an hour and 20. Colin Ingram and Sam Northeast continued to bat beautifully before Ingram was caught behind off Mulder for 139. Carlson was bowled off an inside edge by right, and Root was caught at slip off right off the next to ball. Consecutive deliveries for those latter 2 wickets. So 345 for 5 at tea. We'll be back with you in around about 18 or so minutes time. Applause for Sam Northeast as he leaves the pitch on 161 not out. I think chances are now well into double figures.
Yes, I mean, tend to back down just for old blatant ones. This was also. Did it go through his legs?
Yeah, it was just in front of it. Yes, it must have done, really, because it was just in front of it. I suppose squatting would have been slightly jarring, but
Get away with those at this level.
suggestion is that he'd also dropped Cook at right.
I can't even read my notes that far. I can't read them on the table half the time.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Third and final session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Wales, Nick Webb, Eddie Bevan and myself, Richard Ray, your ball-by-ball commentators for this game. The two Glamorgan not-out batsmen. Sam Northeast on 161 and Chris Cook on 7, walking out into the middle, following the Leicestershire side, and the two umpires, Paul Baldwin and Nigel Long. 345 for 5 should be, from Leicestershire's point of view, 345 for 6. A bad drop by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles of Chris Cook on 3 shortly before tea. When had Cook gone, it would have been a case of 4 wickets having fallen in the space of less than 30 runs having been added. But Cook, as many batsmen have in this game, has been given a life. Will he make the most of it and support North East through towards the follow-on target of 435, now just 90 runs away? I have an update to do for BBC Radio Leicester any moment now, but otherwise hopefully you won't miss too much ball-by-ball commentary, as it looks as going to be Chris Wright who will going to continue with his seam bowling from the Bennett end. And he's going to be bowling to Sam Northeast. We did have an over at that end from Callum Parkinson, but just the one over before tea to see if there was anything there for him with the new ball. He's decided there wasn't enough to justify him staying on at any rate. And it is going to be Wright, the leader really of the Leicestershire seam attack, who comes in from the Bennett end, bowls to North East, who is up on his toes, turning a delivery off his legs down towards deep backward square. Roman Walker gets there sufficiently quickly to prevent a second, though both batsmen take a couple of exploratory steps down the wicket. North East onto 162, 346 for 5. Eddie back alongside me. Oh, here comes the update. We will, as soon as I said that, we'll hear from Eddie shortly. Right, quite a straight run down the slope and bowls. Cook is forward, leaning forward, playing the ball back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Players have just started again after tea. Glamorgan 346 now for 5. They should have been 6 down just before tea when Harry Swindles dropped a very straightforward catch off Chris Cook, then on just 3 off Vian Mulder. Had he been able to hang on to that, Glamorgan would have lost 4 quick wickets essentially. They did lose 3, Colin Ingram for 139, and then Kieran Carlson and Billy Root in consecutive balls from Chris Wright. 346 for 5 means that Glamorgan are beginning to close in on the follow-on target of 435. If they get past that, it's difficult to see the match ending other than in a draw, but you never quite know. The 350 is up for Glamorgan. They're 350 for 5. And have picked up another batting bonus point in so doing, passing that 350.
Beautiful day here at Grace Road. How far is Manchester? I'll let you ponder that in a moment.
Fair old way. In goes Wright and bowls. High left elbow from Cook as he plays slightly across the line at that one, pushing it off middle out into the onside. It must be at least 80 miles, 80, 90 miles.
Because they haven't bowled a ball in the One Day International.
Not yet, no. Or at Taunton. So it's, what can I say, Ed? It's the west side of the country.
You're absolutely right there. We sympathise because it's a beautiful day. Summer has returned.
Right is in and bowling to Cook again. High left elbow, pushes it back. He's going to have to scamper, but he's good calling. Good calling. It just went past the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Cook, seeing it wasn't travelling particularly quickly, and that both mid-on and mid-off were deep-ish, only a few yards deeper than normal, but deep-ish, called northeast through, and northeast responded, trusting Cook. Cook onto 12. It's glorious.
Just before tea, a good little passage of play for North. That's a few miles down the road from there for Leicester, with Wright doing a fine job here.
And he comes to finish his 22nd over, bowls very straight northeast, covers up, plays it back down. The wicket to him. I saw that Sussex had lost their 8th wicket just before tea. Young Lenham left a delivery and apparently got bowled, so it isn't quite a done deal there. 180 ahead, 32 overs, 2 wickets to fall if they fall quickly. I would have imagined Middlesex will have a whack at it.
Oh, they certainly will, but the gentleman from abroad there with Greek ancestry, I can't remember his name, but he seemed to be holding them up. I think anything 200 will be a real chase for Middlesex, although it's a small boundary, Lords, isn't it?
I remember at the Oval in 2016, in the famous game in which Peterson got 300 odd against Leicestershire. Leicestershire set, well, they didn't set, they were bowled, they were all out, leaving Surrey needing 210 off 22, and they got them.
Yeah.
So it's anything can happen.
Know. Mulder opens the bowling at this end, and the first ball is driven by Chris Cook out to a wide-ish mid-off, and they take a single. The only thing with that, you can also have boundary feelers as opposed to in the 2020 and other franchise games. You're only allowed 2 for the first, as we all know. We've been sending for the last month or so. The first 6 overs, and
every Leicestershire player was on the boundary at one stage of that one. Much good it did them.
Yeah. This next ball is forced away by Northeast. He'll get a couple here. It's a long chase coming round, and they take 2 runs. Possibly could have got a third, but why risk anything? Northeast marches on 164. He's the highest scorer in the game.
I think it was Steve Davis and it was probably Jason Roy. So pretty decent opening partnership. But so Glamorgan won't be counting any chickens just yet in terms of Sussex saving that game.
Yeah, it's Mulder bowls. The runs coming every ball of this over. It's tucked away by Northeast for a single, 165. Remember, 435 is the follow-on. If they get the follow-on, if they don't get the if you don't get the follow-on, you just bat on. But if they were to get Glamorgan following on, the usual story, would they enforce it? It all depends what the difference is and what sort of lead on first innings, but they've got to take another 5 wickets before we discuss that. Mulder in, bowls, and Cook is beaten there on the forward defensive. I think he went all along the ground.
Bounced about 2 feet short of Kimber, who did well to stop it to his left at second slip, but Mulder not having much luck.
Mulder, as I said earlier on in commentary, strong. You were saying that he's a very good rugby player. Look at his shoulders, you know. And he's got a good action. He puts everything into it and will keep on going. Indeed, he's in his 17th over as he comes up to bowl to Cook, and Cook is a little hesitant there, goes forward and just fiddles about and pushes it away on the offside. 355 for 5. So 80 runs now behind. Bit of chatter going on around the ground. I wonder if they've heeded your message of do come in after tea if it's a free entrance. In comes the next ball. It's well pitched up and defended by Cook. That is the end of the over. At the end of the 94th over, 355 for 5. Glamorgan need 45 for the maximum 5th batting point. And what do they need? Another 2 points, Leicestershire, for the full bowling.
Should have plenty of time.
Yes.
In terms of the run rate throughout the match has been pretty good on both sides, just about 4, helped by the lightning fast outfield and of course the relatively flat pitch. Right.
We've seen one ball turn in 2 days, haven't we? 3 days, rather.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to think whether Andrew Salter got one to turn. He got a couple to bounce from this end, didn't he? But not really turn and rippers. Right. Elbows jutting, runs in from the Bennett end and bowls to northeast. Grunt of the effort, and northeast covers up the straight one on off stump. Back down the pitch it bounces. Right, takes it in his right hand, then throws it to Ben Mike, who's got a great streak of red down the side of his pants, exactly where he's just rubbing the ball. He's clearly one of the designated polishers. Has he bowled today, Ben?
Yes, he has.
Yes, he has, yeah. Not much. Not much. As right is in. Northeast hooks, and Mike has work to do because he's hooked well in front of square through mid-wicket. Mike turns and chases after the ball. He's going to get there before Roman Walker gets his throwaway, falls over in the process of throwing. It's a long old way.
It is a long way. Back
to Harry Swindles. A good throw. Swindles takes it on the full, albeit in front of the stumps. And Northeast picks up 3.
Just going to say, just to the right of the hospitality boxes on the Bennett end of the ground, the cars' windscreens were glistening in the sun, which has gone in, but I'm sure it'll be out very quickly again, which might hinder the batsmen if the gentlemen put their rugs over the car.
Right is in. Back foot defensive force by Chris Cook from outside off stump, hits it hard down into the ground. Reasonably comfortable stop for Everson in the covers. Sam Northeast has, unless he's done it this season, what's his highest score this season?
107 or something, I think.
105 not out. He did have his highest first class score is 191 made for Kent. That's against Kent, yes. Derbyshire. So hasn't got a double 100 to his name, and he's getting close. In goes right and bowls to Cook, who drives, flashes it away through the gully down to third man for a single. Rishi Patel finds himself down there for once on the boundary.
Cook a little rest from slip.
Yeah, Cook moves on to 13. Ackerman, having taken that catch off Billy Root, has no doubt his confidence in those terms is back. He missed a couple this morning, but far from being alone in that respect in this game.
There's been catches dropped by both sides.
I think I've got 10 now.
Have you?
Overall. 7 by Glamorgan, 3 so far by Leicestershire. Right is in onto the legs of Northeast, helped around the corner. Did he get anything on it?
Yeah.
Yes, he did, says umpire Paul Baldwin. Nice little shot by Northeast, who moves onto 172. He's batted with super composure, really, Northeast. Just hasn't changed his tempo throughout. Hasn't needed to, but hasn't. Just as picked off the bad balls by and large. Worked it around, picked up his 1s and 2s where needed. Bad balls, as I say, have been put away, and it's very, very impressive. 258 deliveries he's faced now.
Very good signing by Glamorgan. I was quite surprised that they managed to get him.
He stands very still at the crease as he waits, and right goes in and bowls to him short again, pulled around the corner. A little bit squarer this time, and didn't quite hit it as well as he would have liked. And Roman Walker can run across to his left from deep square to deep-ish mid-wicket to field. Northeast takes 1 and keeps the strike. Moves on to 173 out of 364 for 5.
Yeah, Northeast, as you said, he moved down to Southampton, and they had a difference of opinion, and then he did have a very brief a couple of games up with Nottinghamshire. And the good thing is that I was asking a couple of the lads how he settled in. Oh, he's brilliant, they said. So that's always good news, because to have somebody enjoying his cricket and getting in with his mates is good. Started when they were over, and the first ball from Mulder is tucked away down to deep mid-wicket. I went over to the meet to get our food earlier on, and you don't realise how close it is. You stand there and have a look at play.
It's a good view, isn't it? It's, albeit sideways on.
Sideways on, but I do enjoy when you go there, because you can see what length they're bowling and where the batsman is standing in relation to inside or outside the crease. So yes,
different perspective.
Here is Mulder running away from us, this time bowling to Chris Cook. Cook defends back to the bowler with a little look to see where North East's standing and backing up, but he's safely in his crease.
Has the press, I know it obviously is now, but has the press box always sort of been behind the bowler's arm at Sophia Gardens? You would have been there before the new buildings?
More or less, yes, more or less, say 20 yards to the left or whatever. It was a cosy little press box, and we had 3 commentary boxes which catered for everyone, and I was sorry to see it go. Here comes the next ball, left through to the wicket keeper.
What about the other grounds in St Helens and places like that?
St Helens probably the best view in the whole land. You sit up about this, and when it's a day like this, the sea, the Bristol Channel, glistens behind. As you look over the stand, which the old stand was locked down, and they stand there now because it's rarely used for top rugby. It's about the size of the hospitality boxes here. And a no ball yet again is bowled. And it was a wonderful place. It's been taken down now because we don't know when we're going to play at Swansea again, sadly. You've been to Colwyn Bay?
I haven't, no. Kind of always check, one of the places I check first up when the fixtures come out. Oh, are we going to be somewhere like Colwyn Bay or Scarborough or wherever? But no, I haven't.
You'd have your run right by the sea for as long as you like.
Nothing better.
It's a wonderful ground. But we haven't played there now for 3 years because of...
Need a sponsor or something for...
COVID. Here comes Mulder in bowls, well judged outside the off stump by North East, and it goes through to the Harry Swindles. Oh yes, and we sit up in an elevated little bank, work from there, commentate from there, and we get our electricity from the little old lady who lives behind a sort of hedgerow, and we get everything plugged in. Quick scoring ground, of course, because it's on the small side, but everybody loves going over. In comes Mulder, bowled again, it's turned away, then they go for a single because mid-wicket is rather deep. You have a picture of it there. My God. Yeah.
Old pictures of the various grounds. There's a very old picture indeed of...
The old Arms Park, that is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Next to the rugby ground. That's how it used to be. Down here we used to sit as a final egg. As Mulder comes in and bowls. I'm looking at a book that has been given me. Yeah,
so that's that. That's Sophia Garden. No,
that's Cardiff.
Okay.
There's the stand, which was the old international ground, which was of course being made up to the National Stadium yard. That is Newport. Flat. This that is exactly the same, but this is the rugby ground now.
Ah, okay.
End of the over, 369 for 5. That's Newport. Just to play there.
Swansea.
Yeah, that was the commentary box I was telling you.
Ah, there we go. This looks like a little house.
Yeah, Swansea again.
Doesn't work very well on radio, does it? Apologies,
no,
folks. We're looking at old photos of the lovely grounds in Wales in a splendid
may borrow
book.
that for you.
Yeah, indeed.
Half an hour tonight.
Chris Wright is in and bowling to Sam Northeast outside off stump, swings away Northeast, just that little half stride he takes and then just calmly lets it go through. To Swindles, who is understandably much quieter than he was before tee. Still, I'm sure, thinking about that catch off Cook that he unaccountably missed. What a difference it might have made.
35 since 2 wickets fell in successive deliveries. And it's 369 for 5.
Wright is in to Northeast, again outside off stump, again he leaves, lets it swing through. Yeah, Cook was on 3, he's now on 15, and the score when he was dropped was 341, and it's now 369. Ackerman standing quite wide at slip, almost, well, pretty much at second slip really, relying on Swindles to get across to his right. He seems almost to be better when he is moving one way or the other, Harry Swindles. It's when it comes straight to him that he just seems to misjudge it sometimes. Right, bowls a very late leave from Northeast, just flicking that bat over the line of the ball and then indicating as he walks away with his right hand that it is swinging.
Moved, yes. Must be pretty hot out there at the moment.
It is a lovely, lovely afternoon. Now, thankfully we've lost, obviously, that sweltering heat we had at the start of the week, which was
not good.
Not pleasant. Wright is in, Northeast is reaching for that one outside off stump, getting his head over the ball and steering it out into the offside. Lewis Hill underarms the ball back from the boundary. That gives you an indication, albeit that he almost flung himself off his feet doing so, how close it actually is compared to the boundary on the other side of the ground. I would say it's probably about 55, 60 at the most to that boundary, and a good 75 to 80 on the other side, maybe even a bit more.
65 runs needed to avoid the follow-on. Could go either way. 65 here, a couple of wickets for... or if Northeast is dismissed, but if Glamorgan can dig in, they could well save the follow-on.
Sussex still just 8 down as Wright is in and bowls, and looking to work it on the leg side is Cook. Didn't get anything on it, bounced off the pad out into the onside. There was an appeal from behind the stumps, but not from Wright.
He's bowled very well, Wright, I must say. He's Hogan for Glamorgan and Wright for Leicestershire, I would say, are the pick of the bowlers. With all respect to Salter, who toiled away 40 odd overs for his 4 wickets, but I think those have been, these two seamers have stood out.
Mid-wicket goes back to deep square as Wright goes in and bowls to Cook, who again is playing it straight back down the wicket. Wright reaches out with his right hand and tries to dab the ball onto the stumps, doesn't manage to do so. And as I say, Northeast, far too old a hand to be caught by that sort of trick anyway. 370 for 5 at the end of the 97th over of the innings, so 13 to get the 30 more needed by Glamorgan to pick up that extra batting bonus point.
14 overs to get the batting point.
Yeah, well, 13 now.
13. Yeah, that should be within their compass, and the first thing for Leicestershire would to get the 6th and get another batting point. And this follows the pattern of yesterday when Glamorgan only picked up 2. Mulder, I mean, quite a long spell here. He's coming in and bowls, and that's just padded away. Well, he got a bat into it, but I think it was just pushed away onto his pad and rolled in front of him. Hot work for the bowlers at the moment. Hot work for the batsmen, of course. Not so bad for commentators who can sit behind. I was telling Nick this morning, I said, could imagine in that hot weather being down at Canterbury, where from 8 in the morning until about 2 the sun comes right at you. Must be absolutely sweltering. Northeast waits, in comes Mulder, bowls, chipped away on the onsides, chase there, but he's going to be stopped inside that boundary. Who's that on?
It's Rishi Patel.
He's done a lot of running around there today, Richie Patel, and he's fielded well. But the gate take a single. What are we looking for? Northeast is 195, is it?
191.
191, so he's another 14.
That was at Canterbury, the aforementioned Canterbury, in 2016 against Derbyshire. He's an interesting character.
15 runs for him, 13 runs as Cook. Defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
Asked to make a prediction for the future of cricket, Sam Northeast says franchises will take over the county game.
Yeah.
And he may not be in 20 years' time.
That'll be a very
Too
sad
far
day,
from
Richard.
it certainly would, and I think they'll certainly grow in influence. What makes him worry? World War III, he says.
Yeah, shouldn't laugh, but there we are. Here's the next ball, and that's a nice looking shot from Cook. It drives to mid-off, cover rather, there's no run. The old days, you see people used to grab the sheets of these people and write it in, and they think
Yes.
Sam Northeast was Tom Bloggs.
These days, I am assured that
It's done
done
properly.
online and only by, you can only do it with your own code and things like that, so each player should have done their own.
Hot sunshine here as it comes. Bowls, half volley.
Dropped by
at
Kimber, a
second.
third catch.
Any more to come? And he's taken two brilliant catches in the.
Mulder can't believe it.
Dear.
3 off Mulder.
Yeah, you sympathise. One brilliant catch, rather, he took to get rid of David Lloyd last evening, but that was straight at him. He's a tall man, into his chest, down it went. Mulder must be getting movement, and he's just striving here, and he's really bowling so well. One ball to go, and well, you must know how the Glamorgan bowlers felt now. You'd probably go up to one of them and say, Michael Hogan, how many do you have dropped? So-and-so, how many have been dropped? Oh, 3. Last ball of the over, Cook waits again, and this time he leaves. So he's been dropped twice, Cook. 371 for 5, and Mulder just strolls nonchalantly back. Might have a rest now. Somebody's tapped his back and said, so sorry about that.
He sank to his knees when that one went down because
did.
of all the less. I think Kimber has the best pair of hands in the club, and we saw yesterday that he can catch flies, but it was travelling. But as Eddie said, straight to him, 2 hands, chest height, just bounced through it, and Mulder just couldn't believe it because that's 2 fairly straightforward. The Cook 1-2 swindles could not be more straightforward. I suppose, as I say, that was travelling, but goodness me.
The crowd down there sympathise with him, Leicester supporters, so they should.
371 for 5, and it'll be Ben Mike replacing Chris Wright at the Bennett end. How are we doing for updates? We're close to time. We are
Well,
close
2 or
to
3
time.
minutes, yes.
Now Mike wants his square leg, deep backwards square. Roman Walker to go a little bit square a bit. He's almost exactly deep square leg now. Just in front of square. For some reason, Parkinson and Wright swap mid-on and mid-off positions. And Mike charges down the slope and bowls to northeast, short, and it's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. Might go all the way. Chasing up the ropes is Walker's going to get there, about a foot inside the ropes. Northeast will actually have to settle for just 2 in the end. Good work by Walker. That's a heck of a throw from there.
Big arm, wasn't it?
Strong boy. Northeast onto 179.
Most people would be throwing in instalments from there.
Yeah.
I would toward the end of my club career.
Be a few elbows and shoulders being thrown out in club cricket, trying to chuck it in from 85 yards. Mike, through the shadows of the floodlights now, bowls to northeast, a little bit short again, but northeast again. He's quick to rock back and pull it out to deep mid-wicket. Walker's putting in the charge. I don't think he's going to get there. He is going to get there. Brilliant work by Walker, who, having dived and flicked it back, lies on his front beyond the boundary.
And he's all right.
I think he's just probably completely shattered, because that's two huge sprints off consecutive deliveries from Roman Walker. He's just put in two, 60 yards, 70 yards sprints and shuttle work by Roman Walker, and I think he's picked himself up, and he's giving it everything in his first class game, as you would expect.
Well, the old-fashioned of me thinks in county cricket, why do that? It's not going to end this game, obviously, in a one-run win or one-run defeat. 2020.
We've seen a couple of one-run wins here, or one-wicket wins between these two sides. In goes Mike, and bowls back foot defensive force out into the offside by Chris Cook.
But I take my point. I think a fast bowler.
Yes, I do. Yeah, but he's young and strong and fit, and
like we used to be. Great effort, as you say, and there's a man standing behind us who I once saw break a finger diving in a BBC match at the square leg boundary, and that was Mr. Webb.
Broke his finger. In goes Mike, and bowls to Cook, who's survived two chances now. He blocks that one out into the onside, picked up by
I happened
Walker.
to be playing as well, and I thought, oh no, Nick, don't dive.
So, and he was reaching for it. How did he? Was it going very quickly, or did he?
No, yeah, it was.
Okay. Was it against ITV or something? Or was it a grudge game or something?
I think it was something.
Christians in sport.
Christians in sport.
Christians in sport.
Don't tell me they are Christians in that sport, because I will tell you a little story in a moment.
In goes Mike, and looking to work it off his legs is Cook. I don't think he got anything on it. He might just got an inside edge onto his pad. It loops down towards backward square, and Swindles, desperately perhaps trying to redeem himself, is actually first there as various fielders converge on it, and one is taken, and it doesn't go down to Cook, so it must have been a leg by 377 for 5.
Well, a gentleman you might have heard of called the Reverend Andrew Dinkfield
Yes, Wingfield Digby.
Wingers, and he played in that game, if you remember, Nick, and I went in to bat, and we were told, it's a good friendly game, and Mark Frost was playing, and people like that, and it was all friendly, and I've known him for years.
Mike is in, bowls full on the legs of
It's another
North East,
ref.
clips it out to mid-wicket, where Walker, thankfully for him, doesn't have to sprint quite as far to get to the ball, gets his throw away. It's going to be overthrows as well, could be 4 of them, it is. Yes. 4 of them, that is 6, so Walker, having really impressed in saving one, has just given away 4. 6 runs from that delivery, and there's a few hands on hips out there. Was been some ordinary fielding, I'm afraid, in the game one way or another, mostly in the catching, but that was an ordinary piece of fielding. North East gets a bonus 4 to add to his 2. He goes on to 188. He's within 3 of his first class best now. I'm anxious to hear this story, but there's an update coming for BBC Radio Leicester as well. I want to hear about wingers, diggers, and various non-Christian acts in a game against the Christians.
I can't repeat words word for word.
Did they? Was it that bad? Really? Sledged.
And I'd been there the previous winter out to the West Indies with the England lot, and he was there, and he used to give a little, if you want to come to my room, and have a little discussion and a prayer at the end of the day. And when he came back, I said, "Oh, Andrew, lovely to see you." "Hello, Ed, lovely to see you." So I went out to bat, and I've been played for a couple of years, and prodded around, and he beat me outside the off stump. Then he beat me again. "I don't believe this," he said. And
Everson is in and bowls to Cook, who works it through the vacant point area to deep point, and there is one.
Very quickly, he said, I don't, and I said to him, I don't believe you either, what you've just said. But that was the game.
Partnership of 50 between Cook and North East. Here's the update. Don't call them running foxes. Everson is in, bowls, and goes past the outside edge of North East bat. Well, they're back out after tea, but they haven't taken another wicket. They should have done, because Chris Cook, who was dropped just before tea by Harry Swindles on 3, was dropped on 15 by Louis Kimber at slip. Again off the same bowler, poor Vian Mulder, who has seen 3 catches off his bowling dropped today. As a consequence, Glamorgan have moved on to 384 for 5, needing less than 50 now to avoid the follow on. Sam North East is closing in on his first class best. He's 189 not out. Chris Cook is still there somehow. He's on 17 now off 37 balls. Foxes not helping themselves with their catching. If they're going to enforce the follow on, they've got to hang on to them. It's 385 for 5.
Time you have a little rest, is it? And, Nick is standing by as Richard goes out and has a little sit in the sun. In comes the next ball from Everson. It's driven confidently but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. On for 32 and the 11th over, steady but not penetrative. Joey Everson on loan from Nottinghamshire. Glamorgan 15 runs away from the maximum batting point.
And Everson playing against Glamorgan for the 3rd time this season.
Absolutely.
And featured in both games for Notts.
He's in and he's over the wicket and he's bowling. And North East just pushes it away.
Cook.
Cook. Who's it? Cook, yes. Yeah, growing in confidence here is Cook, because he's been dropped twice, 2, well, no catch, it's simple, but straightforward, I think, is the way to describe it.
Yeah, the second one off Mulder travelled fast to slip, but you'd expect pros to hang on to those. The first from Swindells was...
Yeah. That's a forcing shot out into the covers, struck hard by Chris Cook. That is the end of another over. 385 for 5. And the follow-on total is 435. So I'm sure you can work that out.
50.
Exactly 50. And as long as these two together, there are no alarms. But you feel like that if one of these perishes, it could be a little bit dicey. But not the way it's been going, I shouldn't say, perhaps.
The batting to come then, Michael Neser, Andrew Salter, James Harris and Michael Hogan. So the first 3 of those at least are capable
You're trying to say
low
something.
order batters. Mr. Hogan has not graced us with one of his specials so far this season.
I'm sure you're going to tell Leicestershire listeners, as you tell every other county's listeners, about Mr. Hogan's record.
Never out LBW. 385 for 5 as Mike bowls and North East defends back down the pitch. 2 runs short of equalling his career best of 191, scored for
Derbyshire.
Kent against Derbyshire in 2016.
What did Mr. Hogan tell you the other night? It's the way I stand at the... Because you said something about watching the LBW. It's the way I stand at the pitch, he said.
Yes, where his legs are. Nowhere near
Very
the
long legs, I think. It's outside the leg stump.
Nowhere near the stumps. Mike bowls to North East, who clips it off his legs. Will go for 1, but Everson cuts it off at fine leg and gets a good throw in. And North East, having benefited from 4 buzzers in the previous over, moves to within 1 of his career best. Actually, that match you're referring to, or that fixture you're referring to, a BBC sort of media team played Christian in Sport. I got injured twice in 2 years in that fixture.
What, you didn't get injured the following year?
Yeah.
Well done.
In comes Mike, bowls to Cook, and it's driven back to the bowler. Well, the one year I broke my finger trying to scoop up a catch on the half volley, and I think it was the next year I was fielding as a substitute, as I wasn't actually playing, but someone went off anyway, and I went on for a few overs and wrecked my shoulder trying to cut a ball off, and ended up in hospital that night, actually, having an x-ray, I think.
I didn't play that game. I'm afraid my time was up by then.
386 for 5. Cook on strike. Mike is in to bowl, driven to cover, and there's no run. So it was a relief this year when I managed to
You're unscathed.
get through a BBC against the Wales Online crew game at that St Fagans ground with only a minor bang on the head. Quick self-administered concussion check. Can I still see straight? Yeah, I must have been all right then. Here is Mike into Cook, who drives nicely into the offside, but it sits up nicely for the cover fielder, and there is no run. 49 needed by Glamorgan to avoid the possibility of the follow-on, but our main interest at the moment is whether Sam Northeast can find the extra 2 runs to beat his career best in what's been a fine start to his Glamorgan career. Cook on 17 on strike, having been spilled twice, both off Mulder. Mike bowls, and Cook plays a nice looking drive but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. 386 for 5. Cook has 17. Northeast is on 190, one short of equalling his career best score.
Yes, and it will be Everson probably. Yes, he's taking his sweater off. Oh, word. Would you need a sweater on a day like this?
Not really, it's quite sweaty without a sweater. Sussex look certain now to hold on for the draw against Middlesex to benefit Glamorgan, thanks to our favourite Greek, Aristides Kavalas, 43 not out. And Sussex in that match are 182 for 8, which is a lead of 200 runs, but obviously that is late on the final day, every other game.
So 10-2 to start.
Well, 10-minute turnaround, 200 in, wouldn't be probably 20 overs now.
No chance.
The ceremony, the great ceremony of the English county game this season. The examination of the ball, ladies and gentlemen.
Which we will take a 5-minute nap. So.
And batsman calling for a drink.
I think it's Mr. Baldwin and.
Looks like a ball change. The suitcase with the nuclear secrets is being brought in. Yep, there it is down beneath us, the case of balls.
Do you like this? Is this all right, Captain? No, it isn't. Batsman? Yeah, we'll play with that. But Captain, no, can you put it through the hook?
Yes, a ball of approximately, what are we looking at? 21 overs old, so I think they're graded in roughly every 10 overs or something like that.
I had no idea.
The balls in the case. Unless they've upgraded them. It used to be just a cardboard box a few years ago. Now it seems to be a mini suitcase full. James Whale, the Glamorgan 12th man, is on the field administering drinks. Play is due to start between England and South Africa fairly shortly. South Africa put England into bat in that reduced one-day match.
The third one-day match is to be played at.
It's the T20 that.
Is it the T20 in Cardiff?
Yeah, T20 in Cardiff. There's another series between now and then. link with the women playing frequently as well. There's an England match every day or every other day.
No wonder Stokes is retired from 2020.
All the matches in the First Division are over. Hampshire beat Gloucestershire by 6 wickets, needing just 82 to win. Lancashire got to 278 for 6 to beat Northants by 4 wickets. Somerset and Yorkshire, they didn't play at all today because it was somewhat damp in Taunton. Surrey beat Essex by 6 wickets at the Oval. Kent beat Warwickshire by 177 runs, so it's just Division 2 still continuing. Derbyshire looked like holding out for a draw against leaders Notts. They're 237 for 4 in their second innings, still 63 behind. North East on strike, one short of that CB, Edward.
Absolutely. And he will face Everson, Joey Everson on loan from Notts here. And here is Everson and bowls. That's driven. And it's well fielded at cover. I thought that destined for the extra cover boundary, but...
thought that one might be it, yeah.
It would be a nice way to get that record score, driving through the extra cover for 4.
Yes, and then if he does get there, 200 his next personal ambition.
As Everson comes in and bowls, and that's cut away through the offside. He'll certainly get a single, but he won't risk a second. As Nick perched with an iPad here and show our good people back in Wales how he got it and where it went and whatever.
Yeah, he's level with it now, so this innings will go into his personal ledger somewhere. As Cook faces up to Joey Everson.
Bowling from this end. 2 slips as the next ball is pushed back down offside. They're continuing to bowl on a length if they can, and a good length to try and stop the scoring. This rate now is 3.8.
Yeah, it's dropped slightly, hasn't it? It was around 4 for most of that huge partnership between Ingram and North East, which has dominated today's play before the belated Leicestershire fight back.
Everson, only at his 12th over, comes in and bowls, and that's a good looking shot, and it's going to get a single and despair and dive by the captain Parkinson to stop it rolling through. And has he hurt himself? He's
went head over heels. He's down on one knee now. That was rolling away, racing away really down the hill, despite being no more than a firm defensive push from Chris Cook. Sam North East had to stay in his ground for a while just in case the bowler stopped it, and there was a little bit of hesitation.
2 balls left to this over, as I'm sure North East is conscious of this record. As in comes Everson, bowls to him, pushes it away in the offside, and that is a career best for Sam North East. Well played to him. He moves on to 192, surpassing his best score previously against Derbyshire of 191.
So, milestone for Sam North East, just greeted by the dressing room beneath us.
Yes, they know all about it, as the next ball is cut fiercely for 4 by Cook, who hammers that down through extra cover. Probably the hardest the ball has been hit today. That is the end of the over. 393 for 5. And isn't it strange how it follows the pattern of yesterday, where the successive wickets fell in successive balls, and then there's a big partnership of about 80 or 90, and this is what's happened in this game. 393 for 5. Glamorgan more or less assured of maximum batting points as they get nearer to this follow-on figure of 435.
Strange, isn't it? You don't often have the follow-on being after the maximum batting points. They could collect the maximum and still be asked to follow on. Facing 584, piled up by Leicestershire. really in the runs in the last couple of weeks as Mike starts a new over to bowl to North East, who's back on his stumps playing on the offside, on the onside rather, and there is no run.
And the next note now for North East is 8 more runs for a double 100. So it's been a wonderful day for him. Former Kent stalwart, and then he went down to Hampshire. Wasn't very happy down there. A brief, as I mentioned this earlier on, a brief spell with Notts, but he's made his home. Is at home here with Glamorgan. As he waits now, as Mike comes in, clipped away, lovely bit of time in there, and that's going to beat fine leg. The moment he left the bat and runs away for 4. 397 for 5. 4 runs needed for a double 100 for Sam North East, and I think I have stolen your thunder.
Teamwork, as long as someone describes it. 397 for 5 then. North East 196 not out. Glamorgan need the batting points, even if the win points might be extremely difficult to come by in this game. Still a long way behind. Glamorgan not really having bowled or fielded up to standard. Leicestershire haven't fielded up to standard either. Mike down the slope towards us, bowls to North East on 196, turns it off his legs. Will just pick up the single though, because he's picked out square leg, and they take the 1. 398 for 5, North East to 197. So a man who's been playing county cricket a good few years, Sam North East. Just looking to see Kent debut back in 2007, so 15 years in the first class game, but this is his best individual performance yet. In comes Mike, bowls to Cook, who swings at a short ball and it flies through to Swindells. That could have got anywhere from up in the air to into the pavilion if Cook had got a bat on that one.
982 runs now scored in this game.
For, what are we, 15 wickets in. It's not quite the contest between bat and ball you would ideally want, but on the other hand there's probably a good 10 chances being missed between the two sides as Mike bowls Cook another short ball, and Cook again tries to swat it away, but not very convincingly, and misses again. Surely Glamorgan need to get past this follow-on target before playing frivolous shots.
Yes, and if they do lose the wicket and save the follow-ons, they should now. Michael Nisa is not going to block many, as you well know.
No, but they do need to get that 4-3-5 first.
37 needed.
37 needed.
2 bounces have gone, no more.
Mike in, bowls to Cook, short of a length on the offside, forced to point. Good diving stop there, and there is no run. End of the over, 398 for 5, North East 197. Cook on 22 not out here on BBC Sport Online.
And after surviving 2 relatively simple chances, Chris Cook has settled down, and this is a useful partnership. Last wicket fell at 334, so the 54-run partnership. And they would probably now, as the bowlers tire, will try to accelerate in this final. God, I thought I'd be looking at 15 overs left. It's 26 overs left.
Don't be so optimistic, Edward. It is indeed. Martin Jenkins on Twitter says not need a lot more from Kieran Carlson between now and the end of the season if Glamorgan have got any hope of going up. Indeed, he's captain the One Day Cup side as Roman Walker is back in the attack, and through outside off stump it goes to Swindells as Edward getting some last minute instructions from Radio Cymru base, is it, Edward?
It's from MP Maynard base.
All right.
How's he asking me? Asking me, it's his career best. I'm not answering.
Well, it's nice for people to check.
Yeah, again, it's Everson. Drive. Walker, rather. Confused in the heat and the records and the double hundreds.
Potential. Still a shot away.
So Glamorgan assured of maximum points here. 5 batting. As in comes the next ball. Wide, cut away. It's parried by the man in the gully and half stopped. A single for North East, 198,399 for 5.
Yes, the game has gone at a slightly slower pace, hasn't it, since the taking of the new ball?
Only just, it hasn't gone over 4 today, and it's 3.9 now. Just to answer your question, Nick. So it's been pretty consistent, but it's gone up and down, as you say.
It's just felt a bit not quite the drama that Leicestershire would have liked to create with the 3 wickets in the half hour before tea. But they've only themselves to blame, really, dropping Cook a couple of times.
Yeah, and it is Cook who is facing now. As it gives Walker left outside the off stump. And Cook is 22, North East 198. He's been there since last evening, and he has faced 284 deliveries in this hot sun. What a display of concentration and application that he's shown. That I can see him looking up at the scoreboard. It'll give him great satisfaction. Here's the next ball, driven back down the pitch, and there's no run.
So far, he has struck 21 boundaries as Sam North East. So he's had to work a lot in between as well. 120 odd runs to be run. Helped by that.
Everson in and bowls, and Cook wants a run, and he'll get it. His mid-on is rather wide. That brings up the 400. Glamorgan have got 5 batting points to go with their 2 bowling points, and applause from quite a number of Glamorgan supporters who have travelled up to Leicester for this game. Cook moves on to 23, so that's one target that has been reached, the maximum batting points. And the next target will be for Sam North East, who has not given a chance and is 198 not out. And there is a change of bowling to describe at that far end. It's the captain coming back, who of course is Mr. Parkinson.
Be starting the over to Chris Cook. There hasn't a chance been spilled, but that was an opportunity, I think, to slip, wasn't there, when he was on 99 runs to get his 100s, just edged past slip. Another day that might have been taken. Parkinson then to bowl to Chris Cook, who might just try and hit him over the top.
Yes, he's an aggressive batsman when he gets in.
Second spell with the newish ball for Parkinson, putting himself more into the mix as the day goes on, as Chris Cook stretches forward and defends the first delivery to Mike at point, and there's no run. 400 for 5 Glamorgan. As Parkinson bowls, and Cook is again forward blocking it, so he's going to have a good look first by the look of it. Chris Cook, 3 boundaries he's hit so far. 400 for 5 Glamorgan, 184 still in arrears as he steps back and cuts into the offside, and there's a scramble for North East as he'd come a third of the way down the wicket, but was hastily sent back. A fine piece of fielding from Mike at point as he fielded at full stretch and then had a throw at the non-striker's end. So, a renewed burst of sunshine as next delivery is defended again by Cook, having a good look then before he goes ballistic. Potentially may just decide to bat through the day. Who knows? The team tactics. Parkinson bowls and Cook is forward defending again. It remains 400 for 5. Richard Ray will be updating BBC Radio Leicester listeners fairly shortly, as Parkinson is in to bowl to Cook, who pushes forward again, just dabs it out on the offside. There is no run. It's the end of a maiden over, bowled by Parkinson to Cook. Thank you, Edward. Edward will exit stage whatever, stage left, not pursued by a bear. Richard Ray will come in and update BBC Radio Leicester listeners fairly shortly. Also shortly, we may see Sam Northeast to a maiden double century.
Yes, that could be slightly awkward if it's in mid. I don't know whether you want to...
Needs a bit more sticky tape on the muff here.
It's Cook who's on strike at the moment. Oh, it's not, it's Northeast.
As the first ball is played back to him, Roman Walker with ball in hand as we try and cover all bases at once. Sam Northeast, 285 deliveries faced, 21 boundaries struck. Walker is in to bowl to Northeast on 198 not out. Make that 199 not out as he turns one for a single on the leg side to mid-wicket. 401 for 5. Chris Cook dropped twice, takes a fresh guard off umpire Long. Just the two slips. 5 saving the single for Leicestershire. As Walker taking his time, having a word with his skipper. Beefy young man, 21 years old, Roman Walker, is in to bowl to Chris Cook, his former captain, who defends it with a jab of the bat to mid-on, and there's no run. Just getting a little bit soporific in this evening session at the moment, the pace of play, even though the run rate still remains 3.8 for the innings. The over rate, worryingly for Leicestershire, has slipped again to -3. It was -4 at one point. Improved briefly. Walker in to bowl. Cook forces that one through the covers. That one will race away. That'll be quite a chase, and it'll reach the ropes in front of the old scoreboard as Cook moves on to 27 not out, and the total on to 405 for 5.
Update just might come between overs if we're very fortunate.
Fingers crossed. Otherwise the good listeners of Leicestershire might find themselves surprised by an upbeat assessment of Welsh prospects. Hopefully Cook can remain on strike until you've finished it. We've got 2 balls left in the Walker over, as Walker is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who drives to mid off no run.
405 for 5. Glamorgan. Sam Northeast closing in on his maiden double century. He's 199 not out. Chris Cook has been dropped twice in going to 27. The Foxes have only themselves to blame. Another 30 runs needed by Glamorgan to definitively avoid the follow-on. Difficult to see the game ending in other than a draw after that point, but you never quite know. Glamorgan 405 for 5.
As Cook plays the last ball, 2 mid on, so Sam Northeast will be on strike at the start of a new over, which will probably be bowled again by Callum Parkinson, back for a second spell with the new ball, having kept himself to the 50th over of the first new ball, is now bowling his second spell with the second new ball. And
or actually the third, isn't it? Because it was changed after 20. Well, I don't know how many times. Was it changed in the first innings? I'm sure it was changed.
I
in the
don't bother
first
writing
innings.
them down anymore. They're
So
just
frequent.
boring.
But yeah, it has been changed. I can assume that.
So,
Field coming in,
yeah,
understandably.
they're not making it easy. They're not making it easy for Sam Northeast, the experienced Kent and Hampshire batter. Parkinson then from the Bennett end to Sam Northeast on 199 not out. Drive straight down the grounds. What a lovely way to reach a maiden double century as it races up the hill for 4 runs. Sam Northeast punches the air with his bat, acknowledges the applause from teammates and from the crowd. A tremendous moment after 15 years in the first class game. Sam Northeast reaches a maiden double century. He is 203 and Glamorgan are 409 for 5.
Yeah, what a way to go. To your double century, super on drive. Parkinson with a short extra cover is in, bowls to him slightly short. He goes back and cuts him for 4. No, there is a sweeper on the offside boundary who is going to make it running across to his right, Ben Mike. And so it is just the one to Northeast who moves on to 204. No turn still for Parkinson. There was a little bit of swing sitting behind the bowler's arm, but nothing much for the spinner who is in and bowls to Cook. Full, who's driving out to mid-off. He's going to have to hurry Northeast. If the throw hits, it could be close, and there is a half appeal from Harry Swindles. It wasn't a bad throw from Mike having come in to mid-off, but it did require Swindles to take the bails off to have a chance of running Northeast out. It had to hit direct. It didn't. Cook on to 28. No thought for Northeast's weary legs, making him run a quick single. 411 for 5.
Well, Chris Cook, despite being one of the older players, is one of the nippier ones between the wickets.
Parkinson is in. Back goes Northeast, delivery on his legs, whips it away to Everson, who's at deep square. Throw is a good one from Everson, in that it is taken on the full by Swindles, backing away from the stumps. Strong one then, shall we say. Leicestershire have only 3.2 overs left to take another wicket and get another bowling bonus point as Parkinson is in. Maybe a bit of bounce and turn. Maybe Cook just had a little prod at that one, unnecessarily trying to work it perhaps to sort of the third man area. Let's just have a quick look at that one, see if there was a little bit of turn there for Parkinson, who is in again to Cook, who is much more careful on that one, blocking it out into the onside, and that is the end of the over. 412 for 5. We did bounce and turn. That one that beat him the previous delivery. So just signs as we come towards the end of day 3 that there may yet be something in it for the spinners, and there may yet be another twist or turn to this game. The Northeast figures, did he just...
No, 22 fours, wasn't it? The number of balls faced eluded me in the heat of the moment. Let's pick him up on one of the websites. This is 22nd 4 to get to the landmark. Actually, it's a lovely way to get to the landmark, isn't it? It's nice straight driven 4 rather than pinching a quick single.
It was 287 balls.
287. Decent strike rate then, as Walker is in to bowl to Northeast, who's hit on the pad. The ball rolls out to square leg and they'll go through for a leg bye. Umpire Long's signal of the leg bye is fairly laconic. Not sure if the leg even gets up to 45 degrees. It's just a gentle tap. I'm running out of room to make notes on this sheet today. Northeast 200.
Do you confine yourself to one sheet per day? Or try to?
Well, try and keep it to one sheet per innings.
Right.
But it's getting a bit messy. Walker is in to bowl to Cook down leg side. Flicks at it. No ball called.
Now, is that 10 no balls? I think it is. Let's check.
Yes, it has been something of an issue for Leicestershire now and again, isn't it?
It's 22 against Sussex. 3, 4, 5. Sorry, they're counting the wrong one. 4, 8, 9. Yeah. 10. Roman Walker's first.
Oh well, at least he hasn't contributed too much to the problem as yet. 1 for 54 next to his name on the board as he's in, bowls, and Cook just gently steers it through the offside for a single. Where are we? 21 overs left after this one, so 6:30 earliest, I guess.
I would agree, unless
Possibly late.
Ackerman, who really does whip through his overs, gets a handful.
Ball lobbed back to Walker, who's in to bowl to Northeast, who drives gently to cover, and there's no run. Now, Sam Northeast has achieved it, really, hasn't he? He's got Glamorgan to maximum points. He's got his maiden double century. I suppose he might feel some responsibility for getting Glamorgan past that follow-on figure, but it's just a question of whether he can keep his concentration, really, potentially, for this last hour of play, isn't it? Or whether he might be getting very weary by now. Walker is in to bowl to Northeast, who slaps it away on the offside, but it's fielded at point and there's no run.
News continues to be good for Glamorgan from Lords, where Sussex still just 8 down.
Oh, that'll be it now.
178 for 8. They lead by 216 against Middlesex. Game pretty much definitively saved, I think.
Yeah, that should be over in the next few minutes. This the only county match to go on into Saturday due to the Women's International here, as Walker bowls a short ball that is dismissed by Northeast through mid-wicket, and I need to bowl a bit faster if he's going to bowl short. Roman Walker, that one just sat up and Northeast swatted it away. Didn't take very long at all to get to the boundary in front of the meet. No fielders with a chance of cutting that off. 420 for 5. Morgan 15 runs away from that follow-on figure as Walker is in, bowls, and Northeast hammers another one in the same direction for 4 more. Well, that was repeat action. 213 to Northeast, 424 for 5.
Yeah. Not
If
much you
something
can say,
doesn't work
really.
the first time,
No,
don't do it again.
A little bit hard to understand, and he walks very disconsolately away, Roman Walker. Well,
Yes.
it is his first-class games.
I think I'd better just replace these headphones, because there's a slight ongoing issue here.
Oh, the tape has come loose. Yeah. I shall have to bring some tape as well as some oil. In goes Parkinson and bowls to Cook, who stretches forward and blocks straight-ish delivery out towards Walker, who's at mid-wicket now. Parkinson's hands started to go into the air. I was going to say, we do have a spare mic and headset if you want to keep that one. In goes Parkinson. This time Cook is forward, stroking the ball off middle and off stump out into the gap in the covers, fielded on the point boundary by Hill. Single is taken. Cook on 230. 425 5, just 10 more for Glamorgan to have saved the follow-on, as Parkinson is in. Northeast is elegantly driving, standing up tall to that one, stroking it away through mid-off to long-off. Mike picks up one taken.
You can never accuse me of travelling light, Richard. I've got several pairs of headphones knocking around. It was a bit of a haul getting it all up the stairs.
Parkinson is in, bowls a full toss that is driven away for 4. And he scratches at the crease with his right hand in self-admonition there. Callum Parkinson. It was a bit of a gimme, and it was duly accepted with gratitude, I'm sure, by Chris Cook, who's making the most of his lives. He's moved on to 34 now, 430 for 5. If it is beginning to bounce and turn a little bit, well, 1 or 2, okay, 2 have throughout the day. Parkinson is in, bowls to Cook, who's blocking that one out into the offside, calling for the quick single. Mulder closes on the ball, but as ever, when both batsmen go straight away, they make their ground comfortably. Moves on to 35, 431. 20 overs remain today. You would think if they keep scoring at 4 and over, then 510, 520 by the close. Parkinson is in, driven down into the ground by Northeast, bounces up to Kimber, end of the over. Just sort of thinking about it, maybe even only sort of 60 behind at the close of play. Full morning tomorrow, and then sort of half an hour after lunch, they could very easily get 150 ahead with an innings in hand, obviously, so not going to lose the game. It's perfectly feasible that Glamorgan can put Leicestershire under the pump in their final, in their second innings sometime tomorrow afternoon.
It is possible, but it would need, I think, a Welsh optimist or a Leicestershire pessimist to see their game taking that sort of direction as Joe Everson takes over from Roman Walker from this pavilion end in the evening sunshine. And Everson is into bowl, and that's forced off the back foot to cover by Chris Cook, and there is no run. Is Everson here because of any particular injuries in the Leicestershire ranks then?
No, I don't think they can honestly say they're short of seamers. There's plenty of them, and indeed all-rounders as well. Tom Scriven must be close to getting an opportunity.
Everson in bowls, Cook drives to mid-off, no run.
But he's highly rated as a young and up-and-coming all-rounder, and Leicestershire hoped he'd sort of boost them. And I think he's going to play in the Royal London Cup as well, maybe needed in that. But also hearing that he may be available at the end of the season on a sort of more permanent basis, so whether they're having now a serious look at him with a view to a possible full-term contract, who knows.
He's into bowl, and that is hit firmly into the leg side by Cook, but a sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary in the form, I think, of Rishi Patel, lurking out there, and he's found the shadow of the trees away to our right. And I can tell you that playing last weekend, there was a great deal of keenness for fielders to be posted to the shady areas of the outfield, as Everson is into Northeast, who may have bisected the men on the leg side there, and no, it's sliding stop from Patel and hurled back by the other man chasing round the boundary, so they've saved a couple of runs between them. You can't fault the effort of ground fielding during this match, but the catching has been another question entirely, and both sides have been probably equally guilty, Richard?
Pretty much.
It's about 5 gone down on either side, obvious ones. And we've seen it from up here. Everson in, bowls, Northeast forces that one down to third man. Will they look for a second run? Well, not at this stage. Not when you've been batting for more than a day. Stay there. 435 for 5. That is the follow-on avoided for Glamorgan, which earns a little round of applause from the Welsh followers down beneath us.
We also missed the 100 partnership, which is now up, believe it or not.
Ah, yes, with that previous shot, as Cook blocks one to mid-off. Records and facts and figures coming at us fast and furious. 435 for 5 Glamorgan, 149 runs in arrears. They cannot now be asked to follow on. Chris Cook has 36, and Sam Northeast is ever improving his CB. He's on 217 not out.
And that is 110 overs, so Leicestershire managed only one bowling bonus point, and therefore finish with 6 bonus points from the game. Glamorgan with 7. Parkinson, 17 overs, none for 75 at the moment. Will continue from the Bennett end. Jogs in and bowls to Northeast, who drives it firmly back down the pitch to him. Stops it on the second bounce. Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short, back goes Northeast, whips it away to mid-wicket. He's running a long distance, and so is Vian Mulder, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Northeast is going to pick up 3. He's run a lot of his runs. He hasn't dealt purely in boundaries by any means, but he looks pretty fresh out there at the moment. 220 off exactly 300 balls. For Sam Northeast. Parkinson is in to Cook full, driven, back, and he's going to have to dodge around Parkinson Northeast there. The throw comes in from mid-on, but Northeast once again had made his ground. Cook, as I say, showing no consideration at all for Northeast. Surely weary legs.
Yes.
But he's a relatively young man, isn't he?
Northeast 32, I think. 33.
October the 16th, 1989. So does that make him 32, doesn't it?
Yes.
Parkinson is in, bowls to him. He goes back and plays it out into the off side. Ben Mike runs to his left of field, but a comfortable one again for Northeast.
Yeah, Cook's got a few years on him then. He's 36, Chris Cook. But still youthful looking, and came into the county game relatively late, so hasn't got quite as many miles on the clock maybe.
Parkinson bowls to Cook, who drives and misses. Drives at a wide one. Didn't really use his feet or get to the pitch of it. Trusted his eye, and his eye let him down. Ball just bounced a bit more than he anticipated into the gloves of Swindles. It goes. Minimal reaction from the Leicestershire team as Parkinson is in. Cook is forward this time, defending carefully, and as he does so, onto the field comes the 12th man from Glamorgan, James Wheel, clad in a red singlet on top of his whites and carrying all sorts of towels and gloves and drinks. It's 440 for 5 off 111. We have 18 overs left to be bowled today. Glamorgan now just 148 behind.
There's a lot of toweling down going on. Drinks being brought on board. It is that sort of day. Although we started under cloudy skies with the lights on for the first session, thankfully they were knocked off at lunchtime because they were giving me a headache.
It does look a bit dark away to the south of the ground at the moment, I have to say.
Oh,
but I think we're going to be fine.
Prognosticator of doom.
But it does look a little.
Yeah, so I take your point. Blue skies overhead and dark clouds in the distance.
The smoke from that chimney and the flags are all going in that direction, aren't they? So it may be that they'll keep them at bay.
Everson bowls, clipped off his legs firmly by Northeast. We'll just pick up the single out the mid-wicket boundary, 2-2-2.
Going round the wicket to the right-handers. Oh, that he did on that occasion, but didn't like it. Going to go back over. Short boundary on that side as well, so you wouldn't have imagined it was a policy with a future. Everson is in, worked off his legs by Cook out to the deep backward square boundary. Takes one.
I think we'll have to plough on for the next half an hour or so, because Edward's got to sort out BBC Radio Cymru demands. Do you wanna? We might as well plough on. Edward's got about 10 minutes available if you fancy a quick break, but you've got to update, haven't you? Everson is in and bowls, and that's forced to mid-on, and there's no run. Just a quick 5-minute spell in the sunshine for Richard Ray to rest his tonsils and think of ever more honeyed ways of describing proceedings here at Grace Road. Everson into bowl, and northeast slashes one square of the wicket on the offside. Hit it quite hard, but there's fielder back 3/4 the way at point, and just the single. 2-2-3 to northeast, 4-4-3 for 5.
What was that smoke? Was he worrying about whether it would... Oh.
No, he's just looking at the direction of the clouds and wondering whether some of those darker clouds were heading our way. Cook on strike. Everson bowls, and driven to wide mid off, single taken as Callum Parkinson dives to do the fielding. 4-4-4 for 5. Quadruple Nelson
yes.
on the board, and well, neither side's bowling figures will be particularly improved by this match. Leicestershire's were not in a great state, in particular as Everson bowls, and that's driven back to him by northeast. Last ball of the over. 4-4-4 for 5. East 5-4. 4-5. So
follow on inverted.
Follow on. What happens now? What happens in these remaining 17 overs, Edward?
I think, well, you don't want to lose wickets, but I think you would just be as positive as you possibly can and get up 17 times for, what is it?
68, 70.
70, and you'd just be parity. Could they just ask Leicester to bat with a deficit of 30 odd for Glamorgan and hope that they can spring a few surprises? We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure we'll find out somehow tonight. Here's Parkinson, and bowls to Cook, who off the back foot has struck it out to the boundary where it's fielded for the first time in this innings by Patel. 4-4-5 for 5.
They're keeping those boundary riders working, aren't they?
Yes, they are. From the far end, in comes Parkinson. Quicker ball, pulled around the corner, down towards fine leg, and that will be 4 runs. So, is there a hint of aggression coming now? Quick runs, if they can. 2-2-7 to northeast. He's still there at the close. He'll be near looking at 300. Parkinson now has gone for 85 wicketless from 18 overs and 2 balls. In comes the next ball, pushed away into the covers, no run. 40 to Cook, so this partnership now has put on
115.
Yeah. In comes Park. Next ball is bowled, firmly struck and well fielded by the bowler, racing through his over. And the run rate for over rate for Leicestershire is -3, which is a bit surprising. Parkinson bowls, and a lovely cover drive which beats everybody, and runs away for 4 runs. So it was fielded, was it? It's the big pole in front to me. I guess the way he hit it. And,
Yes, sprawling stop at cover.
Parkinson in off the back foot. Now that has been struck quite hard, and they do get a single. And he retains strike. And that brings up the 450 for Glamorgan. So the deficit now quickly coming down is 15. Let's have a look. 5, 8, 4, 450. 3,424. So Glamorgan can press ahead if this weather is kind tonight. It is brightening up behind the smoke, but it is nearing us. There could be a little thunderstorm, which I suppose Leicestershire wouldn't mind at the moment. But Glamorgan don't want.
Yeah, Glamorgan were quite happy to get off last night, I guess, at 111 for 2 when we went off for bad light 10 minutes early. Or 10 minutes before 6 as Everson bowls and Northeast off the back foot plays to mid-on, and there's no run.
He's had a little break, and I apologise, but I'll see if we can work something for Richard a little later on with all these overs remaining.
Richard will be updating BBC Radio Leicester fairly shortly when they come on the half hour. It's always good to have interest from our radio stations, as that's driven firmly by Northeast into the offside and through the offside for 4 runs. That one beat the diving infielder at cover and raced away down the slope. 232 to Northeast, 454 for 5, and should Glamorgan bat on, Steve James's 309 be at risk, the county record. 454 for 5.
By the way he's batting, you absolutely wouldn't put it past him.
Everson to Northeast, who forces that one back past the bowler, but it's fielded at mid-on. In terms of chances, the edge pass slip on 99 is probably it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the only one that Northeast could be said to have given. It was a chance. You can't say it wasn't, but
He might not have got anything on it.
Yeah, indeed.
Everson in, keeper standing up. Northeast drives to mid-on.
Otherwise, there were the two that, one that he tried to hit away from right, and there was one that genuinely beat him this morning, but that is literally the only 3 times that he's looked in any trouble, really, let alone danger of giving away his wicket or losing his wicket.
Well, he brings a calm presence to the Glamorgan batting order, just what they needed. Everson bowls, and that one kept a touch low, dug out by Northeast defensively to mid-off, and there's no run.
I think the fact that Swindles is standing up as well now, that indication. Well, that Everson is not. He isn't a fast bowler. He's not trying to bowl fast, but he's not trying to bowl sort of medium sharp really now. He's just trying to contain, essentially.
Next delivery, worked away on the leg side through mid-wicket, chase round the boundary, sprawling. Attempts. Full marks for the effort from Patel on the mid-wicket ropes, but it was one of those where he got a firm presence on the ball, but it spilled away and kept going over the ropes. 236 for Northeast, 458 for 5. As the light levels dip somewhat, they might need to stick the old lights back on.
Well, it's a dark cloud overhead at the moment, but it will clear in shortly. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, they are still struggling a little bit, I'm afraid, because Glamorgan have indeed now saved the follow-on Chris Cook has 40 not out, but the star of the day as far as Glamorgan concerned, Sam Northeast, who's passed his previous first class best of 191, gone past 200. He's now 236 not out of 316 deliveries. It's been an outstanding innings from the former Kent captain. 458 for 5 Glamorgan. They are now therefore just 126 behind on first innings, and they can have real ambitions of getting 100-150 ahead sometime around tomorrow afternoon, and possibly putting Leicestershire under a little bit of pressure when it is their turn to bat for a second time. Pitch continues to look pretty flat out there. Certainly there isn't too much for the spinners, and that could be the key to forcing a positive result. A draw looks the most likely result at the moment, but Glamorgan with bat in hand are firmly in charge on 460 now for 5.
As Chris Cook went for the reverse sweep and got a couple there, I've got a new milestone for you. It is the highest Glamorgan score against Leicestershire. Individual score. Beating 230 by Steve James in 95, in that partnership that we were referring to. They went past.
Ackerman is in from the Bennett end. That one stays Cook gives the impression that it stayed a little bit low. He went back to it. It was a flattish delivery. Gave the impression of digging it out rather. Ackerman steps to the crease and bowls. Back goes Cook, chopping it out into the offside. Patel fields on the point boundary and throws in, and one is taken. Cook on to 43, 461. 14 overs remain after this one, so that is the best part of an hour with Leicestershire sometimes. But if the spinner's operating from one end, it should be a little bit less than that. Ackerman is in. A flick of the wrists almost. Don't tell me that's a no ball by Ackerman. It was. The spinner's bowling no balls now as well, so that is a little bit hard to understand. It was a lovely shot from Northeast. I mustn't take away from that little bit of a sort of helicopter-like flourish at the top of the uplift there, the follow through, as well as he whipped it away through wide mid-on for 4. But, well, goodness me, if even the off-spinners are bowling no balls now, well, is there any hope? In goes Ackerman and bowls a flat, short delivery that is pulled for 4, and Leicestershire beginning to look horribly ragged out there, and Ackerman has given away consecutive boundaries. Northeast has moved on to 244 now, 471 for 5, and to keep going at this rate, because the run rate has now been dragged up to 4.1, there's no reason why they can't be around about 550 or more by the close. Who knows? Parity could be possibly achieved. Ackerman is in and bowls to Northeast, who goes back and puts it away into the offside for 4 more. There wasn't too much wrong with that delivery. It didn't look to be. It was just wide enough and just short enough for Northeast to rock back and crack it away through the offside. And I think we can probably say, having hit 3 consecutive boundaries to move on to 248, he's seeing it quite well now.
He's a greedy boy, isn't he? Yeah, Sam Northeast. And rising up the charts of Glamorgan all-time scores. Not too many ahead of him. A couple by Steve James, one by Mike Powell, one by R.G. Duckfield, who's back pre-Second World War. Not aware of his work. 475 for 5. Northeast on 248 not out. 319 deliveries he's faced. It's been a marathon effort. Cook is facing now and dabs one into the offside. No, says Northeast fairly firmly. No more dashed singles, surely.
And it has gone fairly quiet out there. The volume level was pretty high shortly before tea, when the 3 wickets fell in reasonably short order. But when that chance went down, I think it really deflated Leicestershire.
Everson in, Bowles driven firmly by Cook to mid-on, and there's no run. So, a question of damage limitation for Leicestershire maybe in this. No, theoretically they got time to bowl Glamorgan out tonight. Looks less than likely as things stand, as Everson bowls hoiked into the leg side. Sprawling stop by Patel again on the mid-wicket boundary. A single to Chris Cook only. As Cook's just looking as though he's winding up to try and start hitting sixes, isn't he?
He is, and if he does and starts to connect, as I say, every chance of being roughly level by the end of the day.
Everson in to bowl to northeast. He turns that one through mid-wicket. That'll be a 4 for his 250. Sam Northeast just goes on improving his personal career records. He's reached 250 not out of 320 deliveries, and he's done it as he did with his 200 in fine style. That his 31st 4.
He's hit 4 4s from his last 6 deliveries, all quite beautifully.
Everson is in to bowl. Forces off the back foot, but straight to cover, no run.
And the match at Lords, you may have already said, has now been officially drawn.
All right, we saw
9
it was
down.
Heading towards a draw, but
9 down, Sussex in the end.
Well played, Sussex, in avoiding defeat anyway. So Middlesex will take, I think, 14 points from the game. And Glamorgan might just sneak level with them with a draw. Well, they would, as that one is cut by Northeast into the offside, single taken.
Yeah, draw would secure 15, wouldn't it? So
yes. So I think that takes them level. Forgive me if that's incorrect. Trying to
just having a look at this Sussex Middlesex scoreboard.
Perhaps the tables have updated already, he says optimistically. Division 2. Yes, Middlesex currently 15 points ahead of Glamorgan with the addition of those match points. So Glamorgan have 15 if they draw this one, and it will be even Stevens.
And who knows, it could yet be even better for Glamorgan, because they are beginning to threaten Leicestershire's first innings score. Northeast waits for the arrival of Ackerman, who bowls, goes back and cuts him for 4. I say cuts, it's a sort of back foot drive through the offside. It's a long way in front of square. It's out to the extra cover boundary, and it may be a short boundary on that side, but I think even if it had been another 20 yards, Hill would have been, or Patel, who's out there at the moment, would have been struggling to get up there and cut it off. At the moment, Northeast is giving the impression of a man capable of hitting any ball, any place. Ackerman decides to strengthen his offside by moving Kimber away from slip, where one has to say he looks fairly redundant. In goes Ackerman and bowls straighter to Northeast, who goes back and works it into the leg side. It's going to be at least 2 more. Mulder comes in, had a long chase round there to get to the ball at deep backward square, and it is 2 more to Northeast, who is on 259 now. Twiddles the bat in his hand, showing absolutely no signs of weariness as Ackerman is in. He goes back, stays a fraction low and whips it off the back foot back down the pitch. Ackerman takes it two-handed away to his right. Cook turns and scrambles back to his crease just in case. Ackerman is in, straighter, worked away into the leg side by Northeast. Could be 2 more again as Mulder runs round to field, and yeah, he sort of runs in the same way he plays, sort of economically, doesn't he? northeast. Easily, carefully, naturally. It sort of flows. In goes Ackerman, bowls to him. He goes back and cuts, but it only runs as far as Kimber, who'd gone back to sort of deepish gully, backward point position from slip, cutting off at least one of northeast's scoring areas. In goes Ackerman, bowls to him, and he's driving that one off the back foot full out to Long On, who comes in having fielded the ball. Right it is, out there, throws it back, and that is one to northeast. He keeps the strike, which given his scoring rate in recent deliveries, is ideal as far as Glamorgan is concerned. I have to say that dark cloud away to the south is beginning to build threateningly, and getting darker by the moment as well. 12 overs remain. We'll get a good chunk of them. Whether we'll get them all, I'm beginning to wonder.
Yes, they might need to flick on the lights at least, but if it's bringing a heavy shower, then that will be curtains. As Parkinson will come back into the attack for at least his fourth spell, I think, even though he didn't come on until the 50th over. It seems a long time ago now. 490 for 5. As Parkinson is in to bowl to northeast, and he plays that one down to Long On comfortably enough. I'm sure northeast is absolutely shattered, but he's giving no visible sign so far, as he looks to bat through this day. Cook on 44. Just get the feeling that he might try and clear the mid-wicket boundary at any point. Not that delivery though, because it's bowled at a fair lick by Parkinson, who has not really floated them up today. 491 for 5. Cook on 44. And been dropped twice. Flat batted drive to Kimber at cover. No run. Cook, will he be able to resist temptation? Parkinson in, bowls. That's short and flat as well. Worked away just square on the offside by Cook for a single. 492 for 5. Cook to 45, not out. Parkinson in, left arm round. Bowls clipped away off his legs by northeast, single down to backward square. 493 for 5. Parkinson's really firing them through, isn't he? Bowling almost left arm seam at the moment. Not willing to give Glamorgan a chance of anything to try and loft away. Next ball, Cook inside edge onto pad, rolls out on the offside, no run. 493 for 5 northeast, 264 not out. Among Glamorgan's highest ever scores, there's at least 4 more higher, possibly 1 or 2 more, but this is in the top 10 anyway. As the yearbook lists the highest score individually against each county, which obviously isn't quite the same as just a straight top 10 or whatever. Let's see if I can find that elsewhere, or you might be able to get it up on archive service when you're off the next over.
Ackerman is in. Northeast is whipping it away to deep mid wicket, and jogging one this time.
So we've got bright sunshine at the moment, but also dark cloud approaching, it would seem.
Make a good photograph, wouldn't it? A dark cloud in the background. Ackerman is in. Forward goes Cook, who is very much playing a secondary role at the moment. steps in and bowls. Forward goes Cook. Bit thick outside, edgy there as it pops out into the offside along the ground all the way.
Times like this you wish you had a better camera.
Ackerman in, bowls, back goes Cook, working it out into the offside. But unlike Northeast, who is finding gaps at will, Cook just at the moment picking out the fielders. Ackerman is in, tosses it up a bit, and Cook drives and gets it past the diving Kimber out to the wide third man boundary for 4. Moves on to 49, 494 now for 5.
It's been a strange old innings this, hasn't it? 9 for 2, panic stations, a stand of 300, 3 wickets fall in quick succession. Should have been 4. Now another big stand.
Cook on 49. Ackerman is ready to go. But then he gets to the crease and is about to deliver when maybe an insect flies by, something like that. So he goes back and comes in again and bowls to Cook, who stiff arms it, rather, stiff legs as well, out, but only as far as Ben Mike, who's at short straight mid-wicket. And no run to finish the over. Cook remains on 49, then Northeast 265. Ackerman made 277 last week, so a taste of his own medicine.
Yes, and Chris Cook does tend to play slightly stiff-armed, and he does hit the ball very hard. It stays hit, certainly, when he smashes it, but doesn't quite have the elegant follow-through that Sam Northeast is. An elegant player at the other end, but Cook providing an effective foil. This stand already worth 160 or something.
4.
Parkinson bowls now 5 or 6. It's just about stopped inside the square leg boundary as Northeast clipped the first ball from Parkinson away. That is the applause for the 500 coming up. 500 for 5. Northeast has 267 of them.
And the record you needed checking was?
Which one was it? Parkinson is in to bowl and Northeast plays it to cover. Is there a top 10 of Glamorgan scores all time?
Against Leicestershire?
No, against anyone.
Oh, yes.
He's definitely in the... I'm pretty sure he's in the top half dozen of all time.
Okay. All my sort of search engines have Leicestershire first,
sorry.
if you see what I mean. So
that's clipped away on the leg side. That'll be 4 more to Sam Northeast, who is really racing away now. 271 is on 504 for 5. There's at least 2 280s in Glamorgan history. There's a 299 and there's a 309. Edward was there to watch Steve James 309 and indeed the Mike Powell 299. Flipping heck, says Richie Mack. Yeah, it's another ball change. Ah dear, just when we're getting into the flow of things. Drawn at Lords, as we've said, so Middlesex, as things stand, 15 points clear of Glamorgan. Glamorgan, if this game is a draw, will get exactly 15 points. And both sides have the same number of wins as well.
Right. First class records for Glamorgan. Batting records. Most runs in an innings for Glamorgan. So you want the top 10?
Well, I know Steve James 309. Is he about 5 at the moment?
He is exactly 5th.
Thank you.
Having overtaken Steve James's 259 not out.
So
against
behind
Nottinghamshire.
Emrys,
Mr. R.G. Duckfield, as
Yes.
you mentioned, 280 not out against Surrey.
Emrys Davis,
Davis 287 against Gloucestershire.
Powell.
299. and
Cheltenham
James 309.
at Colwyn Bay. So 5th as he faces up to Parkinson. Thank you, Richard. As he drives on the offside and will take a single.
It really could be a historic day then, couldn't it? For Glamorgan.
Absolutely. See, way to go, and he'll need the light and the weather to stay fair and to get a fair degree of the strike, but don't think it's likely tonight if he does keep going, as the next ball is driven back to Parkinson by Cook. So he's 37 runs short of equalling Steve James as things stand. As Parkinson bowls and Cook drives into the offside, and there's a slight misfield, but it doesn't cost a run. It is the end of the over. 505 for 5 are Glamorgan. They are 79 runs in arrears still in this ridiculous match. Cook has 49, North East has 272.
There have been some great games between these counties over recent years, actually.
Yeah, well, the last time here was the three-run win for Leicestershire.
Was that the catch
Marchant
by
de Lange.
Parkinson off de Lange down here in front of us?
It was, yes.
On. So Ackerman, so we have a spin from both ends for Leicestershire now, as the sun, well, there is still a little bit of blue around. We might just get, we'll get 5 or 6 of these overs in at least. Ackerman is in, North East is walking down for the first time, looking a fraction weary and clipping it to Mulder at straight mid-on, and there is no run. Ackerman steps in and bowls. North East is driving back to him. It's helped onto the stumps by Ackerman cleverly, but Cook had got his bat back down in the ground. Umpire Baldwin picks up the bails, which had been knocked off, puts them back on. Ackerman tells his long on to go where? Wider? No, he's leaving his long on where he is, but bringing Ben Mike in from a deep mid-wicket to a fairly conventional mid-wicket. In he goes and bowls to North East, to edges actually, down towards, through the slips, down towards third man. Kimber races back from that sort of deepish gully position and feels, and first sort of false-ish shot North East has played for what feels like several days, Eddie.
He has indeed, and he's run well between the wickets. He must be a very, very fit young man.
Ackerman in to Cook, who goes back, and that's his 50. Works it out into the gap in the offside. It's been a very valuable innings from Chris Cook. It's been obviously North East who's been the dominant partner. Partnership is 173, of which Cook has made just 50. North East has played almost divinely, but it's been an important knock from Chris Cook. In goes Ackerman, bowls to North East, who drives. Is it going to be for 4? Chasing up the boundaries, Patel. He's not going to get there. It is going to be for 4 for Sam North East. He moves on to 277, 511 for 5.
No doubt you've talked about the record for Glamorgan, 319 not out by Steve James.
309.
309 rather.
Yeah.
And on this pitch you wouldn't bet against him getting there perhaps tonight, where we've got 8 overs left.
He's 5th at the moment, but he's now only 3 behind R.G. Duckfield, and he's going to be just 2 behind as he clips that one out towards deep mid. In fact, he's going to be 1 behind. He realises there's 2 to be taken there as the ball is fumbled by the fielder running in. I think that's Roman Walker, and so he does take 2 and move on to 279.
Now then, I've been looking at those black clouds away to our left, and they're approaching and coming at us. Will we get to the close, or will I have to run and get my umbrella for the car? I suspect the latter.
8 overs remain, and we'll get through them tolerably quickly if Parkinson and Ackerman are going to bowl them. So I think we'll get. it's getting threatening, isn't it? I think we'll get at least 2 or 3 more. But I suspect North East's 300 might just have to wait. But he's playing so beautifully that he could get it tonight. He could yet get it tonight.
Yeah. And it's Cook now to face Parkinson, who's been wicketless, 0 for 96 off his 21 overs. But he's toiling away and bowls the first ball, and that's cut for 4 runs down towards the third man boundary, and these runs are coming very, very quickly now. Obviously, like Glamorgan's bowlers were last night, they're tiring the Leicester attack. They've been out there and it's got very hot this afternoon. I don't know where this prediction of the wicket breaking up came from, you? Was it a bit of...
No, we've seen 2 turn today, 2 deliveries from the spinners. It's swung a bit today, but...
And another statistic comes our way as the next ball down the track comes Cook and plays a defensive shot.
4 more runs will get Mr. North East his 1,000 for the season.
Yeah, first Glamorgan batsman to do it this year. So that'll be 283. He's 279 now. As Parkinson goes round the wicket, bowls to Cook, and Cook nudges it away for a single. And look how quick he responded there, North East. He's been at it all day long and last night. Began the recovery from 9 for 2, that seems a long time away, with Colin Ingram. They did add 306, but Colin Ingram had gone for 139. And that was a valuable innings, but this is rather outrageous, isn't it? As in comes the next ball, and that's pushed away for a single,
with which he equals R.G. Duckfield's 280 not out against Surrey at the Oval in 1936, and is now equal 4th on Glamorgan's all-time list. Parkinson is in, Cook is driving, falling to his left is Kimber to make the stop at short extra, and there's no run on that occasion.
Yeah, might just get these overs in. I know umpires are very cautious about black clouds and lightning. We haven't seen any lightning, but it is really dark. Behind us, it's glorious. Parkinson then bowls, and off the back foot, this is forced out to extra cover for a single by Chris Cook. He moves on to 56. North East is 280, but it's Cook who has pinched the strike, and the deficit now 65. And we can start perhaps wondering what will happen tomorrow, because it's a good weather forecast, I think.
This is still a very winnable game as far as Glamorgan are concerned. If they can get 150, 160 ahead, but the only problem is, rather like Leicestershire found against Sussex last week, they got that ahead and declared at lunchtime, but the wicket hadn't.
No, and I suspect
given way, and this doesn't look like it's going to either. But you never know what scoreboard pressure can do. Leicestershire did manage to lose against Nottinghamshire, bowled all out 99 in their second innings, having made 400 and plus in their first. So
I'd be very surprised if that happens.
Ackerman is in, down the wicket goes Cook, but then defends, having got to the pitch of the ball, blocks it out to Hill. In the covers, there'll be some weary Leicestershire legs out there for sure. Ackerman steps in and bowls to Cook, minimal foot movement, dabs it down into the offside, but Kimber Fields moving away to his right. I've talked about North East running today as well with Nick. So impressive that everything he's done has been the same sort of flow. In goes Ackerman, bowls worked by Cook, but only as far as Mike at mid-wicket.
Yes, Glamorgan were weary after bowling, what was it, 140 overs, and that's the 124th for Leicestershire.
Ackerman's going round the wicket now to Cook, who goes back and dabs it down to third man for 4. Kimber is loping in pursuit, but he knows he's not going to get there. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester, the last of the day. Yeah, 524 for 5 now. Glamorgan, no wickets have fallen since tea, and Sam Northeast is closing in on a huge record for Glamorgan. He's 280 not out. Their record score in first class cricket is 309, so he has got every chance of reaching that. He's put on 190 now with Chris Cook. Leicestershire dropped him twice, Cook that is, just before tea, and they are paying the penalty for having done that. 524 for 5 means that they are now just 50 or so runs behind Leicestershire on first innings, and could put the Foxes under pressure tomorrow. 525 for 5 with 6 overs to go. Ackerman is in, back goes Cook and cuts out to the backward point boundary. Rishi Patel fields, and once again, irritatingly from a oh no, he doesn't, because they managed to pick up a couple. So Northeast will keep the strike in the end, or will have the strike at the start of the next over. The two batsmen touch gloves. The two umpires look nervously at the dark cloud.
Yes.
And I'm not surprised. The sun is, the last rays are now disappearing behind the cloud. It has now got to the
Although
sun.
it's brighter than it was 10 minutes ago.
Let us just see what happens when it does disappear fully and how dark it gets.
It's
not bad, actually.
No, I was going to sprint to get my umbrella from the car the other side of the ground, because I could be marooned here without a coat. But Nick has a piece to do now in a few minutes. I think it's going to pass, you know. It's gone that way, away to the right.
Only need another 20 minutes, don't we, with these two bowling?
Yeah, 6 overs left, and Parkinson comes in and bowls to Northeast, who plays it away out towards mid-wicket, as he's done countless times. And moves to 287 not out.
81 not out.
81, yeah. You know, the 7s and the 1, look.
But he is now 4th on the all-time list, and 287 is the next target.
As in goes Parkinson and bowl, and this is played towards mid. I have no idea. I doubt it if he knows what the record is, because he's a modest chap, and you know, he's thinking of the team and what they can do. The last thing you want to do is to tell him. As Parkinson comes in, and this time it's nudged away by Cook for a single.
Now, I don't know Steve James, although we worked together a couple of occasions at the Guardian. How do you think he'll be feeling? Do you think would he feel about losing that record?
How do you feel?
I don't know.
Mixed, I think.
Yeah, mixed feelings.
Yeah, it's a huge honour, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And that previous one, I think it was
a proud
Davis.
Welshman, and so on and so forth. And
when Steve got those runs at Colwyn Bay, the first thing the next morning, he had a message, and I'll just break off from Parkinson and bowls, and that's pushed away for a single. 283. Partnership, it must be, yes.
195.
Yeah.
And if that's a record for the 6th wicket, I'll have to check that as well. I'm concentrating on this one at the moment.
He had and I'll just tell the story at the end of the overs. Parkinson doesn't take long. Cook blocks that. 62 to Cook. He had a letter from Emrys Davis's son congratulating Steve on his achievement. And knowing Steve so well as I do, if Northeast does break this record, Steve will do exactly the same. But that's a long way away. In comes the next ball. As cut away backward of square. It might go for 4. It will, I think, go for 4 runs. And now poor Parkinson has passed the 106 from 23 overs. As he looks in despair.
Well, the record for the 6th wicket for Glamorgan against Leicestershire is 218, so they do have another 19 runs needed to get to that. I wonder if you... that's your friend Mr. R.D.B. Croft and James Hughes.
Johnny Hughes at South...
at Sophia Gardens in 2004, not long ago, relatively.
Of course it was, yeah. 5-3-3 for 5 then, and 5 overs left.
Northeast on strike to Ackerman, who comes in and bowls. He goes back and cuts it away for 4. I suspect Patel's not going... Oh, he is going to get there. He is going to get there running around. It didn't quite get all of it. Northeast, he has to settle for 2. And that is the 200 partnership between these two, of which Chris Cook has got 66. So 2/3 of the runs at least scored by Sam Northeast, who has got better and better. Yes, and doesn't look at all weary as Ackerman is in to him, and he's clipping firmly into the onside, but a good tumbling stop to his right by Vian Mulder means no runs result.
I was commentating on the lovely Cheltenham College ground, and another little tale I can tell you with Michael Powell.
Ackerman bowls, and that's just pushed back to him by Northeast.
And as he got up into the 290s, we had BBC radio car come up from Cardiff, press converging because he seemed assured. And then he just pushed forward to a left-arm seamer, was caught behind and walked off.
In goes Ackerman and dabbed down towards third man, but Kimber falls to his left to make the stop. So just a single for Northeast, who moves on to 286.
That was an anticlimax. What was Mike's score?
299.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So, and he nicked it. He walked, took his gloves off, and before you knew it.
Ackerman is in to Cook, full on the legs, whipped away to deep square, and 1 taken. There's another ball to come.
Those clouds seem to have gone away to the right. And
they've lifted a bit, haven't they?
And decided
I think we're going to get these 4 overs.
I think so, yes.
So it could be a record tonight. Ackerman in to Northeast, who is playing firmly through mid on. It's a good diving stop, or attempted diving stop by Mulder. Gets 2 hands to it, deflects it behind the stumps at the non-striker's end. So Northeast does take his single and does keep the strike and moves on to 287, equal to Emrys, did you say, Davis?
Emrys Davis, yeah.
His 287 not out was made against Gloucestershire in Newport in 1939.
Yeah. So, we could have history on our hands today. Northeast 287, Cook 67.
4 overs. And what is that?
But
don't rush it, don't rush. He doesn't need to, does he?
In the context of the game, I think they look at it, if these two are together tomorrow morning, and I'll just break off as a new over starts for the captain, Parkinson. First ball is driven down to long off for a single. Northeast 288. These two will step on the gas because you've got Nisa coming in afterwards, who gives it a real crack. And they will go hell for leather to even get a lead of 100 if they can.
I think it's perfect.
Just to have a go, because they're not going to lose.
150, no, exactly.
Yeah. Parkinson bowls to Cook. Cook drives, but this time straight to cover, there's no run.
With that run, Northeast moves into 3rd in the all-time list.
I can't believe is that -2?
It is.
Well, we're going to finish around 20 past, and there's been 3 extra overs.
They'll adjust it at the end. They'll sort it out.
Parkinson bowls down the pitch, comes Cook and doesn't time it whatsoever, and it trickles back down the pitch. Cook is another one who was a big hitter when he gets going, and
it almost sneaked under his bat there, didn't it? And he was down the wicket.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing, Northeast, somebody will tell him tonight, hey, you're only so much away from them. And I think he's wise if nobody says anything. Yes, Callum Parkinson bowls back foot short, cut away to a deep extra cover. There's 1, there's 2 here, and the poor fielder out there collapses. Walker in a heap, picks himself up, but they have gone through for 2 runs. Cook goes up to 69, 547 for 5 of 1. That's 7. Can you see it, the little edge on it?
Yes.
It's 1 as the next ball is played defensively. There is no run.
It's quite an old-fashioned one, isn't it, with that little extra bit.
You could swear. I'm sure I'm not the only one that's mistaken that.
I hate to tell you.
I am, am I? There we are. I must go to the optician Monday morning. Here's the next ball.
defensively pushed back, and then there were 3 overs, that is.
And 12 for his 300. That would be a nice way to finish the day. A very nice way for Sam North East, and then you can think about the all-time Glamorgan record tomorrow morning sometime. And Ackerman will continue. He'll bowl 1 of the... I would imagine he'll bowl 2 of these last 3, and Parkinson the other.
Who've got 300s this season? There is someone I know. I can't think of it at the moment. Who's got a triple?
Yeah, Ackerman could have done last week. 277 not out, but they called it a day at lunchtime. Leicestershire in that one. So I don't know if anyone's got a triple. Ackerman steps in and bowls 2 North East, who goes back and dabs it down towards third man, but Kimber's come a little finer there at that deep gully position and made the stop, so dot ball.
Yeah, I think we just about got the over then.
Ackerman is in. North East goes back, looks to whip a leg side delivery away, misses it. It's taken by Swindles, who takes off the bails despite the fact that North East was deep in his crease. Certain amount of jocularity out there, but Ackerman is in. North East goes back and cuts past Kimber down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. It was full and wide outside off stump, and again he didn't try and hit it too hard, just made sure he got it in the gap. 292 for Sam North East. The big moment approaches. A 300 in any player's career is an extraordinary thing.
Absolutely.
As Ackerman is in, North East is clipping it away into the leg side, but only as far as Ben Mike. I'll make sure either you or Nick are on commentary once he's within a blow of 300.
Yeah, there's only 2 overs left. I hope he just pushes them back, to be honest.
In goes Ackerman, and that's worked off the back foot by North East, who is now just beginning to look a touch weary, understandably, and he doesn't time it, and it's stopped by Mulder at short, straight mid-wicket. 1 ball remaining in the over. Ackerman is in. North East is clipping that one off his legs behind square. Everson is pursued. He's going to pick up 2. His running pace has not altered. He just
hasn't. I noticed that throughout. Richard earlier on.
Fit as he can be, and he picks up 2 off the last ball of the over to move to 294 within a blow of 300. I doubted.
309. I'll call Nick when it's.
I doubted try and go to 300 with a 6, but you never know. You never know.
Would you?
Come on, I think we need 2 Welshmen on commentary now.
Nick is getting ready to come back, as it will be the penultimate over of the day. So a sporting move there, asking 2 Welshmen to be at the mic if it's a big if. There are 2 overs. And it's Coco has strike, and my guess is that he won't just get there tonight, but he'll get mighty close. First ball is tapped back. The moment the 2 batsmen know that they want to be in there in the morning for the assault. So it'll be interesting to see what the tactics will be. As the ball comes down and is pushed away, they take a single, 548 for 5. He might just get the 300 tonight, but the 310 he needs is in his sights. Whether he knows, I was just saying, Nick, somebody will tell him tonight as the next ball is swept away down towards the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. That is going to be 298 for Sam North East as he approaches 300. And it's been a remarkable day for him. We've been talking about his fitness, how he runs between the wickets, and he's doing it as fast as he was at 11 o'clock this morning.
It's been an incredible effort of concentration, hasn't it?
As in comes Parkinson, and it's driven down toward the long on.
He's a run short of 300.
That's level now with Mike Powell, which is the second highest in Glamorgan history.
Well, I commentated on Steve James's 300. I commentated on his 299, Mike Powell, and hopefully I'll be fit. Oh, that is nearly a run out there, but it was Chris Cook at the end. 5.53 for 5. We've forgotten about that, of course. We're just looking at 299. Last ball of the over. Does Cook want to farm it, or does he want to give him a chance? As the next ball, it's just tap back. Well, he should get the 300 tonight. Whether you go for the 9 runs is very debatable. But the score, which is also important, is 553, which is a deficit now. Who would have thought that first thing this morning? Is just 31.
So Sam North East level second in the list of Glamorgan all-time scorers. 299, figure achieved by Mike Powell.
And isn't it, the sun appears for what could be this record, because it's been threatening a thunderstorm, and that's moved away to our right. But this is a momentous moment, of course, and Nick will commentate on this over. My guess is that it won't come tonight. I don't know about you.
Well, a single for the 300. I don't know if he knows about the records, but
I don't think he would.
Just the single for the 300 probably do him, but Leicestershire won't make it easy. Ackerman then bringing in the fielders. There are 9 saving the single now. So Sam North East on 299 is going to have to work for it as he drives the first ball straight to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Cook looks anxiously from the other end.
Ready to put his head down for a quick single if needed. Can Sam North East get it through the field? He steps back, he cuts, but he's found the fielder at point, and there's no run. The tension goes on.
My guess is a little dabbed out the third man if he pitches outside off stump, but I think he's going to aim at leg stump.
Ackerman is in then to bowl to Sam North East on 299. He steps back and he hammers it through the offside for 4 runs. It's a treble century for Sam North East. Only the second batter in Glamorgan history to reach that landmark. He embraces Chris Cook. There's an ovation from the balcony below us as North East acknowledges the cheers around Grace Road. He moves on to 303 not out.
Keep it going, Sam. Let's have some more. Come on.
Keep it going, says a Welsh voice beneath us.
Yeah. 3 balls to go, Nick.
Next one is almost lobbed back to the bowler. That was uppish, but it was just wide of Ackerman. He'll take a single and sit on his bat if he's got any sense. 558 for 5. North East has a remarkable 304 of them. Chris Cook is on strike with 2 balls left as Ackerman bowls, and Cook plays it too long on for the single.
6 for the record.
He probably doesn't know the stat. Last ball of the day then. Ackerman is into Sam North East, who steps back and steers it through the offside. That'll be a couple at least. No, it'll run away for 4 down towards backward point. And Sam North East ends the day on 308 not out. And that is just 1 run short of Steve James's all-time county record for Glamorgan.
Well, this is a moment to savour for you and I, Nick, and the Welsh supporters that are down here. It's a momentous effort, and it's good to see the Leicestershire players come in and congratulate him, because it's been a magnificent innings. And when you score 308, you think sometimes, well, was there a chance given? There was not one chance given by Sam North East as he walks sprightly back, because he's not tired, or doesn't appear to be tired, because he's so happy, and we must applaud him yet again. And he comes to the pavilion, and he will surely have a celebratory drink tonight and will be told that it's only a run he wants for the Glamorgan record. Well played, sir, as he walks right in front of us and goes and has a drink. And well played, Chris Cook, who's 71, Nick.
Yes, Chris Cook has helped him through this evening session, and remarkably, it's a double century stand for this sixth wicket as well. Cook finishes on 71 not out. Northeast is on 308 not out, and that is one short of equaling Steve James's all-time county record. 563 for 5. Glamorgan still 21 runs in arrears as Northeast goes off to get some well-deserved rest and relaxation. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester is alongside me. Well,
What a day.
what a day, what an innings, Richard.
It's been almost immaculate, hasn't it? I mean, so impressive. I think we were saying, Eddie and I, 3 deliveries. I think he was beaten twice this morning by Chris Wright, and then there was that delivery that with which he went to his 100 that Ackerman arguably should have caught, bounced just past his chest from Parkinson. Otherwise, well, after that, the last 200 and plus runs have been just perfect, really. He's played without fuss,